Hey everyone, how are you doing? It is Thursday. This is a special broadcast, and why am I so bright? The hold on, let me mute my other computer over here. We are going to be watching the first step in gun control today. The House Judiciary Committee will be discussing the markup of H.R. 7910, better known as the Protecting Our Kids Act, which is a very, very anti-gun piece of legislation. I won't be here for the whole entire thing. I got some other stuff I'm working on as well, so I'm not going to be. This isn't going to be your standard live stream. Any minute now, they will break in and start broadcasting the judiciary hearing on it. And we're just going to live stream the judiciary hearing. I might pop in every now and then to give my comments on it as I'm working on other stuff. I have a video I'm filming about some not good developments and stuff that's coming down, some new anti-gun attacks on the Second Amendment that are coming down. So I will be shooting a video talking about that as well. But I figure that to be informed, we need to actually watch the debate. So I know a lot of you guys have jobs or whatever, but you can put it on audio only or whatever and listen to it in the background as they discuss what is going on. It also gives you insight of what the other side thinks. And Dark, if you want to come on, let me know. I am broadcasting to your channel because I figured you would want to, because this is yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good content, but right now they should be on. If anybody wants to join me early as I wait for them to start broadcasting, we can do that. But yeah, that is just what is going on. In other news, the company that I'm suing, Hawkeye Construction, which have now shut down and now they're selling furniture. These efforts owe me $22,000. I'm probably never going to get it back now because they shut down and now they are starting Hawkeye Outdoor Living. Don't buy from those guys; they're crooks. So yeah, just don't do that. Anybody wants to come on, let me know. Dark, if you want to come on, let me know. Flying Rich will not be joining me because he's actually doing real work, a day job work, which is crazy because he's not allowed to have a day job. But yeah, anytime now it should come up and we should be able to watch it. There's 450 people waiting to watch it live. That's on both sides, on this, just on the judiciary website. But yeah, so let's go ahead, and while we're waiting, I'm going to discuss an article I wrote. I also dropped a video on some of the stuff that they are probably going to try to pass. And before I do that, if you're in the Rhode Island area from 3 to 7 at the Rhode Island State House, there will be a 2A rally. If you don't know, they're trying to pass all this anti-gun stuff in Rhode Island. So there is a 2A rally from 3 to 7 on the State House steps to protest against the new regulations that is coming down. There is no Rich here, just me. So if you have time, go out there and let me know. Dark, if you want to come on, let me know, man. You're just send me a text. But yeah. Okay, let's go over to some of the stuff that we might be hearing in the days to come. I did a video on Junk Up News, and I just want to go through. Oh, here we go. It will begin shortly. All right. I'm going to put this up in a...
Objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2 and House Rule 11, Clause 2, the chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment for which a recorded vote for the ayes and nays are ordered. Before we begin in earnest, I want to wish our colleague Lucy McBath a happy birthday. I would like to remind members that we have established an email address and distribution list dedicated to circulating amendments, exhibits, motions, or other written materials that members might want to offer as part of our markup today. If you'd like to submit materials, please send them to the email address that has been previously distributed to your offices, and we will circulate the materials to members and staff as quickly as possible. I would also ask all members, both those in person and those appearing remotely, to mute your microphones when you are not speaking. This will help prevent feedback and other technical issues. You may unmute yourself anytime you seek recognition. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7910, the Protecting Our Kids Act for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7910 to amend Title 18 United States Code to provide for an
Without
increase.
objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. In the days since the shooting at Tops Friendly Market Store in Buffalo, New York, in the long, sad nights since the shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, and in just the last few hours, as we learned of yet more deadly gun violence in a Tulsa, Oklahoma medical office building, I have turned to a particular teaching in the Talmud. Whoever takes one life, it's as if he kills the entire world. And whoever saves one life, it's as if he saves the entire world. Every life is precious. Let that be the measure of our work here today.
Unborn babies.
When we think about the children in Uvalde, the 9 and 10-year-olds just a few days short of their summer vacations, let us think about the whole world that was snuffed out when each of them died. And as we address the scourge of gun violence, a blight that killed 45,000 Americans in 2020 alone, let us remember that there are no perfect solutions. We are painfully aware that we cannot do enough today to save all of these lives, but that each life we save is an entire world. H.R. 7910, the Protecting Our Kids Act, links together important, sensible, overwhelmingly popular proposals that will help us to scale back the scope of gun violence in the United States. Representative Anthony Brown's Raise the Age Act would raise the lawful age to purchase an AR-15 semi-automatic assault rifle from 18 to 21 years old. In deeply red Wyoming, the state with the most guns per capita in the union, this is already the law with respect to many firearms. And I note with great sadness that the suspected shooters in both Buffalo and Uvalde were only 18 years of age. Representative Robin Kelly's Prevent Gun Trafficking Act would establish new federal offenses for gun trafficking and straw purchasing, problems she is as familiar with in Chicago as we are in New York, where the vast majority of firearms used in criminal activity are transported into the city from out of state. Representative David Cicilline's Untraceable Firearms Act would ensure that ghost guns are subject to existing federal firearms regulations. A deadly weapon is a deadly weapon, even if you build it from a kit in your garage. A trio of gun storage proposals, Representative Rosa DeLauro's Ethan's Law, Representative Alyssa Slotkin's Safe Guns, Safe Kids Act, and Representative Sheila Jackson Lee's Kimberly Vaughn Firearm Safe Storage Act would establish voluntary best practices for safe firearm storage and award grants for firearm storage assistance programs. There are nearly 400 million firearms in America today. We should at least ensure that they're stored safely and away from our children. Representative Dina Titus's Closing the Bump Stock Loophole Act would build on existing regulations banning the manufacture, sale, or possession of bump stocks for civilian use. Remember, it was the Trump administration that first enacted this ban on devices that essentially convert semi-automatic weapons into machine guns and serve no purpose other than to maximize carnage, as we learned when they were used in the deadly shooting in Las Vegas that killed 58 people in 2018. Finally, Representative Ted Deutsch's Keep Americans Safe Act would ban the sale, manufacture, and illegal possession of gun magazines that hold more than 10 rounds of ammunition. High-capacity magazines are designed for mass killing and have been the accessory of choice in some of the bloodiest shootings in our history, including the 2007 shooting at Virginia Tech and the 1999 shooting at Columbine High School. I am reminded that the shooter in Aurora, Colorado in 2012 murdered 12 people and not the entire movie theater only because his 100-round magazine jammed during the shooting. At the outset, let me say that each of these proposals is wildly popular with the American public, although that has not stopped many Republican officials from speaking out in recent days against passing sensible gun safety legislation. Because we know from experience that few events expose the emptiness of the gun lobby's rhetoric, like the mass murder of school children, allow me to rebut some of my Republican colleagues' arguments in advance. Nobody seriously believes that Hollywood or video games are to blame for the epidemic of gun violence in America. Our children watch the same movies and play the same games as children in Canada and England and Japan. But only in the United States do we ask the parents of elementary school children to stand in line so we can match their DNA to the remains of their children, because only the United States is awash in 400 million guns. You say that these deaths were caused by a lack of mental health care? I agree that we need to do more for those in our communities who may be in crisis. And I hope that you will join me the next time we are asked to fund such initiatives. I expect that many of my Republican colleagues will not. But I note again that other countries have people who are just as sick Americans, and that those countries do not experience the gun violence that we do here. You say it's too soon to take action, that we are politicizing these tragedies to enact new policies? It has been 23 years since Columbine, 15 years since Virginia Tech, 10 years since Sandy Hook, 7 years since Charleston, 4 years since Parkland and Santa Fe and the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. It has been 3 years since El Paso. It has been a week since we learned again that gun violence can reach any of our children and grandchildren at any time, and that no number of armed guards can guarantee their safety. It has not even been 24 hours since the last mass shooting, and who knows how long until the next one. Too soon? My friends, what the hell are you waiting for? You say that none of the solutions proposed here will stop gun violence in America? Well, there, sadly, I agree. This bill will not alone save every life we will lose to gun violence this year, but it will save some. It might have saved those children in Uvalde, and whoever saves one life, it says if he saved the entire world. The American people are begging for us to address this crisis. Let us not wait 1 second longer. I urge my colleagues to support the Protecting Our Kids Act, and I yield back. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, life is precious, especially the lives of children. What happened in Uvalde, Texas is tragic. It is every family's worst nightmare. Our hearts go out to the Uvalde community and especially to the families who've lost loved ones last week in this evil act of violence. And of course, there's what happened yesterday in Tulsa and a few weeks ago in Buffalo, and our hearts go out to those families as well. No one wants another tragedy. No one wants this to happen again. That's why it's regretful that Democrats have rushed to a markup today in what seems more like political theater than a real attempt at improving public safety or finding solutions. Democrats never once reached out to us to seek our input on the legislation we are considering here today. Protecting children is not a Republican or Democrat issue. The Democrats cobbled together a package of measures. This is not a real attempt, in my judgment, to find solutions. Everyone here knows the reality. Democrats are in control of the House. Anything that you and Speaker Pelosi want to pass, you can pass. And frankly, you've already passed numerous bills related to firearms this Congress. But because those bills are radical attempts to legislate away Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens, the Senate has not taken up the legislation, just like it won't take up this bill. What we are doing here is just designed to appeal to Democratic primary voters. The bill won't make our schools safer. It will hamper the rights of law-abiding citizens, and it will do nothing to stop mass shootings. We need to get serious about understanding why this keeps happening. Democrats are always fixated on curtailing the rights of law-abiding citizens rather than trying to understand why this evil happens. Until we figure out the why, we will always mourn losses without fixing the problem. Our job is to figure out the why. The bill that Democrats are putting forward today does not help us to understand what's really driving some young men to commit these heinous acts. The bill before us is short-sighted and not solutions-oriented. It's a one-size-fits-all approach that punishes law-abiding citizens while doing nothing to make our communities safer. We all want to keep children safe in school, but this bill wouldn't do that. This bill is just another Democrat attack on the Second Amendment, and it's likely just the start. President Biden has said he wants to ban all 9mm handguns. Where does it end? The American people expect and deserve more from us than political charades that rehash old ideas and don't actually solve the underlying problems. Mr. Chairman, we should do better than this. I yield back and look forward to the debate on the legislation.
Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7910, offered by Mr. Nadler of New York.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will recognize myself to explain the amendment. The amendment makes only cosmetic changes and makes no substantive changes to the bill. I urge all members to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
I'd like to strike the last word.
Young ladies recognized.
A few minutes before this hearing, I spoke to Mr. Garza. I spent time with Mr. Garza in Uvalde this past Sunday. A-Marie, just a baby in the 4th grade, dialed 911. She may have saved or tried to save many lives. In the pillage, carnage, and death, what was to be a wonderful ending of her 4th year in school. She didn't have that opportunity. Garza lost his only child. He pleaded on behalf of broken parents, many of whom could not speak, for us to do something. For us to do something. Look at the faces. These are not class graduation pictures. They're dead children. Just like the dead grocery store shoppers in Buffalo, or the people simply seeking a medical appointment in Tulsa.
This has
been decades of work for many members around this table, including myself, Chairman.
Using
H.R. 7910, protecting our kids, is a combination of humanity,
agenda is disgusting.
Courage, decency, and action. I'm holding the Constitution. I don't see a match that's lit the Constitution that has extinguished it. I don't see any elimination of the Second Amendment that needs a constitutional process to even address that question. I asked the NRA, Mr. Wayne LaPierre, meet with us. We're in a crisis of death. We have a war on the children of America. I, for one, cannot stand in a stupor of stupidness. I believe it is crucial that what we did some years ago, sit on the floor of the House when we were in Republican control after Sandy Hook, just to do something. And here we are again. Now remember the words of John Lewis, who said, "Where is the heart of this body, the Congress? Where is our soul? Where is our moral leadership? Where is our courage?" From Columbine, of which I served at that time on the Columbine Task Force, to the countless numbers of children that have died because guns have not been stored or guns did not have a device, as the storage bills reflect. This is the question of whether or not we as Americans are blind. Do we only see the power and money of gun manufacturers? Are we not sensitive to Boulder, Atlanta, Tree of Life, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, Las Vegas, San Bernardino, Gilroy, Garlic, Washington Navy Yard, Sandy Hook Elementary, Virginia Tech, Aurora, the Sikh Temple, Emmanuel African Methodist Church, or Santa Fe in Texas, near my district? El Paso, if I did not mention it. And so today, I'm reminded of the great and outstanding work of my colleagues. I thank you. You have introduced these bills over and over again, and I'll have an opportunity to discuss how important your legislation is, but we are not finished. The assault weapons ban is a necessity. A 7-week waiting period is a necessity. Actions against manufacturers to give civil liability is a necessity. And countering the cycle of violence is a necessity. I end
7
by
weeks.
simply saying Kimberly Vaughn
7
died in
weeks.
Santa Fe. She was 17 years old. Her mother is still in pain in Texas. And I'm calling on all of you to have a sense of humanity, courage, decency. God knows we need action, for it is a sin and a shame on us. Not this Judiciary Committee, Mr. Nadler. You have done great work on the House and the Senate, and then to the President's desk. Shame on us. We can't move legislation now. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Move strike last forward, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. It's obviously with a heavy heart that we're all participating in this markup today. Words cannot adequately express the horror that all Americans felt last week as we learned of the 21 innocent lives that were lost at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, which only added to the deep sadness we all felt a short time earlier when 10 people were senselessly killed in Buffalo. Given the shock and the revulsion that we all feel from those two horrific crimes, it's easy to understand why we're considering this legislation today. It's only human nature to search for answers and feel the need to do something to address a situation this troubling and this concerning. But the question we need to ask ourselves before we act, Mr. Chairman, is what actions can we take in a constitutionally permissive manner that will actually help make the American people, particularly school children, safer? The most obvious answer to that question is that we can take action to make our schools more secure. After the tragic shooting in Parkland, Florida, former sheriff himself led a bipartisan group of members, myself included, in reauthorizing and expanding the Cop Secure Our Schools grant program. That program provides necessary funds to states and local school districts to strengthen security measures at schools across the country. The money can be used for metal detectors, to adopt security plans, to train school officials, to hire school resource officers, including retired police officers, and to help identify students with mental health issues.
Remember, Biden is against hardening schools.
To students and teachers, but there's always room for improvement. And that's one area where I believe we could be working together to find common ground and make students safer, and it would be immediately. I also think we could work together on methods to better address the mental health crisis that's facing so many of our nation's youth today. Too often, the shootings that occur are perpetrated by primarily young men who feel marginalized and who appear to be suffering from some form or another of mental illness. Finding a way to identify these young people earlier and to help get them the treatment that they need before the tragedy strikes is a goal upon which I think we could all agree. As I mentioned earlier, the Secure Our Schools grant money can be used for that purpose. But as we saw in Buffalo, the issue is broader than just in our schools. There was also some agreement on bump stocks, which is why the ATF under President Trump acted to ban them. As most of us know, there's still an ongoing challenge in the federal courts against this ban, which is probably why a provision banning bump stocks is included in the legislation.
Rob Olson, chicken farmer from GOA, is leading up that lawsuit.
But I would probably, I think it'd be more effective if we allowed the court cases.
His mic is all screwed up. It keeps on cutting out. He lost his sound.
Semi-automatic rifles by those under the age of 21. I think this is another area where some form of bipartisan agreement might be possible. However, considering that a similar prohibition in California was just ruled unconstitutional by the Ninth Circuit of all courts 3 weeks ago, it would probably be more prudent that we review that decision and try to determine what could be accomplished in accordance with the Second Amendment. Simply moving forward with a provision that even the Ninth Circuit thinks is unconstitutional really isn't doing anybody any good. And that's the crux of my argument against this legislation. The majority is simply acting quickly because they believe it's important to act quickly. In doing so, I'm afraid they're foregoing an opportunity to actually work together and hopefully produce a better piece of legislation, which is what they're apparently trying to do in the Senate. We could do it in the House as well, Mr. Chairman, but not if the majority is so focused on the speed of the legislation rather than its merits. I think we should stay focused on the merits. Unfortunately, that's not what we're doing today. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, a statement from Representative Rosa DeLauro, whose legislation, Ethan's Law, is an important component of the Protecting Our Kids Act, will be entered into the record. For what purpose does Mr. Cohen seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
This is no rush to action. This has been delayed for decades. I was here 15 years ago when Virginia Tech was the site of a mass killing. And in 15 years, we haven't gotten gun laws changed and reformed. This bill, which is somewhat of a compilation of other laws, all should have been law before, but should be law today. And the Democrats are not rushing to anything. The public is demanding that we take action because they've seen what happened in Uvalde, Texas. They've seen what happened in Buffalo. They've seen what happened last night in Tulsa. It is happening all too often, and it's deadly. Assault weapons were banned from 1994 to 2004. It was constitutionally permissible. It wasn't until 2008 in the Heller decision when Justice Scalia said that people had a right based on the Second Amendment to protect their homes with reasonable weapons, and said that that was not something that would prohibit government from having more restrictive laws.
Thank you, Rose, for the $10 for the chat.
And or people who had criminal backgrounds or
yes,
other
ban guns. Past 10 years in the U.S. only had 8 incidents of mass stabbings, 31
First Amendment,
incidents
you cannot defame
of
people.
adults. China had 72
You cannot
mass
go into a
stabbings
theater
and
and
90 deaths and
holler
473 injuries.
There are limits.
Let's be like China.
And there are limits to the Second Amendment. And assault weapons is one of those limits we've had for 10 years. During that time, we had less mass killings in this country, and we should have it again. Assault weapons are made to kill. The picture that Miss Jackson Lee had up here of those 19 children, the last time you'll be able, or anybody would be able to recognize some of them, because when they're hit with an assault weapon, they cannot be identified. They are obliterated, and they need DNA to identify them. They put holes in their bodies so large that there's no way they could survive. They are
That's untrue.
weapons of war and weapons of death and weapons of destruction that we should not permit out here. And when somebody who's 18 years old and right after their birthday, they go and one of the first things they do is buy an assault weapon, that should be a red flag. Where is that person coming from? That's what they want on their 18th birthday, is an assault weapon. They got a problem, which means we got a problem, which means those 19 kids and their parents and those 2 teachers have a problem forever. The NRA has too much of a grip on this Congress and on the Senate. It needs to stop. They're in the business of representing gun manufacturers and selling guns and selling ammunition and not caring about what it does to innocent human beings. They don't care about children. It's not just schools, Mr. Shabbat. My friend, Mr. Shabbat, talked about the school bill. Yeah, it's terrible what happened in Uvalde and in Parkland, et cetera, but it's movie theaters. It's grocery stores. It's anywhere in America. There's something gun crazed about our country that we need to deal with. This isn't going to stop all the killings, but it'll stop some. Will it stop a law-abiding citizen? Sometimes, maybe. Will it stop non-law-abiding citizens? Yes. And that's what we need to see, that there are good background checks and that there are limits on who can get an assault weapon. These are changes that our country wants and that this bill addresses. Bump stocks, the issue with keeping them in the courts, that's an issue about jurisdiction, not about bump stock and the ability of the Congress to outlaw them. It's whether justice could do it through rules and regulations. We need to do it by law, and ghost guns should be prohibited. Now there's some new fangled deal that I've come across in the city of Memphis where they've intercepted some metal parts that have come in from China that turn pistols into semi-automatic weapons into fully automatic weapons. Customs and Border
Which is
Protection in
illegal.
Memphis have seized 40 devices recently that turn semi-automatic handguns to fully automatic.
Which is
Now, we're working
illegal.
on that.
You
That
just
should be
made.
prohibited too.
Oh my
There's
God! You
something
just
wrong in America, and this committee needs to deal with it today, and it will. I
made our
appreciate
point
Mr. Cicillini's bill that
that
does
it won't stop
ban
criminals from
assault
doing
weapons.
illegal
I
stuff.
had an amendment to do that today because it needed to be debated and it needs to be enacted. But for considerations of Mr. Cicillini's precedence on this bill, I'm not going to offer it today. But we need to pass it, and we need to pass everything here, and it's time that our Republican colleagues stopped offering just thoughts and prayers, but offered solutions and cared about the people who are dying. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the day after the Uvalde shooting, I had the opportunity to meet with CBP Chief Ortiz and also talk with marshals who were on the scene in that school. I happened to be in South Texas at that time. And it is not a tragedy. It is beyond a tragedy. A tragedy imputes some kind of non-intentional or accidental event. This was beyond that. This was a deliberate, malicious, evil event by this 18-year-old young man. And so it's beyond a tragedy, and it most certainly does need to be addressed and needs to be investigated further. There have been multiple accounts, as there normally would be, from parents, from law enforcement who was on the scene, from Border Patrol agents, the BORTAC unit, et cetera. I hope that we can get to the bottom of exactly what transpired there so we understand it more fully. I also express more than just heartfelt thoughts towards the families who were affected and the community itself that was impacted by this. But I also think it's important, Mr. Chairman, to consider a whole host of additional pieces of information. And I'm throughout the course of the day, I will submit various studies, articles dealing with these gun shootings. For instance, Mr. Chairman, I submit for the record a piece entitled "Chicago's had most mass shootings in the U.S. since 2018. What's the solution?"
Without
That's from-
objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's from CBS Chicago that was discussing that post Uvalde. And also, Mr. Chairman, another piece called "Chicago had 971 shootings in the first half of the year, while violence is trending down from the pandemic peak. It is still way too high."
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The left and the Democrats' response to virtually every problem is to take more power and control into the national government and take away individual rights or throw taxpayers' money at the problem, sometimes both. That's why they tend to exacerbate virtually every problem without resolution. They misidentify the cause of virtually every effect. The misuse of guns for criminal or even evil purposes is another example. Millions of Americans safely and responsibly own and use guns. Previous Democrat-controlled departments of justice have conservatively estimated that guns are used 1.5 million times per year to save lives. I repeat, the Department of Justice under Democrat control and leadership under Democrat administrations have done their studies and conservatively estimated that guns are used 1.5 million times per year to save lives. Other studies have put that number as high as 2.5 million times per year that a gun is used to save life. Most of the time, the vast majority of the time, it is merely by brandishing a weapon that that stops the violent criminal conduct without having to shoot. The idea that disarming Americans who lawfully, legally own guns, the idea that disarming them will produce a safer, crime-free
This guy's
America is
making
simply not
sense.
true. I will be going into the Australia studies I will go into the 17-nation international studies as we go throughout this day. We will review again in my comments from time to time, the Chicago, Portland, New York City, Seattle, and other bastions of left-wing gun-controlled areas where the public is not safer because of the gun control laws. In fact, they are more at risk. Mr. Chairman, this is an important hearing. I think it's probably premature in relationship and being driven by the response to Uvalde, and I understand that. But I also think that sometimes visceral reactions might overshadow the statement of facts that we need to discuss. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes? The gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you, Rose Bite, for a blight for the $11.
Garcia.
Criminals and criminally insane are not
Move to
going to
strike the
stop
last
by
word, Mr.
any
Chairman.
laws they
Gentlelady's
put on the
recognized.
books.
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
their nature
Chairman.
to perform
For
criminal
many of
acts,
us in
which is
Texas,
100%
our
true.
souls are crushed, our hearts are broken, but many minds are wondering, why is this still happening? No, this is not rushing. No, it's not premature. 23 years have passed since Columbine, and the time is now to act. Enough is enough. We cannot allow another disgrace like what happened in Uvalde to tear apart one more community and to tear up more families. Jacqueline Cáceres, Makina Lee Elrod, Jose Manuel Flores, Ileana Garcia, Irma Garcia, Isaiah Garcia, Ameri Joe Garza, Javier Lopez, J.C. Carmelo Loivamos, Tess Mata, Miranda Mathis, Eva Mireles, Elithaya Ramirez, Annabelle Rodriguez, Maitai Rodriguez, Alexandria Lexi Rubio, Leila Salazar, Jayla Nicole Silgorio, Eliana Cruz Torres, Rogelio Torres. These are the names of the 19 children and 2 teachers, innocent lives tragically lost. Children, now angels, watching us from above to see what we are doing. One young man pulled the trigger, but we all have failed them. America has failed them, and the other thousands of children that have died as a result of gun violence. Republicans are complicit in Uvalde's negligence and neglect to responsibly address comprehensive gun reform. Republicans are complicit in the shooter in Buffalo for encouraging white supremacy and promoting replacement theory. Republicans are complicit of the lives lost at Pulse, Florida, for their homophobic and anti-human rights narrative. Republicans are complicit in the massacre in El Paso for their
There we go. We're
anti-Latino
Nazis.
anti-Semitic
Republicans are
narrative
Nazis.
and for putting
There you
gun
go.
lobbying interests above people's lives. House Democrats stand with the victims and their loved ones. We stand to act for the people, not gun interests. We have been consistent. We are not rushing. We have already passed some bills. They're all solutions. They're not premature. We have passed reforms and measures to ensure that we're protecting our communities and most especially our little children, our angels. The community that was assaulted here in Texas was a predominantly Latino community. So to my neighbors in Uvalde, I say this, no los vamos a olvidar. No vamos a olvidar los nombres y las caras de los 19 niños que perdieron su vida. No olvidamos los responsables de esta tragedia. Seguimos luchando hasta cuando ya pasemos reformas de la violencia de armas de fuego. Gracias. Thank
Hey,
you, Mr.
look,
Chairman. With that, I
pandering.
yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment.
Clerk will report the amendment.
No, he's talking about the amendment nature of substitute.
Oh, the gentleman strikes the last word. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the atrocity in Uvalde is shocking and heartbreaking in so many ways. The slaughter of innocents is the greatest of all human crimes, and I think it rightly prompts soul searching by all men and women of goodwill for the causes and remedies. It's disturbing, though, some have used this and other recent attacks to justify either partisan attacks like we just heard, or policies as before us today to make it harder for law-abiding citizens to obtain firearms in the hope that by doing so, that someday maybe they'll become unavailable to the lawless. Well, I think this overlooks the obvious immediate action that is long overdue in this world of sin and woe. You know, if you walk into any bank in this country, you'll see at least one armed guard whose purpose is to protect our money with lethal force. And yet at Uvalde and in so many other school shootings, we were not willing to protect our children with the same force as we protect our money. No one gives a second thought to an armed guard at a bank, yet the left is outraged by the mere suggestion of placing an armed guard at every school filled with innocent children. And when are we going to get serious and take the world as it is rather than how we wish it should be? Even for those trained and licensed to carry concealed weapons, it was against both state and federal law to bring a firearm into the Robb Elementary School. Every administrator, every teacher, every janitor obeyed that law. The only person who didn't was the madman. And that, in a nutshell, is the danger of gun control laws. You know, we have more than 50 years of experience now with these laws. They are extremely effective at disarming law-abiding citizens, as they were that tragic day in Uvalde. They are extremely ineffective at disarming madmen and criminals, as they also were that day. They create an environment where the gunman is king. Now, after every tragedy, politicians rush to pass more gun control laws, as we're doing today. We've been doing this now for 50 years. If these laws actually worked, wouldn't things be getting better by now rather than worse? The proportion of households with firearms has dropped significantly in the last 40 years. Shouldn't things be getting better and not worse? Meanwhile, we've neglected the obvious. The dangerously mentally ill are not confined and treated as they were in the past. I calculated in California alone, we'd have roughly 100,000 more mentally ill confined in mental facilities today if we maintained the same proportion of the population as in 1960. Those 100,000 dangerously mentally ill are out on our streets instead. Secondly, gun criminals often escape prosecution at the hands of woke district attorneys. Let me give you just one example. Hunter Biden illegally acquired a handgun despite being an admitted drug addict, a handgun that ended up being taken out of a public trash can 500 feet from a school. He also lied on his firearms application. Nobody's prosecuting him despite there being no dispute as to the facts. Why not? But most obviously and immediately, in almost every one of these atrocities, there was no shoot back. Now, ironically, just such an event happened the very next day in Charleston, West Virginia. A criminal with an AR-15 style rifle approached a graduation party. He fired into the crowd but missed. Moments later, a woman with a concealed weapons permit returned fire and killed him on the spot. You probably haven't heard of that incident because on that occasion, there was a good guy with the freedom to return fire. That freedom was denied at Robb Elementary School. You know, if we could actually banish all guns from all criminals, sign me up. But I suspect that gun laws will be about as effective at keeping guns out of the hands of madmen and terrorists and criminals as our drug laws have been at keeping drugs out of the hands of addicts. The difference is the drug laws don't disarm law-abiding citizens from defending themselves. Gun laws do. The one thing we can do right now, this instant, that will have an immediate effect in stopping such slaughters is to assure that every school has the same protection as your average bank and that every school official with the training and licensing can carry a concealed weapon if they choose. And if we're not willing to take that simple, immediate, and wholly effective step, then we're obviously not serious about stopping these outrages. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by thanking you for this markup and for bringing this really important piece of legislation to the committee. Guns have become the leading cause of death for American kids. Let that sink in, the leading cause of death. And for those who have said, oh, we're rushing this, more than 311,000 students have experienced gun violence since Columbine. So tell the parents who lost children, tell the family members who saw loved ones slaughtered that we're rushing. The real question is, why has it taken us so long? And there's one reason.
Common tactic.
We don't have Republican colleagues in the fight with us. We passed 2 bills to strengthen criminal background checks. Our ranking member just described those as radical attempts to take away the Second Amendment to explain Republican inaction in the Senate. That's a bill supported by 90% of the American people. Common sense, as well as closing the Charleston loophole. Enough with these bogus arguments about the Second Amendment. This is about fulfilling our responsibility to keep our constituents safe from gun violence. We have a gun violence epidemic in this country. Over 200 mass shootings, 27 school shootings just this year. And every one of those victims is a child, a sister, a brother, a parent, a loved one of people that we have a responsibility to represent in this country and in this Congress. This set of proposals will significantly reduce gun violence in this country. There's not a single bill we can pass that will eliminate all gun violence. We'd all be for that. But this will make sure that you have to be old enough to have some mature judgment before you can own an assault rifle, that you can't use high-capacity magazines that can slaughter innocents at a quicker pace, that we end gun trafficking and straw purchases that help criminals get guns. We practice safe storage, eliminate bump stocks, and eliminate ghost guns so you can't secretly produce a gun and then do damage. And the ranking member said, well, these bills punish law-abiding citizens.
Straw purchases are already illegal.
Punishes anyone. And even if you think it's some small burden, it pales in comparison to the burden and the punishment that victims of gun violence have had to experience. So save this claim that somehow this is just too much for law-abiding gun owners. It's just not true. And we have an opportunity today, and I was hoping when we came to Washington for this emergency markup in direct response to gun violence continuing to ravage our country, that we would be met with colleagues on the other side of the aisle who would join us in this effort. These bills, the 5 components of this bill, have been introduced for a long time, some of them over multiple Congresses. These are not new issues, but our approach ought to be different today. We ought to work together in a bipartisan way and pass this bill out of this committee so we can demonstrate to the American people that we are committed to doing everything in our power to reduce gun violence in this country. And, you know, we've heard these same tired arguments that somehow we can't do this because the Constitution prohibits it. That is also not true. The Supreme Court of the United States has said time and time again, the Second Amendment is not absolute, that Congress and states have the ability, and I would say the responsibility, to ensure that there are appropriate restrictions, both on age, on places where you can bring firearms, and the kind of firearms you can possess. That's long been recognized by the Supreme Court. So don't let our Republican colleagues hide behind this claim that, oh, we'd love to do something. We really know this is a serious problem. We extend our thoughts and prayers, and we would do more, but you know, the Second Amendment prohibits it. That is not true. Their refusal to join us in this effort is a direct result of the power and the resources of the gun lobby in America. And really the importance of just the proliferation of gun sales, because that's how the gun lobby makes its money. And so then they don't want any restriction.
The gun lobby
any
is the gun
limitation
owners.
on how many
I'm the
guns
gun
can be
lobby.
sold and
You're
as
the
quickly as
gun
possible
lobby.
to anyone who wants them. That's not the kind of America we want to live in. And I think for the sake of my constituents, for the sake of young people, seniors, all victims of gun violence, we have a responsibility to do something. And I hope this is the second package of gun safety bills we'll do. I hope we'll do more. And then it will be incumbent on our colleagues in the Senate to send these bills to the president's desk. And if they don't,
Corn pop.
it will be clear to the American people who's fighting for common sense gun safety legislation and who is standing in the way. And it will explain why we continue to be a country that has a gun violence epidemic. We cannot allow this to continue. I urge my colleagues to support this act, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
You know, I was just thinking, so I'm going to take up the gentleman from Rhode Island's challenge. He just said that there's really not any significant constitutional issue at stake whatsoever, that the Constitution doesn't prohibit this.
Are we
it seems to
related,
me
Casey
that,
Crump?
You'd have to know, wouldn't you? I mean, I looked at the majority guidance, staff guidance.
Great last
on
name,
this, and
by the way.
it has this one sentence about talking about some states having adopted bans on 18 to 20-year-olds.
If the gentleman will yield, I'm happy to answer that.
At your time. Let me speak to it for a minute so I can thicken the plot. Just a minute, Mr. Cicilline. You said that, or the majority guidance says, yet these laws, speaking of bans in some states on semi-automatic rifles being banned to 18 to 20-year-olds, so yet these laws have been challenged in the federal courts. They referenced 2 cases, didn't say anything else about it. Well, I decided to read them. And so the Jones versus Bonta case from the 9th Circuit, one of the most liberal circuits in the country, federal case, just came down last month that said California's ban on the sale of centerfire of semi-automatic rifles to 18 to 20-year-olds violates the Constitution. It says that it goes through this long analysis of the history of the Second Amendment and says those rights to self-defense at the core of the Second Amendment, that 18 to 20-year-olds are covered by that right. They say, just like virtually every other, in fact, I think every other right in the Bill of Rights applies to 18 to 20-year-olds. And there's another case. There's a case from the 4th Circuit from where I come from. It was vacated for mootness after being issued, but it was an analysis of the federal ban on sales of handguns to 18 to 20-year-olds. And it said, this came to the same conclusion, that the Second Amendment applies. And even the dissenting judge there said, here the majority has done careful historical research and has assembled persuasive evidence that young adults aged 18 to 20 had Second Amendment rights at the time the amendment was ratified. So when we undertake to do something, in the words of the gentle lady from Texas, isn't it incumbent on the House Judiciary Committee to consider, to evaluate what the Constitution allows Congress to do consistent with the supreme law of the land? So at least two parts of this proposed hodgepodge raise questions about constitutionality: the ban on the sale of semi-automatic rifles and shotguns to 18 to 20-year-olds, and also the provision about gun storage at home. Heller, by the United States Supreme Court, spoke to that. Why would there be no analysis or no consideration? But there's a willingness to just ram through this package, and the answer is, we don't have any patience for you if you're objecting. The voices are raised, the accusations are made, Republicans are complicit. I can tell you this, and let me be clear, you are not going to bully your way into stripping Americans of fundamental rights.
Love this guy.
And it also, unfortunately, it follows a pattern that we've discussed before. Just a couple of weeks ago, you ran through a bill concerning amicus briefs in the Supreme Court that would require the disclosure of charitable organization donors in violation of their First Amendment rights of association. I pointed it out then, that you had attempted to do, the same party had attempted to do the same thing in 1958 in the NAACP case in Alabama. That you did the same thing, not coincidentally, in California, since we're talking about the California, the Ninth Circuit decision. In another case involving Mr. Bonta, the Attorney General out there, just last year, you just blundered right over that because you don't care. You're cavalier about the leak of the draft opinion from the Supreme Court. You want to pack the Supreme Court.
If the gentleman will yield, I'm happy to answer your question.
No, I think I've answered the question, but I'd be glad
not
to
accurately.
You're in the disregard with the Ninth Circuit?
Dan Bishop is
I'm
from
actually
North
bound by
Carolina.
the Supreme Court of the United States, and I'd like to read the quote to you if you'll allow me, since you raised the question.
Look, I think the issue is what that Ninth Circuit case said on the subject.
The United States Supreme Court takes precedence over the Ninth Circuit.
I don't yield. You'll have plenty of time. Your allies form mobs outside justices' homes. Yeah. You say look, you've got to figure out something else other than stripping people of their constitutional rights. We've got to figure out something else, assuming that the majority entertains a discussion. But you cannot, the courts have made it pretty clear, you cannot deprive young adults any more than the remainder of Americans of their core Second Amendment right to self-defense by the purchase and possession of weapons that are in common use and prevalent. And I'll say well, I'm out of time.
Rich, get this guy on the show.
For what purposes Ms. Dean seeking recognition?
To strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for calling us to this emergency markup of the Protecting Our Kids Act. It is timely. In fact, we've all been clamoring for this kind of legislation for a very, very long time. I'm stunned by some of the words that we're hearing on the other side of the aisle. Where is their outrage over the slaughter of 19 fourth graders and their 2 teachers? Why don't they feel an urgency
Fake
to do
tears.
something? I'm reminded of the
Fake
John
tears.
Donne poem that ends, "Do not ask for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. It tolls for us." We have to stop saying, oh, where was the shooting? Tulsa? Buffalo? Uvalde? Parkland? Stop asking for whom the bell tolls. Whose funerals are we watching this week? It tolls for us. Our souls are being drenched out of this society. Before I discuss the important merits of the legislation, let's ground the debate in these last 2 slaughters. Actually, they're not the last, but the 2 that were some of the urgency that brought us here. On May 14th, 2020, 10 Black people were killed in a racist mass shooting simply shopping for groceries. Roberta Drury, 32. Marcus Morrison, 52. Andre McNeil, 53.
Now
Aaron
she is
Salter,
going
55.
to
Geraldine Talley, 62.
refer to race.
Celestine Cheney, 65. Hayward Patterson, 67. Catherine Massey, 72. Pearl Young, 77. Ruth Whitfield, 86. It's untimely that we're here. What's untimely is being slaughtered in a supermarket by an 18-year-old with an assault-style weapon that he bought himself too, sort of as a birthday celebration.
Well, it shows that
Hundreds
background
of
checks
rounds
don't
of
work, right?
ammunition. You're worried about restricting that purchase and that slaughter, and you're not worried about the untimely deaths of 10 Black people in a supermarket. And only 10 days later, 19 children and 2 teachers killed, and I know you heard the names, but I'm going to say their first names again.
Would it make it better if
McKenna,
it was 10 white people?
Layla, Miranda, Nevaeh, Jose, Xavier. These are all 10 and 11-year-olds, I should be saying. Tess, 10. Roleo, 10. Ellie, 9. Elihana, 10. Annabelle, 10. Jackie, 9. Uzziah, 10. Jace, 10. Mate, 10. Jaliyah, 10. Ameri, 10.
Congress
Lexi,
really needs
10.
an enema.
Alethea, 10. And their teachers, Irma, 48, and Eva, 44. As we have heard, one of the children called twice, at least twice, said, "Send the police." One of the children recounted how she took the blood of her dead friend lying near her and smeared herself with that blood to pretend to be dead. What have we taught our children? This is on our watch. Where is the outrage? I will tell my friends on the other side of the aisle who, for some reason, stand against these common sense measures that would save lives, not all lives, but would save lives. You're way behind the curve. Gun owners, Americans, by and large, want these measures. I don't know what bubble you're living in. I guess surrounded by a powerful gun lobby trying to hold on to your seats. But America is way ahead of you. The outrage is real. We didn't learn it after Columbine. We didn't learn it after Sandy Hook. Please, God, let us stop the shame on our country, pass these laws, say that an 18-year-old cannot go in and slaughter our children or Black people because they don't like Black people. Join us. Join us in saving lives. We couldn't have a more important job to do. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back for purpose. This is a gentleman from Florida. Seek recognition.
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'll confess, I don't know much about the gun lobby that my colleague referenced because I don't meet with any lobbyists. I don't take their donations, and I don't take any donations from any of the political action committees that are for or against any of these measures. But I can speak for law-abiding gun owners who are very concerned about some of the bills that are before us. It is reflexive and it is irresponsible to consider bills while we're still trying to figure out what happened in some of these circumstances that you suggest animated the need for this hearing. The chairman referenced Uvalde in the first moments of this hearing, but yet we're still deciphering key elements of the law enforcement response, of the physical plant, of points of intrusion. And it is not kind, and it is not compassionate to tell people that you're doing something to help them when in fact you have no idea whether or not this legislation that you fashioned would in fact do that. I would suggest that it's potentially cruel to tell people that they've inspired a response to a tragedy when in fact that response won't work. Who would want to be associated with such a thing? My colleagues asked the question, where's the outrage? I would observe that perhaps outrage isn't the most responsible and pensive way to write a bill, to address a problem. I heard on Sunday, Senator Chris Murphy praise the Florida legislation in response to the violence in Parkland. And while there's a lot in that legislation I didn't like, mainly the gun control, there were provisions that I think we could work on that have made schools safer in Florida. For example, no longer leaving schools as gun-free zones, as soft targets in many cases, has improved the force multiplier for law enforcement. In fact, of Florida's 67 counties, 45 have opted into the Sentinel program we created in our state to get rid of the gun-free zones and to allow former members of our military, former tactical operators, former members of law enforcement to be there for their children to keep them safe so that we don't have to relive these tragedies. There was also more training that was actually required, mandatory, rigorous in Florida. That would be something that we might want to think about and might want to encourage. But it is similarly irresponsible here in the Judiciary Committee for us to just ignore the jurisprudence that's happening around the country. When you have the Ninth Circuit, the Fourth Circuit, developing law around the notion that you can't just deprive someone of their Second Amendment rights who's committed no offense other than not having achieved the age of 21 once they're an American adult. I sort of like Congressman Massey's legislation that maybe everyone who's a voter or on their way to vote ought to have the opportunity to carry a firearm to ensure that they're not subject to any intimidation. I heard my colleague, Mr. Cohen, talk about the need to pass this legislation despite the fact that it will stop law-abiding citizens from being able to exercise their right. And I guess that is the accepted collateral damage. What people need to hear is that stopping law-abiding citizens from exercising their rights is okay, even in a world in which we're not making school shootings less likely because we're not appropriately tailoring the remedy to the problem. We've got all this ghost guns and gun tracking legislation up today. Were any of these school shootings, were any of these guns ghost guns? You know, and so it seems to be sort of gun control in search of a tragedy to lash onto to animate the desire to have more gun control. And I believe the gentleman from Tennessee also said, well, it'll also stop the non-law abiding.
He is
and
absolutely
perhaps we should
right.
realize that our laws don't have their own fiat, right? They aren't in and of themselves determinative of human behavior. And to suggest, you know, I was watching the NBA Finals, and I heard Shaquille O'Neal observe that in the communities that he's familiar with, the access to guns is not the problem. Anybody can get the guns. And maybe if that's true, and he was speaking of course, non-legal ways to get guns, maybe we ought to focus on the circumstances that
Actually,
cause
like
these
Shaq.
people to commit these shootings. Maybe we ought to get rid of the gun-free zones that are causing this scourge of violence. And maybe we ought to really put the victims first, not through virtue signaling, but through pensive, thoughtful legislation.
Gentleman yields back for our purposes. The gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
We are paying for gun violence every single day of our lives. We are paying for the weapons of war on our streets with the blood of children sitting in our schools. We are paying for unfettered access with mothers and fathers waiting in line for a DNA test, forced to find out if it's their child that's riddled with bullets and maimed beyond recognition. We are paying for this deadly culture with the lives of the American people, with the lives of who we in this room are sworn to protect. Do we have the courage right here in this body to imagine the phone call parents across Uvalde received last week? The phone call that confirms our fear, our singular fear that my child is dead, and
Is
that I
she
was
wearing a wig?
unable to protect them. Because I know that phone call. Parents across the country know that phone call. It's a sucker punch to my stomach every time I learn there's another phone call. A phone call that brings you to your knees when the desperation will not let you stand, that leaves you gasping for air, when the agony will not let you breathe. And for days and for months and for years, you cry out to God in your grief. Was my child afraid? Did he feel the pain as the bullets ripped through his skin? How long did it take him to die? Was it
Her
quick,
forehead is bigger than her whole
or did
face.
he suffer? My son Jordan was only 17 years old when he was shot by a man with a gun who didn't like the loud music that he was playing. I had dreamed of who he would become. I had dreamed of watching him walk across the stage for his high school graduation, filled with excitement for college, hope for his future, and dreams for the world that only a teenager can have. The same racially motivated violence that took my son, that murdered 10 Black Americans in Buffalo, is being replayed with casual callousness and despicable frequency. Since last week, when 19 children were gunned down at their desks, we have lost over 700 Americans to gun violence. Last night, 4 Americans were murdered as they worked, murdered while they tried to mend, murdered while they tried to keep families whole. Are we okay with this as a nation? Is this the status quo that we all accept? What rights do we give our children as we bring them into this world? What rights has God given them as they grow in our homes and in our hearts? Do we enjoy the right to study in our schools without the fear of massacre? Do our children have the right to live free from the trauma that only stepping over a friend covered in blood could ever bring? Do parents enjoy the right to drop their kid off at a school and expect to see them come home? Do we as a nation have the God-given right to live free from this scourge of gun violence, of senseless suffering, of death and despair? Because we cannot keep doing this. An entire generation of children are learning that the adults they look up to cannot or will not protect them. We all agree that the status quo is unacceptable. We all understand that the murder of our children cannot continue. And we have solutions that a majority of American people believe in. They are common sense compromises that will keep American children alive. Solutions to protect our kids, to keep guns out of the hands of those who should not have them, and to stop our neighbors from being slaughtered in our schools, in our churches, and in our supermarkets. Throughout this nation's history, our elected leaders have risen to the task. And we have the opportunity to do this again right now as a nation, to do the right thing and address this moment in history. Because this is the time right now. This is the moment. It may be the only moment that we have. We are facing the challenge of our lifetime, and this is the issue of our era. And we must summon the courage to do what is right, the courage to protect our kids, and the courage, my God, we have to have the courage to protect America. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back for our purposes. Mr. Massey seek recognition.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Today, we're debating a gun control bill that's actually 6 gun control bills in one. And why are there 6? because none of them work. If you take 6 that don't work and put them together, they're not going to work. You
I
can't
love
make up
Thomas
for
Nelson.
ineffective bills by having more than one or half a dozen of them. Each and every one of these gun control bills in this single title is unserious and unconstitutional and suffers from the problem, the
He
inherent
is the
problem
man.
that almost all gun control suffers from. And that is criminals do not obey the law. They do not follow the law. Who here today thinks that criminals are going to read the Safe Storage Act and you know, some gang member is going to say, oh, I better lock this gun up or else they'll come and take it. Who here today thinks that a 19-year-old criminal is going to obey the restriction on age for having a gun? Nobody here believes this. These are unserious, but they're worse than that. They're going to compromise the rights and the safety of individual citizens, law-abiding citizens. Let me tell you the story of Nikki Gosser, who's testified here in Congress, and she worked for me in my congressional office. Nikki watched her husband get murdered in front of her viciously in a gun-free zone while her licensed firearm was in her car outside of the restaurant. That haunts her today. Ben and her had just recently been married and they just wanted to be in this restaurant and they followed the law, and he was murdered by her stalker in front of her. Now, she went on to get the laws changed in Tennessee to get rid of that gun-free zone. But that's one example, just one example of how all the rest of these are going to fail. The criminals do not follow the law. And the biggest thing we could do that nobody on the other side of the aisle is talking about today is to quit advertising our schools as soft zones, soft targets for defenseless teachers, defenseless staff, and students
who aren't being defended. Congress itself in 1990 passed the
Trying to do that
Gun-Free School
weekly.
Zone Act.
I remember when I've been working in
It's done
intelligence,
more, it's cost
them
more
doing
lives
that
than
like
it has saved.
weekly.
Now, some
So
states
it's
have
a
been
big
able to
deal.
override the
They
Gun-Free
just make a
School
big deal
Zone
of it
Act and
now.
create their own areas. And in those states and those school districts where that's happened, where they've allowed qualified teachers and staff to carry, there hasn't been a single mass shooting in one of those schools. There hasn't been a single shooting of one person in one of those schools. The biggest thing we could do here today is to repeal the 1990 Gun-Free School Zone Act so that the default condition in this country is not to advertise every student as a target. Now, to Mr. Cicilline's point, he was talking about the Supreme Court. You know, in 1995, the Gun-Free School Zone Act was struck down. Why was that? Because this document does not contain the authority to implement a Gun-Free School Zone Act. So what did Congress do? They resuscitated this unconstitutional bill by putting in a provision that says, well, as long as the gun is involved in interstate commerce, well, then we have the authority. Well, I wonder if that's the case with all 6 of these useless bills in here today, because only 2 of the bills say that. It's actually 2 of the bills say it only applies to firearms involved in interstate commerce. Does that mean the other 4 are unconstitutional? Or it actually means all 6 are unconstitutional, and they're trying to save 2 of them with the provision that killed the Gun-Free School Zone Act in 1995. By the way, they overturned Mr. Lopez's conviction, and he went on to serve in the Marines, the one who was convicted of violating the Gun-Free School Zone Act. But Congress came back and resuscitated it, and unconstitutionally so, but there is a conflict between these 6 bills. Some of them recognize the constitutional flaw and some of them don't. And I want to close with this. Some of my colleagues have said that the assault weapons ban from 1994 to 2004 reduced mass public shootings by 40%. They make up a number a lot of times, but I'll take whatever number they use. Do they know that sales of AR-15 style weapons went up from 1994 to 2004, because it was just a cosmetic ban? So if the assault weapons ban had any effect, how did it have an effect? The ownership and sales and transfer of AR-15 style weapons went up during that period. So I would just close by saying, you can't make a good law by putting 6 bad laws together. It's not going to work. It will infringe on our constitutional rights, and the Democrats don't seem to care. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson of Georgia seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
You know, it's been 9 days since we lost 21 souls in Uvalde, Texas. 19 children and 2 teachers. We can't ignore our problem, which is out of control gun violence in America. We must lead, we must act, and we must act now. Acting now will take courage. Each of us on this committee should call forward some semblance of courage, like the courage that was on display last week by those brave Border Patrol agents who put their lives at risk to stop the carnage in Uvalde. I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, can you put aside your thirst for raw power and muster the courage to stand up for our kids and against the NRA? My friends, history will not forget those politicians and the phony patriots who cared
There it
more
is.
about maintaining their grip on
The
power
boogeyman.
and serving the interest of the NRA than they did about protecting our kids from out-of-control gun violence. Columbine, Sandy Hook, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, Virginia Tech, UC Santa Barbara, and the list goes on and on. And none of these heinous atrocities.
They do have
moved
acting coaches.
Congress
They
to
don't call them
act.
acting coaches, but they're
We must not let
consultants. But yeah,
Uvalde
they do.
be the same. Our constituents need to know that we hear from them and we will act on their behalf. The fact of the matter is that more than 311,000 students have experienced gun violence at school since Columbine. This violence, this carnage cannot be what America is all about. And the time for minor reforms is gone. Congress must take comprehensive legislative action to stop the murders of our children. In the name of all who have perished at the hands of a firearm, we must do something. In the name of Columbine, let's crack down on straw purchasers. In the name of Route 91, let's ban bump stocks. In the name of Sandy Hook, Pulse Nightclub, El Paso, Texas, and Dayton, Ohio, let's ban high-capacity magazines. In the name of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, Buffalo, and Uvalde, let's raise the age of purchase to 21 years of age. This misguided pledge that some of us have of allegiance to guns and yes, to the NRA, it must end. And it must end now, not tomorrow, not next year, but now. For the people of the United States, demanding meaningful, effective action, let's pass the Protecting Our Kids Act. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Anytime we address gun violence, we should also address the state of affairs of our society. We should address crime and mental health. We must also address the family unit, forging the future of our society. Look at the story of the young man who did so much damage in Uvalde, Texas. None of the latter seems to get any attention from this body, and the knee-jerk reaction is to always punish law-abiding citizens for the sins of the few. The answer is always to place more restrictions on the masses instead of holding the individual accountable. The problem is not being addressed today. The majority, instead of working in good faith across the aisle to find real solutions to these problems, are now here talking about protecting our kids with a bill that does little of that. This bill ignores the real mental health crisis in the country. It ignores the countless failures by the FBI and local jurisdictions in failing to act on actionable information. It ignores how the defund the police movement influenced school districts across the US to rid themselves of school resource officers and police. It ignores the school systems trying to replace the family by withholding information from parents about their own children. This social experiment going on in our military, our schools, and our society is contributing to this mental health crisis, the deterioration of family values, and our skyrocketing violent crime rates. The question was posed by the lady from Pennsylvania. What have we taught our children? It is a very good question, and it's not being answered today. Unconstitutionally changing the age for ownership of a rifle from the 18 to 21, as has been so clearly stated by others on the committee, does little to address the root causes I've described. Neither is creating a gun owner database through the IRS, one of the provisions of the 6 in this bill. After all, the IRS has not had a great track record of keeping confidential information secure, has it? Moving the
100% true.
goalposts, as often is done, only gets some talking points. Real solutions required reaching across the aisle and addressing all of these issues, not messaging that exploits tragedies to try and take away our rights and eventually have to be struck down by the courts. And I really think that the majority should be honest here today with the American public, and you should come clean. And you should propose the amendment, which is what you really want, which is to repeal the Second Amendment to the Constitution, because that is really what is afoot and has been over the decades as we've had this robust argument here in our country for a long time. Come clean, tell the American people what you really want to do, Mr. Chairman, and that is repeal the Second Amendment. And I would just close by this. Uzziah Garcia has been mentioned a couple times during this hearing. God bless that young man, and may he rest in peace, along with all the others that perished in Uvalde. But I would also cite Uzziah Garcia's uncle, who said, do not politicize this. Do not politicize this before all the facts are known about what went on at that Uvalde school. With that, if I have any colleagues that would like time yielded to them, I'd be happy to do it.
I'd like you to yield to me if you wouldn't mind. I'm a colleague.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Thank you, Rose Polite, for the $50 super chat.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
1,073
recognized for
injuries or
5
deaths
minutes.
since 1990 and 56 mass shootings, 30 years ending in 2020, 273 injuries and deaths and 5 mass shootings in the previous 30 years, 617 injuries and deaths in the previous 150 years. That is because I believe it's the media that is causing mass shootings, because they highlight the shooters and give them the fame that they are seeking.
As the youngest member of this committee, I need to address my Republican colleagues on behalf of the generations of young people whom Republicans have condemned to grow up in fear that they will be gunned down at school.
Oh, shut up.
When I was just 11 years old, something that then
Nitwit.
seemed unthinkable happened. 2 students killed a teacher and 12 of their classmates at Columbine High School. I was afraid. All of us were. But still, I had hope that by the time I was in high school, nothing like the shooting at Columbine would ever happen again. I had faith that adults would step up. I never imagined that mass shootings, let alone school shootings, would become our new normal. Yet that is exactly what has happened. What was once unthinkable has come to feel, for many Americans, unstoppable. Since Columbine, more than 311,000 children have experienced gun violence at school. There were more school shootings last year than in any year since 1999, the year of Columbine. And there have been more than 200 mass shootings this year already. The leading cause of death of American children is now gun violence. Behind every one of those statistics is the story of a person, often a child, who mattered. Before we even had time to grieve for the 10 people murdered by a white supremacist in Buffalo, New York, my home state, another gunman killed 19 children and 2 adults in Uvalde, Texas. 4 children are orphans because their mother made the ultimate sacrifice, not on the battlefront in Iraq or in Eastern Europe, but in the classroom. And their grieving father died of a heart attack thereafter. A girl named Nevaeh, heaven spelled backwards, is in eternal rest at the age of 10. A badge of honor has been awarded posthumously for heroism, not to a police officer, but to a Girl Scout, murdered trying to call for help. To the parents who mourn and the children who fear, all you have to offer are more guns, and apparently the ridiculous idea of fewer school doors. My generation and the generations who have followed know that this epidemic of gun violence is not unstoppable. It is a choice you could make differently at any time, a choice between our lives and your guns. Time after time, we have given you a chance to do something. After Columbine, after Sandy Hook, after Parkland, and time after time, you have chosen to put your right to kill over our right to live. But your selfishness and your indifference have not killed our hope. You have transformed it. Before, we believed that you might do what the people overwhelmingly support and help advance common sense gun violence legislation. Now we know that it is up to us to save ourselves from you. We did not choose this fight. We had our own dreams for our lives, the same as you did when you were kids, but we can't let you get away with this anymore. Enough is enough. Enough of you telling us that school shootings are a fact of life when every other country like ours has virtually ended it. Enough of you blaming mental illness and then defunding mental health care in this country. Enough of your thoughts and prayers. Enough. Enough. You will not stop us from advancing the Protecting Our Kids Act today. You will not stop us from passing it in the House next week, and you will not stop us there. If the filibuster obstructs us, we will abolish it. If the Supreme Court objects, we will expand it, and we will not rest until we have taken weapons of war out of circulation in our communities. Each and every day, we will do whatever it takes to end gun violence, whatever it takes. What we will do is not fail the children of this country the way
Want a
that you
civil
have
war,
failed
bud? Because that's how you get a
generations of
civil war.
Columbine, Sandy Hook, Parkland, and Uvalde. I yield back, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields back for our purposes. The gentleman from Ohio seek recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now we know. Now we know where they want to go. We just said it. End the filibuster, expand the court, forget the Constitution. Now we know. Democrats blame guns. They criticize the NRA. They call Republicans names. But let's be honest. They've told us what they want to do. Their real beef is with the Second Amendment. Their real beef is with the Second Amendment.
Love Jim Jordan.
Think about what this bill does. Mr. Massey just outlined the 6 bills thrown into one. What this bill does, it tells law-abiding citizens when you can get a gun, what kind of gun you can get, what accessories you can get for your gun, and where and how you have to store it in your own darn home. That's what this bill does. This is an assault. This is the start. This is the start. We know it's the start because Ms. Jackson Lee, the first person to speak on their side, said this: we're not finished. This is just the beginning. Their goal, plain and simple, is to get rid of the Second Amendment. Joe Biden said it the other day. Said he wants to ban 9mm handguns. Michael Moore said it last week. Time to repeal the Second Amendment, he said. We know where the Democrats want to go, and they don't care about the Constitution. Mr. Bishop pointed that out just a few minutes ago. They know the age limit in this bill is unconstitutional. We just had a decision last month from the most liberal circuit in the country. Said it's unconstitutional. They know the storage provisions are unconstitutional. The Heller decision said so. They don't care. Forget the Constitution. They want to change the country in so many dramatic ways. The gentleman from New York just talked about getting rid of the filibuster, packing the court. We know they want to pack the court because chairman of this committee introduced a bill 14 months ago to pack the court. And the worst of it is, this bill would not address the tragedies we have seen unfold around the country in the last couple weeks. Would not stop the terrible events that we saw. Wouldn't harden schools. In fact, the spokesperson for the president just said last week, hardening schools is not something President Biden wants to happen, not something he believes in. I find that astonishing, but that's what she said. This bill would not stop the terrible events. It wouldn't harden schools, but it will sure take away the rights of the American people who follow the law. That's what this is all about. And it's just so wrong. But it is part of the pattern we have seen. And again, as Mr. Bishop pointed out a few minutes ago, this is the Judiciary Committee. You would think there would be the proper respect for the Constitution and for decisions reached by our circuit courts. Nope. Nope. We are so focused on taking away people's liberty. It's frightening to me when you put it all in context and you think about what the Democrats are trying to do to First Amendment liberties, now to Second Amendment liberties. This is what frightens the American people, and that's why we should vote this bill down, and we should come together as a bipartisan in a bipartisan way to figure out what we can do to help make schools safe, make sure that people are properly trained there, make sure the facility is the way it needs to be. We're all for that, but we're not for taking away this. We're not for taking away Second Amendment liberties, not for ending the Second Amendment like they want to do. Mr. Chairman, I would yield to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
I thank the ranking member. Quote, "We must dismantle white supremacy in all aspects of our society, and that means moving funding away from police departments and toward programs that improve public safety by helping to address the roots of systemic inequality." The gentleman from New York, the gentleman who just told us who he is, and I believe him. Except what the gentleman from New York described is annihilating the Second Amendment without repealing it in the manner contemplated by the Constitution of the United States.
Would the gentleman yield?
Understand what we are up against, because he just
Would the
told
gentleman
us.
yield?
He just told us,
Will the gentleman from
and
Ohio
I believe
yield?
him. I yield back to the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
I wasn't aware that Michael Moore was a Democratic member of the House. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we originally called this markup to make a vow to the families of the 21 people, including 19 children and 2 teachers who were murdered last week in the 27th school shooting this year. A vow to the families of the 10 people killed in a supermarket by an 18-year-old gunman in Buffalo, New York, just 2 weeks before Uvalde, Texas. A vow to the families of so many mass shootings who have channeled their anger and their grief into pushing for action from Congress to take life-saving measures by passing legislation for common sense, necessary, life-saving gun reforms through the House of Representatives, and demanding that the Senate act to stop the insanity of mass shootings that plagues our country. And yet, before we could even have this hearing today, before the funerals have been held for those who died in Uvalde, just last night, America experienced another mass shooting at the St. Francis Medical Building in Tulsa, Oklahoma. At least 4 people died. People who themselves were working to save lives, people who were parents who left behind children, people who should be alive today. Reports from the scene detail the shooter carrying 2 guns, One, an AR-style semi-automatic rifle, like the one used in the Uvalde massacre, but just yesterday, carrying those two guns through the medical buildings before the shooting began. And because of Oklahoma's open carry law, hospital personnel were unable to do anything before the shooter began his rampage. And while we don't know the details, let me remind you that Republicans, in their never-ending pursuit to increase the number of guns on our streets and in our schools, passed laws in Oklahoma so that no permit is needed to purchase a firearm from a private individual, no waiting period is required to purchase a firearm, and no firearm registration is required in the state. In Oklahoma, anyone over the age of 21 can openly carry a firearm, including an AR-15, without a license or registration. Weapons that can cause mass devastation are subject to less common sense safety measures than cars or motorcycles. The children of Uvalde are all of our children. The parents in Buffalo and Oklahoma are all of our parents. This is our responsibility, and it doesn't have to be this way. Today, we have a chance to say no more, to refuse to allow our schools and our supermarkets, our hospitals and our theaters, our public places turned into war zones where children hide terrified under desks or in closets, or doctors in medical facilities don't know if they are going to save a life or have their own taken away. Do not tell me that the answer to this is to put even more guns on the streets or to militarize our schools or our theaters or our hospitals with metal detectors and cops. Do not talk about taking away fundamental freedoms when what we are doing by refusing to pass sensible reforms is taking away the fundamental freedom for children to go to school and play and live. And don't tell me that the answer to this is just about mental health. We certainly have mental health challenges that we have to respond to, but countries around the world have similar mental health challenges, but no other modern wealthy country has these mass shootings as we do. What sets us apart, sadly, is the enormous number of guns and lack of regulation around guns, and most importantly, the lack of political will from Republicans to respond to these mass shootings. When other countries have had a major mass shooting, they have responded and it has worked. In March of 1996, Great Britain experienced the deadliest mass shooting in its history at an elementary school. The shooter murdered 16 children and their teacher and injured 15 others. And in response, the British Parliament banned high caliber pistols. Since then, there has been not a single shooting in the UK. 6 weeks later, the deadliest single person mass shooting in Australia and the third worst in the world occurred in Tasmania, killing 35 people and wounding 23. Australia passed sweeping reforms, including banning nearly all semi-automatic rifles and shotguns and launching a program to buy back over 600,000 firearms. And since then, there has been only one mass shooting in Australia. Other countries have responded to gun violence with decisive action that effectively wiped away mass shootings. And meanwhile, the United States makes up 4% of the global population, but close to 15% of firearm deaths worldwide. So do not tell me that we don't know what works. We know what works. We know that what we need to do is to pass this bill and say yes to saving lives for our children and our families. Let's do what is right.
The gentlelady yield back?
I do.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Stubbe seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
In the filibuster, expand the court, take away your constitutional rights under the Second Amendment. Well, we just heard that that's exactly what the Democrats want to do here today and in the House in this coming week. On Monday, Biden stated a 9mm bullet blows the lung out of the body, and I quote, "So the idea of these high caliber weapons is there's simply no rational basis for it in terms of thinking about self-protection." So you can't protect yourself with a 9mm. I guess according to Biden, only a 22 round ammunition would be sufficient. Then the White House walked back that statement and said he supports a ban on the sale of assault weapons, which there's no such thing, and high capacity magazines. High capacity magazines. I'm going to come back to that in a second. Yesterday, Speaker Pelosi, speaking at an anti-gun rally in San Francisco, stated, "We will have a hearing markup on an assault weapon ban." Their plans and their intentions are clear. They want to take away law-abiding citizens' ability to purchase the firearm of their choice, and don't let them fool you that they are not attempting to take away your ability to purchase handguns. They're using the magazine ban to do it. Last year in 2021, the Glock 19 was the highest sold handgun in the United States. It comes with a 15-round magazine. That gun would be banned. Right here in front of me, I have a Sig Sauer P226. Comes with a 21-round magazine. This gun would be banned. Here's a 12-round magazine. This magazine would be banned under this current bill. It doesn't fit because this gun was made for a 20-round, 21-round magazine. This gun would be banned under this bill. Here's a Sig Sauer 320. It takes a 20-round magazine. Here's a 12-round magazine.
This guy is badass.
Because it would be banned. This gun would be banned under this bill. Here's a gun I carry every single day to protect myself, my family, my wife, my home. This is a XL Sig Sauer P365. Comes with a 15-round magazine. Here's a 7-round magazine, which would be less than what would be lawful under this bill if this bill were to become law. It doesn't fit. So this gun would be banned.
I hope the gun is not loaded.
I'm at my house. I can do whatever I want with my guns.
There's a point of order.
That is awesome.
The Democrats want to do. Now let's just take the policy objectives that they're trying to accomplish and look at the municipalities that have actually passed it. Maryland, Washington, D.C., Cook County, Illinois, all have some of the strictest gun country laws in the country, including limiting magazines to only 10 rounds. By comparison, in Florida, there are significantly less restrictions and no limits on magazine size in the state of Florida.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Are these laws effective?
Would the
Let's
gentleman
look at
yield
the
for a
homicide
question?
rates in major cities and anti-gun jurisdictions that have magazine bans.
Would the gentleman
and
yield for
compare
a
them to the
question?
State of Florida, where we have freedom and the ability to carry whatever firearm we want.
Would the
Jacksonville,
gentleman
Florida,
yield for a question?
largest city by area in the state, in my state.
Would the gentleman yield for a question? Yes or no?
No, I'm trying to get my point across in the 2
The
minutes
answer
that
is
I
no.
have left.
I love that.
The murder rate was more. Now, let me start back over, and I hope you give me my 10 or 15 seconds back that you just took. Jacksonville, Florida, the largest city by area in my state, the murder rate was more than half of DC or Chicago in 2021. And you are 4 times lower, and it was 4 times lower than in Baltimore, Maryland. All jurisdictions that have a magazine ban, you're safer in the state of Florida where we don't have it. If you live in Tampa, Florida, near my district, or in Orange County, where Orlando is located, in 2021, you were roughly 3 times less likely to be murdered here in Florida, in Orange County, or in Tampa than in Chicago or DC, where they both have magazine bans. And you are a whopping 5 times less likely to be murdered than in Baltimore, Maryland, than in Tampa, Florida, or Orange County. Additionally, the state of West Virginia is instructive on this point. West Virginia has some of the most gun-friendly laws in the country, including permitless carry, no magazine restrictions. For purposes of comparing apples to apples, West Virginia also faces some struggles and has poverty levels comparable to nearby Baltimore and Washington, D.C. Yet someone is 9 times less likely to be murdered in West Virginia than in Baltimore, and approximately 5 times less than in D.C., according to the most recent numbers in those jurisdictions. These anti-gun cities, particularly ones with magazine bans, have some of the highest crime rates in the country, and they are growing worse. These laws do nothing to stop crime, and no one here thinks they will actually stop mass shootings. This is a push to take away your right to carry whatever firearm you please to defend yourself. So I hope our colleagues in the Senate are paying attention. A magazine ban will not allow you to carry these type of handguns because they don't have the capacity to take such a small magazine. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back for purposes. The gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just returned from traveling to visit with other governments in Europe who have been receiving Ukrainian refugees, who have been standing up to Russia. It was an important series of meetings, but every single meeting started with expressions of sympathy and condolences and questions about how it is that the United States continues to
Ukraine just
deliver
handed
gun
out
problem. I thought it would be
fully
important
automatic
just to
AKs
respond
to the
some of these
citizens
words
defend
make clear what
against
we're actually
Russia.
doing. First of all, to the ranking member and to Mr. Bishop, I so resent being told that I don't care about the Constitution. We all do, and you know it's not true. Yes, there's a Ninth Circuit decision. There are also other circuits who have come down the other way. And when you refer to Heller, I think it's important to point out the words of Justice Scalia in the Heller decision when he said, like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited, who then went on to explain exactly how. So let's at least be clear that what's happening here, first of all, is constitutional. Now let's talk about what we're trying to do. We already passed legislation to require a check of one's background to make sure you don't have a violent history. There's nobody who's watching this who thinks that if you have a violent history, you should be able to buy a firearm. That's just straightforward. That's what we already passed. And that's what the Senate needs to bring up and pass. And look at what's in this bill. Raise the age for purchasing a semi-automatic rifle from 18 to 21. Let's also acknowledge that in America, you can't buy a handgun unless you're 21. That somehow hasn't been brought up today. By the way, you also can't buy a drink and you can't buy tobacco unless you're 21 either, but you can go in and you can buy a semi-automatic assault rifle, which, by the way, for every time someone sits in this meeting and says, well, nothing we're doing here would have prevented this. Well, actually, if we had a law that said you have to be 21 to buy, then these two AR-15s would not have been purchased. So that's what the 18 to 21 is. Also, Florida, my own Florida, raised the age to buy a gun to 21. It's a really important step that we can take. Also, we'll be voting, before I get back to this, we'll be voting on red flag laws, which Florida passed, which have now been used 5,800 times to make sure that people with violent histories don't do harm to themselves or to others. Florida did that. We want federal offenses for gun trafficking.
Violation of the Fourth and Fifth Amendment, by the way.
People to feel that they're able to simply bring guns to cities that don't have restrictions, don't buy them where they don't have restrictions, take them to other cities. We're tough on crime in this committee, right? We all ought to be supportive of cracking down on gun traffickers who put people's lives at risk. Safe storage of firearms. Look, if you have a child in your house, my guess is for every one of my colleagues on this committee who owns a firearm, you store it safely. But shouldn't everyone, if they have a child in their house, have to store their firearm safely? That's what this bill does. Bump stocks. Let's remember what bump stocks are. Bump stocks in Las Vegas allowed the shooter to fire off his gun as to do it more rapidly, to do it almost as a fully automatic rifle. Well, President Trump wanted to get rid of those. We're getting rid of them here. Everybody ought to be supportive of that. And then finally, on high capacity magazines, all we're doing is limiting the capacity. And we're not banning guns. We're not taking anyone's guns away. We're not taking anyone's magazine away either. We're limiting it. And you know why? Because when a shooter goes into a school and has to reload, or goes anyplace else where there are mass shootings, which is everywhere, and has to reload, it provides an opportunity for someone to stop him and stop the killing. That's what that's about. And I'll finish with this. Look, I completely agree. We ought to be working together on school safety issues. We ought to pass the Luke and Alex School Safety Act. We ought to pass the Eagles Act. But this isn't just about schools. This is about these horrific mass shootings that happen everywhere. We ought to pass Jamie's law that my constituent, Fred Gunberg, who lost his daughter, Jamie, has worked so hard on to require.
Thank you, Scott W.
There's a lot.
Thank you, John, for helping out Matt.
There's a problem at getting access to
I
mental
haven't
health
been
care.
doing
We should
this.
surge mental health care professionals into every underserved community.
That's for you and Rove and everyone else.
This is a reasonable
Who has
piece of legislation that will help to save
given
lives.
a super chat.
It's important that we do it. We owe it to every family who continues to suffer, as so many in my community continue to. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your bringing this bill forward for markup, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back for what purposes Ms. Deming seek recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My colleague from North Carolina had the audacity to talk about bullies. Well, I think bullies showed up on January 6th and trampled all over the United States Constitution. I think bullies are trying to take away a woman's right to choose. I think bullies all over
Of
this
course,
country are
January
involved
6th.
in gerrymandering and trying to suppress the right to vote. So if you want to talk about bullies, let's
I
talk
care about
those
kids,
things.
but
Well,
I
it's been
like
very
killing
interesting
babies.
listening to
Yay.
this, discussion. As a former police chief, a former crisis negotiator, the commander of the critical incident management team, I hardly know how to describe or begin to understand why people who have the power and the opportunity to do good, to make a difference, just simply refuse to do so, come hell or high water. And Lord knows we have seen hell come over and over again, whether it was Columbine, Sandy Hook, Virginia Tech, Las Vegas, El Paso, all our churches, Mother Emanuel, Sutherland Springs, in our movie theaters, our synagogues, grocery stores, the Pulse nightclub that just happens to be in my district, Parkland, Uvalde.
Go to John Crump
And as
Live.
my
You watch
colleague
the
said,
interview
before we
with
can get this hearing started today,
Stephen Williford, the guy that
hospital
engaged the
is
Sutherland Springs shooter.
all
And
know
let's see what
that
he
law
thinks about all
enforcement is
this.
expected
If you're going to bring
do
up Sutherland
something to
Springs.
respond
By the way,
quickly
Stephen Williford now
and
works for
enforce the
GOA.
laws. Well, guess what? We as members of Congress are responsible for writing those
Get the F
laws.
out
And
of
we
here.
have watched hell come time and time again, over and over again, and simply have failed the American people. Well, I don't know about my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but I am certainly not proud of that. Mr. Chairman, is there anyone really on this committee? Because sometimes it's hard to tell, is there really one who really believes that it's okay for an 18-year-old to purchase an assault weapon or an assault style weapon that can do unimaginable damage to the human body and also be able to purchase thousands of rounds of ammunition? Is there anyone on this committee who really believes that that is
I'm not on the
okay?
committee, but I believe in that.
Ammunition Background Check Act, known as Jamie's Law, which my colleague, Mr. George, just mentioned. Jamie was a young woman with her whole future ahead of us who lost her life at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Mr. Chairman, I ask my colleagues to not wait another day. And let's just sit back and see who's going to be killed next. Who's going to die next in a mass shooting. Just as we expect law enforcement to do something, well, with our power comes responsibility too. The American people are expecting us to do something. Let's don't sit back and wait for the next child in this country to die in their classroom. Mr. Chairman, I believe that there is no country with a greater ability to protect our children than the United States. And there's been several people talking about Florida, talking about Parkland and laws that Florida passed. Well, let me be clear about this. It was the Republican-led legislation who thought that children dying at Parkland was ridiculous and shameful and appalling. And it was that legislation that raised the age, that legislation that imposed a 3-day waiting period, and that legislation or legislators
Walt Stimson, who is endorsed by the NRA, wrote that law and is now running for agricultural commissioner of Florida, by the way.
Played today. They remembered, as
NRA
we talk
endorsed.
about constitutional rights, they remembered the rights of our children not to die by gunfire in the classroom. But you know what? They don't spend all of their time in the classroom. They go to church, they go to the balls, they go to the movie theater. We will be held accountable for acts of omission and commission. May heaven help us. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Right, the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is terribly sad what's happened in this country in the last few weeks and in the last few years, frankly. I was a federal prosecutor when Columbine happened and was part of a group that went into the school the day after. And what I saw was terrible. I had young children in school, and it impacted me and those with me and frankly, all of America. Living in Colorado, I've also experienced the Aurora school shooting, or I'm sorry, the Aurora theater shooting up close. And certainly recently the Boulder grocery store shooting. But one thing I've learned from law
Ken Buck
enforcement, one thing I've
represents,
learned from
he's from
being
Greenlee, Colorado, by the way.
involved in these particular shootings, and also observing what's happening in our country. These laws will not help the situation. And then frankly, I will vote against the bill that has been proposed. It is a problem when we tell the American people that we have solutions, and we don't have easy solutions for what's happening right now. We need to hold hearings. We need to examine the underlying causes. There are some ideas that I think would be helpful in terms of hardening schools and some other ideas. Gun-free school zones have been a failure. Gun-free zones have been a failure. The Aurora theater shooting, there were a dozen premieres of the Batman movie the night of the Aurora theater shooting within a few miles of where that shooting occurred. That shooting occurred in a gun-free zone, and the other premieres were not in gun-free zones. Did the shooter take that into account? I don't know. But it's clear that disarming Americans is not a way to reduce gun violence. We've seen assault weapons bans. The assault weapon ban that was in place, the federal assault weapon ban that was in place for 10 years, we saw a violent gun crime increase during that time. It did not reduce violent gun crime in America. These bills that have been presented, the Safe Storage Act, Ethan's Law, Safe Guns, Safe Kids Act, Closing the Bump Stock, Keep Americans Safe Act, would not have prevented what happened in the last 3 shootings and many other shootings. We have a serious problem involving family, involving drugs, involving mental health in this country. We have gone the wrong direction in the last 40 or 50 years. We have become a less safe society generally. Blaming the gun for what's happening in America is small-minded. It is unfortunate that we can't come together as a group of well thought through legislators that want to deal with this problem, pointing the fingers at each other and saying, well, you're only doing this because you're trying to gain political points on the heels of a dangerous shooting. And then for you to tell us that, well, we're controlled by the NRA. I voted against the NRA. I'll vote against the NRA when I think they're wrong. I'm representing my constituents. In rural Colorado, an AR-15 is a gun of choice for killing raccoons before they get to our chickens. It is a gun of choice for killing a fox. It is a gun that you control predators on your ranch, on your farm, on your property. The idea that somehow we're going to deny access to, I think there are 20 million AR-15s in circulation in this country. It makes absolutely no sense, and it's unfortunate. I think that there are other answers. We've certainly in Colorado, we have discussed the possibility of incentivizing veterans who come back from the military or discharged from the military to go into education and teach and be able to carry guns in a school as a teacher, as an administrator, as a coach, trying to help to strengthen our system. I think we've got to get beyond the finger pointing at this point. I think we've got to get to the point where we're holding hearings, and I hope when Republicans take the majority in November, that in January, we will start to hold hearings and come up with answers that are meaningful, not answers where we tell the American public we've solved the problem
We're going to make sure that there's no guns in schools, so law-abiding citizens don't have guns in schools, but criminals do. We want to make sure that we get to the bottom line of a very complex and very serious problem that this country faces. And I hope we do in the future. It's obvious to me that right now that's not what's intended, and it's sad. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes? The gentleman from California seek recognition.
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
19 kids are dead. 19 children are dead. And so to my Republican colleagues, I ask, who are you here for? Are you here for our kids, or are you here for the killers? Because if you were here for the kids, you would do all you could to protect the next school shooting that's about to happen. And we know what's going to happen in America. You would vote to raise the age on purchasing an assault rifle. You would vote to ban high-capacity magazines. You would vote to require safe storage. And you would vote to address ghost guns, which are ravaging communities across America. But if you're here for the killers, you would do everything to make it easier for the next school shooting to happen. And Mr. Jordan, to say we are trying to dramatically change the country, if trying to make sure that no more kids are put in the ground with a Superman coffin means dramatically change the country, guilty. That's why we're here. Kids are going in the ground today, and you call that trying to dramatically change the country. Why aren't you trying to dramatically change the number of dead kids going into the ground, Mr. Jordan? Who are you here for, the kids or the killers? My Republican colleagues are here for carnival games. They say it's about mental health. Okay, we try and fund mental health, they vote against it. They say it's about schools. We try and fund the schools, fund the teachers. They vote against it. They say it's about policing. $300 million in the American Rescue Plan for community policing. They all voted against it. And they don't want to listen to the police. If they listen to the police, they'd listen to the major cities' chiefs who have called for background checks, red flag laws, banning bump stocks, and banning high-capacity magazines. My favorite, it's about the family. We need to address the family issues in America. We don't want to help feed a family. We're going to make it harder for kids to live on food stamps. We don't want to help a family learn. We're going to go after teachers in America. We don't want to help kids go to college. We don't want to give them jobs. We're going to vote against the infrastructure and jobs bill. And then they say that laws don't work. But they have no problem crafting laws to take away a woman's right to make her own healthcare decision. That law must work. They have no problem going after laws to ban drugs. There's plenty of laws on the books to ban drugs, but no, it's all about the person. Laws don't work when you have evil in our country. That's what they tell us. And then they tell us that we're in a country where you have violent video games, mental health problems, schools that can't be secured, and too many gun-free zones. And their solution to that is to put more of the most dangerous weapons into that mix. That's insane. They're also out of touch with the overwhelming majority of gun owners in America. An organization called 97% just put out a poll that said among gun owners, and they only polled gun owners, 86% support background checks, 76% support safe storage, 67% support red flag laws. Those are gun owners. So who are you here for? Our kids or the killers? I'm here for people like Alex Navarro. She's a Moms Demand Action leader in the San Francisco Bay Area. And last week, after I convened a meeting among my constituents and people like Fred Guttenberg and Dr. Joe Saccharin, an emergency room physician at Johns Hopkins, Alex Navarro told my constituents that her 6-year-old daughter, after Uvalde, after seeing the images behind me, said to her, "Mom, what picture are you going to use for me? What picture are you going to use for me?" That's what children are asking their parents across America because they don't believe they're going to come out alive. What picture are you going to use for me? We're supposed to be the protectors. We're supposed to be here for the kids. And so to my colleagues today who flew in town, came to work, got ready to argue, my question is, why did you come here at all? Why did you come here at all? If you're not here for the children,
why don't you go to the funeral of the killer? Because that's the only place where the killer is being celebrated. We're here to get things done and protect our kids. What's your job? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back for what purposes, Mr. Gorman seek recognition.
Back the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think that it's very effective for the children to have people on the other side of the aisle come in and accuse Republicans of being complicit in murder, and that we put our right to kill over others' right to live, to infer by rhetorical supposed questions, who are you here for? We must be here for the gunman, is an outrage. How dare you? You think we don't have hearts? It's just that when we look at the things that you're doing and you're trying to do to America, we've seen the carnage. I mean, for heaven's sake, let's take example. Democrats control the major cities that have the worst murder rates. That's right. Your ideas have been shown to get people killed. Are you here for the murderers in Chicago, in Philadelphia, in these other major cities, because you're wanting to do nationally what is being done by Democrats in those big cities? We care about people. We care about their lives. And lives have been so trivialized. We care deeply. How dare you? How dare you, you arrogant people, attributing murder to those of us that want to do things to stop it? Because we've seen what your ideas do. They create more murder. Okay, let's look. Rochester, New York. These are cities that set the all-time high homicide rates in 2021.
I think he was about to call him a piece of shit, but I don't know.
Figuratively speaking, Rochester, New York, they had a record homicide rate of 80. Not that big of a city. Philadelphia, 524 last year. And by the way, all of these are Democrat mayors.
See you around, Scott.
Kentucky hit a high homicide rate. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Austin, Texas, Indianapolis, St. Paul, Portland, Albuquerque, Tucson, Columbus, Jackson, Mississippi, Atlanta, New Haven. Those are all Democrat ideas they control. They've done so many of the things that Democrats in this committee want to do. We're not alleging you don't care. We're just telling you that your ideas have gotten people killed, not saved lives, for heaven's sake. And then you want to be arrogant and accuse us of murder and of not caring? We care. And if you could just possibly get off any kind of arrogant stepladder that allows you to look down on us and look back historically. Thomas Jefferson was not at the Constitutional Convention, but he said in a letter, if I could change one thing, it would be to require bills to be on file for a year before they're voted on, because he understood the mistakes that are made when you rush and make big decisions out of emotion. That's what we're trying to prevent so that we can save lives and keep people from being killed. For heaven's sake, I think back historically, we had a president in Franklin Roosevelt that on D-Day led the country in a 6 to 8 minute prayer for our troops. And now we had a president come on after Uvalde and he used God's name in vain. Most of us would consider it. It was used as an interjection, not as a source from whom to beg for wisdom, like this country did for most of our history. Since the 60s, we really started having these mass shootings. Perhaps there was something in the 60s, maybe some Supreme Court decisions that gave rise to people being taught in school. It's whatever you think feels good. Well, it's time to get common sense back and to look historically about where people are being murdered in record rates, and don't repeat that like the Democrats are trying to do. Let's do common sense things that will save lives. I'm out of time, so you'll back.
Gentleman yields back for what purposes? Ms. Scanlon seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I do want to respond first to Mr. Gomer, and I'm sorry that he and many of his colleagues didn't think it was important enough to be here today. But I did want to respond to his allegation that Philadelphia's homicide
Will the
rate
gentlelady
is,
yield?
no, I will
So I
not.
can explain
I will
why
not
I
yield.
couldn't get there. My
The
plane
gentlelady
got
does
delayed.
not yield.
is mine.
The gentlelady does not yield. The time is
I
hers.
waited for
I wanted
hours.
to
Gentlelady does
respond.
not yield.
I wanted to respond to Mr. Gomer's allegation that Philadelphia's homicide rate is the fault of Democratic leadership in that city. Apparently, he doesn't understand that the Commonwealth's Republican legislature for decades has blocked city leadership from passing the types of common sense gun safety laws we are considering today. So to the broader question, like most Americans, I am sickened and sick to death of the gun carnage we experience in this country every single day. I will not sit idly by watching preventable tragedies play out over and over again, day after day, year after year. Whether the children and teachers slaughtered in Texas last week, the community members murdered in Tulsa last night or Buffalo the week before, or the more than a dozen people gunned down in Philadelphia during the Memorial Day weekend. In cities and towns across the country, we are mourning too many people whose lives have been cut short, including children whose lives had barely begun. We are not helpless here. We can change this. We can pass gun violence prevention laws that are constitutional and save lives. All it takes is political courage, a willingness to put Americans' lives above gunmaker profits. Over 2 decades ago, after the Columbine shooting, I rejected helplessness and hopelessness to organize members of my community to join the Million Mom March here in DC. Since then, I've supported groups like Moms Demand Action for Gun Safety and Ceasefire PA, and candidates who are willing to advocate for gun safety laws. And in 2018, I came to Congress along with many of my colleagues, sent here by our constituents to pass common sense gun violence prevention legislation. And I'm not alone. The majority
This
of my
woman does not
constituents
like
and
me.
fellow Americans have
Gotten
decided
into it
enough
with her
is
before.
enough as well. They are demanding action from federal and state lawmakers. Gun violence is a big, multifaceted problem, but doing nothing is not a solution. The profits of gun manufacturers cannot be worth more than the lives of our children, our neighbors, our teachers, our doctors, our seniors. The Protecting Our Kids Act will address some of the key enabling conditions for gun violence and make changes that are constitutional, that will make America safer, and that are supported
Does
by law
anyone think it's
enforcement.
ironic that she's trying to
It's
pass
not about
gun
repealing the
laws?
Second
And,
Amendment or taking
I
away
mean,
the
we
guns of
pass
responsible
laws
gun
against the
owners.
Second
I
Amendment
want to
while
echo
wearing a
Mr.
Ukrainian
Deutsch in
flag
reminding
on
our
her
colleagues of
chest.
Justice Scalia's
Very
opinion in
good.
Heller, which
Very
is
good
that
point.
like the other rights
And
secured
another
by the
point
Bill
is,
of
why
Rights,
isn't she wearing an
rights
American
secured by the
flag?
Second
Because
Amendment
probably
is
she's
not
not
without
a fan
limits.
of
Or as other
America.
justices have noted, the Constitution is not a suicide pact. This bill before us is not about being pro-gun or anti-gun. It's about desperately needing to stop gun violence. To my colleagues who have passed each and
Bullshit.
every common sense gun safety measure, do not insult Americans, our children, our teachers, or the memory of all those we have lost by offering thoughts and prayers with no action. Year after year, decade after decade, as the Bible tells us, faith without works is dead, and we are here to work. Do not insult Americans by offering hollow solutions like turning schools into armed fortresses when you won't spend the money to remove asbestos or lead from those schools. Do not insult Americans by advocating to arm teachers and guidance counselors and librarians when many of our schools don't have enough money to hire guidance counselors or librarians or enough teachers. And do not insult Americans by saying that fortifying schools is the solution when our children
The cop,
and the
you
rest of us
idiot!
have
I'm
to face
Detective
the
John
prospect of
Kimball.
gunfire on the way to or
Rich
from
can land a
school and to
747
the
on that
supermarket or the
forehead.
hospital or the movie theater or our
Just
churches, mosques, and
comment,
synagogues. I refuse to tell our
comment
children
of the
there's
day.
nothing we can do, that they must be sacrificial lambs to a twisted theory of armed Second Amendment liberty that is decoupled from personal responsibility. Our children know as well as we do that something can be done. We know it in our guts. Our children deserve to learn and grow in safety, and we have the power to give our kids a more hopeful and bright future. This weekend, America's National Youth Poet Laureate, Amanda Gorman, offered us a hymn in which she says, "May we choose our children over chaos. May another innocent never be lost." Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson of Louisiana seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard some really outrageous and even very revealing things today. Mr. Jones said several minutes ago that we Democrats are seeking to abolish the filibuster and expand and pack the Supreme Court. We'll do anything necessary, he said, and that's what we know this is about. On Monday, President Joe Biden looked into a camera and said that he wants to ban 9mm handguns. This is one of the most widely purchased and used handguns by the citizens, law-abiding citizens of this country. In 2018, retired liberal Supreme Court Justice John Paul Stevens called for the repeal of the Second Amendment. And in recent days, liberals in Hollywood and even on Capitol Hill have started to echo that drumbeat once again. Our colleagues have made some outrageous claims here in this hearing today, been listening since it started. They've claimed, for example, that raising the purchasing age for semi-automatic rifles and shotguns to 21 will reduce school shootings. But as has been noted, this action has already been ruled unconstitutional by the liberal U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit, no less, when they struck down a California law imposing similar restrictions on gun purchases for 18 to 20-year-olds.
Would the gentleman yield for a
Today,
moment?
I will not yield. Today, they've claimed that Republicans don't care about gun violence. We've heard this breathlessly over and over and over, and that's just outrageous. House Republicans have worked tirelessly to combat gun violence and have enacted meaningful laws to put more resources into mental health, to provide training for guidance counselors, to fund grants for law enforcement while the other side was trying to defund it, and provide money to harden schools. As has been noted today, President Biden apparently is not in favor of that idea. And that just seems crazy to anyone who looks at it objectively. Today, Democrats have claimed that gun-free school zones promote school safety, but arming teachers and school administrators would mean well-trained adults would be at the ready to protect themselves and the innocent children in their care. The depraved shooter in Buffalo a few weeks ago wrote in his manifesto, quote, "Areas where carrying a concealed weapon or outlawed or prohibited may be good areas of attack." Yeah, obviously. And of course, tragically, the elementary school in Uvalde banned people from carrying firearms. Yesterday, I interviewed for my podcast, Pastor Y.J. Jimenez. He's a pastor there on the ground who is ministering to the people of that West Texas community who have suffered from such unspeakable loss. His calming presence and clear conviction in national interviews has captured the attention of millions of Americans because he has spoken to the root causes for all this modern violence and bloodshed. America has a heart problem, he said, and he's exactly right. As Mr. Buck noted a few moments ago, what we're seeing right now is the results of decades of decline with the secularization of American society, the open assault on religion and morality and absolutes, and the breakdown of law and order. We're seeing the results of all this on young people in clinical settings, in the culture at large, and of course in our schools. And it's an inevitable result of decisions that we've made in this culture. Yesterday, a New York Times survey was published that found that 94% of school administrators today say that students are suffering from anxiety and depression, and 88% report that students are having trouble managing their emotions. You know, Thoreau said there are thousands hacking at the branches of evil, the one who is striking at the root. This hearing today was called for this hastily pulled together hodgepodge of Democrat bills that have been sitting on the shelf and will do nothing to solve the real problems at hand. This is hacking at branches for the simple purpose of making a show, while the root problems remain unaddressed. That's what we should be working on. That's what we intend to work on. That's what we will work on. But when the Republicans retake the majority, we'll address the root causes. I hope we can. God help us to do that. I'd like to yield my remaining time to Mr. Gomer if he desires that, to address the false claim that was just made about him. Mr. Gobert, are you still with us?
Yes, I am, and I appreciate my friend from Louisiana. I waited for hours at the DFW airport, but there were problems with the flight. That's why I'm not in DC. But just like we've heard on so many other allegations, they're without basis, without knowledge. But one thing we've learned repeatedly, when Democrats accuse Republicans of things, whether it's colluding with Russia, it's often gaslighting and tells us more about what's in the conscience of the accusers. And I would also remind my colleagues, I didn't know in 2016, but when the Democrats took the House floor, they obstructed an official session of Congress, which is a felony. And that's what many of January 6ers were charged with. I yield back.
Yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back for the purposes. Gentleman from Colorado seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be remiss if I didn't respond, at least briefly, to my colleague, Mr. Johnson. We have extended debates from time to time on the Constitution and our competing views of the constitutionality of different provisions, but I have to confess that I have seen Republicans do something today that I never thought I would ever see, which is apparently praising the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals and taking the position that a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals decision is the final word on the constitutionality of a given provision. Of course, I've served on this committee long enough to remember my colleagues on the other side of the aisle complaining about the Ninth Circuit year after year after year and making the case that simply because the Ninth Circuit had ruled something unconstitutional did not mean as a dispositive matter that the statute in question was unconstitutional. But in any event, I'll digress. Mr. Chairman, I want to say—
Would the gentleman yield for a moment?
I'll yield to the chairman, of course.
Yes, I simply want to point out that the so-called liberal Ninth Circuit that made that decision, the panel was composed of 2 Trump appointees who decided on the majority and 1 Clinton appointee in the minority, and other circuits have decided to the contrary. So talk about this so-called liberal Ninth Circuit is historical, but no longer the case. I yield back to the gentleman.
I thank the chairman. I agree. I think the chairman makes a salient point. And again, apparently the new standard for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is that a singular panel decision from the Ninth Circuit.
Did he say it was historical? I think he meant hysterical.
Notwithstanding the potential en banc consideration to follow or potentially an appeal to the Supreme Court. In any event, I want to say thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this critically important emergency hearing. Our hearts are broken for the children of Uvalde, Texas. They are broken for the people of Buffalo, New York, and they are broken for the countless Americans that are being murdered each and every day in our country. Mr. Chairman, as you well know, the level of gun violence in our country is not normal, and we cannot stand for it. It is time, long past time, for this Congress to finally act and to start saving lives. My home state of Colorado has experienced the pain and the tragedy of gun violence far too often. In 1999, I was 14 years old when my high school was put on lockdown because 10 miles away, 2 shooters had entered Columbine High School and murdered in cold blood 13 innocent teachers and students. From Columbine to a movie theater in Aurora, to the STEM school in Highlands Ranch, and as was mentioned previously, to a grocery store in my community last year, where 10 innocent people were murdered at a grocery store in Boulder, Colorado. Countless lives lost, children, parents, Coloradans, and Americans. The high schoolers who experienced Columbine are now grown up, and yet 23 years later, our kids continue to face gunfire in the places where they are supposed to be safe. Columbine was once considered to be the deadliest shooting in United States history at the time, and that, as we all know, is no longer the case. From Sandy Hook to Uvalde, far too many communities have been plagued by the scourge of gun violence. As policymakers, we have the opportunity today to do our part in stopping this violence. We have got to do more. We have to act. And today we are doing precisely that. The Protecting Our Kids Act makes common sense changes to our gun laws that'll save lives. The safe storage requirements, which we passed in Colorado last year, raising the age required to buy semi-automatic rifles from 18 to 21, another common sense measure that I've co-sponsored since I came to Congress. There is more that we can and we must do. And I will certainly keep pushing for the same every day, because Boulder can't wait any longer. Colorado can't wait any longer. And our country certainly can't wait any longer. So I thank the chairman again for bringing this bill up for markup today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7910 offered by Mr.
Chairman, I
Shabbat.
move that the amendment be considered as read.
I'll make that motion. The amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned in my opening statement, there are several ways in which I believe that we could work together to find some bipartisan solutions to this crisis. And this amendment is one of those possibilities. Following the shooting in Parkland, Florida, as I previously mentioned, former Sheriff Congressman John Rutherford led a bipartisan group of members, including myself, in reauthorizing and extending the Cop Secure Our Schools grant program. Mr. Chairman, I think somebody is unmuted out there that should mute.
Gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That program provides necessary funds to states and local school districts to strengthen security measures at schools across the country. The money can be used for metal detectors, for example. It can be used to adopt security plans. It can be used to train school officials. It can be used to help to identify students who have mental health issues and get those students the treatments that they need, among other things. And oftentimes, teachers can be trained both on how to identify those students who may ultimately become dangerous with or without a weapon, or also how these particular incidents ought to be handled. You know, how doors can be locked and kept locked, and a whole range of other ways to make our schools safer. One of the additional items the grants could be used for is hiring school resource officers to help protect our schools. In particular, I think that we should be looking to hire retired police officers. And following Parkland, I met with the head of our local FOP here in Cincinnati, and that was his suggestion, and that was the reason that I had initially offered this and why I've been pushing for this since that time. And we'd like to see that expanded, not just retired police officers, but also honorably discharged military personnel. And they could also serve as resource officers where needed. I know for certain that there are at least a handful of school districts in my district in the greater Cincinnati area that either cannot find any school resource officers or cannot find as many as they'd like to hire because of lack of available personnel that have the necessary training. Obviously, I won't name those districts or those schools and expose any potential security vulnerabilities, but I'm sure that if this problem exists in Cincinnati, it exists in other parts of the country as well. Fortunately, we have a fairly expansive group of highly trained security experts readily available, and that's our retired police officers and honorably discharged military personnel. Placing highly trained and professional individuals in our schools is one of the easiest and safest methods to bolster school security. And no one is better trained and better equipped to handle potential school shootings than those folks, the police officers and military personnel. My amendment expresses the sense of Congress that more states and local school districts should consider employing retired officers and military personnel where it's appropriate as school resource officers. hiring retired police officers and retired military personnel to provide school security is a common sense step to better secure our schools, and it could be achieved almost immediately. Most importantly, doing so could go a long way towards protecting our students who are in school to learn, not to become victims. Mr. Chairman, our nation's schools have become soft targets for any would-be killer who has gotten access to a gun. We even advertise with a sign that the murderer-to-be will be the only person on the scene with a gun. It's almost like a welcome mat. We need to do a better job of protecting both students and teachers and other personnel at our schools, because they're all vulnerable from those frequently and unfortunately increasingly frequent threats. Adopting this common sense amendment would be a significant step, I believe, in the right direction. And it's something we could do right now. And I think this is something that really would make a difference, because hopefully we will be, if this passes and is part of the bill, members will read the bill. Members can reach out to school districts and schools in their own communities and make them aware that this money is available for them to harden the schools. That would actually accomplish something. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady insist on a point of order?
I withdraw my point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. This amendment is based on the belief that the way to protect students is to have a good guy with a gun, as Republicans often say, to stop the bad guy with a gun. But I believe that phrase was coined by the multi-million-dollar gun lobby's dealer, Wayne LaPierre, after a shooter killed 20 little children in Newtown, Connecticut. For the past 10 years, we've seen time and again that that concept has been proven wrong. A catchy saying designed to hide the truth, that Republicans refuse to help protect Americans from people we all agree should not be allowed to possess a weapon, as we're hearing today. In Uvalde, there were 7 good guys with guns, and they didn't feel they could go stop that bad guy. The gunman in Buffalo killed a good guy with a gun. We've tested that theory, and there's 31 dead people in these 2 attacks alone because we failed that test. Texas is filled with good guys with guns. Texas laws are so pro-gun lobby that companies need to swear they won't discriminate against the firearm industry. In Texas, there are over 8,600 federally regulated licensed firearm dealers, and according to RAND, 37% of Texan adults lived in a household with a firearm between 2007 and 2016. Again, Texas is filled with good guys with guns, but that couldn't save the lives of those 19 children and 2 teachers. It's time to try something new. Republicans are the same people who told us that more good guys with guns keep kids safe. Then they told us that armed officers in schools would keep kids safe. Then they told us more shooter drills would solve the problem. Then they told us again that armed officers in schools would solve the problem. Each time they've been proven wrong. Children have been murdered. How many children have to die before we stop taking them seriously? This amendment goes in the wrong direction, and I therefore oppose it. I yield back. Who seeks recognition? No one. For what purpose does Mr. Swalwell seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I understand the sentiment that Mr. Shabbat is bringing to this. I'm the son of a retired police officer. I have 2 brothers who are police officers, and our law enforcement family is just horrified by what happened at Uvalde. It's also unconscionable that police officers
Sorry.
as children were being slaughtered.
Thank you, Quantum 36 for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it. It will go to good use in fighting the battle.
But what we have come to see across America is that our law enforcement are just outgunned. We're a country of unrestricted weaponry that continues to put the most dangerous weapons in the hands of the most dangerous people. So we could hire 100,000 retired police officers, but if we are a country that has over 100 million assault rifles, they're just outgunned. And that's what we saw in Uvalde, and tragically In 2016, in Dallas, Texas, 5 brave police officers, SWAT-trained police officers, were murdered by a killer with an assault rifle. So I think we've debunked the idea that the answer to a killer with an assault rifle is to have more, quote unquote, good guys with guns. The good guys with guns are outgunned by the bad guys that we've given guns in our country. And so that's why we're addressing the root of the problem here with these 6 pieces of legislation. And with that, I'm going to yield to my colleague from Rhode Island, Mr. Sicily.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I'd just like to add a couple of thoughts. And the first is, I don't think there is a single incident, and maybe there's one, but I've not found one, of an assailant using an assault weapon that was stopped by a person with a gun. So this is maybe there's one of the thousands and thousands and thousands of shootings. But the truth of the matter is, school resource
There was
officers
one
are
like
important
in West Virginia like 2 days ago. You freaking fool. Stephen
What I also know is
Williford.
it requires special training.
There
to be a
you
school
go. There's
resource
another
officer,
one.
and it's up to local communities to decide where that's appropriate, what schools they want to use school
Jesus
resource
Christ,
officers
this guy's
in.
an idiot.
And so having someone who's a retired police officer or someone who used to be in the Army may not actually be the best person to be in that position.
Oh, shut the hell up,
In
you
addition to that, I think the COPS program that you
freaking
reference here requires
dumbass liar.
hiring of police officers. And so I think we're urging the sense of Congress is actually to violate the requirements of the COPS program. So I don't think internally the amendment can work. The COPS program is specifically for police officers. I think there are good reasons that it be current police officers who are current training, who really understand what a school resource officer does. It's not about just plunking down a law enforcement person in a school. And I do think it creates the impression that that's the source of gun violence in schools. It's not. So I strongly support the chairman's position and oppose the amendment, and yield back to the gentleman from California.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Massey seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to speak on the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Wow, the Democrats, I don't know if they're just in willful ignorance of what happens in this country or they're being deceptive today, but I would like to introduce into the record a list of cases where concealed handgun permit holders have likely stopped mass public shootings. This is from crimeresearch.org. It was published May 27th, 2022.
Without objection.
I'll read from this list, and I'm going to run out of time, but I'll try to make each of these summaries brief because there are dozens of instances. Even though the media doesn't want to report them, sometimes they get reported. Just last week, May 25th, 2022.
Hey everyone, I am talking to Flying Rich on the phone, and I'm going to read a comment that someone made.
Fortunately, a woman who was
Kimball,
carrying a gun
who Flying Rich. It was so good that I've started. There was a lady with a huge forehead, and he said Rich could land a 747 on that forehead.
Teenager started firing his gun at multiple people. There was a large number of people present at the park because of an anti-violence riot. South Fulton, Georgia. This comes from a news report. Meadows said the men involved in the shootout with Hambrick have been cooperative and will likely not be charged since the teenager fired the first shot. After having reviewed most of the witnesses' statements, it appears that the descendant, Mr. Hambrick, discharged his weapon first, and as a result of that, there was an exchange of gunfire between him and 2 individuals, good guys with the gun. Portland, Oregon, February 19th, 2022. Homeowner allegedly confronted participants at a racial justice demonstration Saturday night before pulling out a handgun and shooting multiple people in the crowd, leaving 1 woman dead and several others injured. The shooting ended when a person with the group of demonstrators who is licensed to conceal carry a firearm fired back, striking the homeowner in the hip. Again, a good guy with a gun stops the shooting. Lancaster, Pennsylvania, October 17th, 2021. On Sunday, October 17th, 4 people were injured after a fight between 2 teenagers at Lancaster Park. City Center Mall escalated into a shooting this past weekend. A 16-year-old who was illegally carrying a gun started the shooting, but it could have been much worse were it not for concealed handgun permit holder. A bystander armed with a gun intervened in the shooting one of the participants. The unidentified bystander who legally possessed a firearm had heard gunshots related to the fight between two males that knew each other, police said. The bystander remained on the scene until security and police arrived. Syracuse, New York, August 31st, 2021. The district attorney credited a property manager with saving the lives of several individuals after he pulled out a legally possessed 9mm handgun, the very gun that Joe Biden wants to ban, and fatally wounded a man who opened fire on a crowd outside a building. San Antonio, Texas, August 11, 2021. A woman who crashed into a parked car in San Antonio's West Side neighborhood climbed out of her vehicle and began shooting indiscriminately at people who came out of their homes and rushed to aid her. The armed resident fired back and shot the driver to death, ending the violent threat to the neighborhood. And that was a good guy with a gun, or good gal with a gun sometimes. Fort Myers, Florida, July 22nd, 2021. A man who was a convicted felon and illegally possessing a gun fired multiple shots into a crowd before a bystander returned fire. When the bystander confronted the attacker, he stopped attacking and threw his gun in a parking lot. Fortunately, no one was injured in the attack. Chicago, Illinois, July 4th, 2021. It seems likely that if the concealed handgun permit holder hadn't intervened in this case, there would have been at least 3 deaths instead of just the one woman. Colorado, June 21st, 2021. The attacker and 2 other people were killed in this attack. A good Samaritan who was killed in a shooting in Alvarado, Colorado. He did not hesitate. He didn't stand there and think about it. He totally heard the gunfire, went to the door, saw the shooter, and immediately ran in that direction. I just want to make sure his family knows how heroic he was. Toronto said he witnessed Hurley confront the gunman. Mr. Hurley shot him. I think I heard 6 shots from his gun, maybe 5. Police chief said Hurley is a true hero who likely disrupted what could have been a larger loss of life. I'm running out of time, but Fort Smith, Arkansas, May 15th, 2021, Zachary Arnold, 26, fatally shot Lois Hicks, 87, in her apartment, then began shooting at other people in neighborhood apartments. Wallace A. West, 58, used a rifle, not a concealed handgun, to stop the attack. Metairie, Louisiana, February 20th, 2021, having murdered 2 people and wounded a couple of others, it's clear that the attacker intended to kill as many people as possible. The quick response by people with concealed handgun permits stopped the attack. I could go on forever. I'm submitting this document. Hopefully my colleagues who sit here and keep saying that a good guy with a gun never stops a bad guy with a gun will read this document. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For purposes, gentlelady from Texas, seek recognition.
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I always look forward to working with the gentleman from Ohio, and I recognize the intent behind this legislation. I would offer to him that the very essence of his amendment is already covered. There's already opportunity to do that for school districts to define who they bring into their school. I think it's worthy to take note of the fact that the Robb Elementary School had a good guy with a gun that was nowhere to be found. Tragic. I think it's worthy to understand that good guys with guns can wind up killing. Like a little girl going to dinner in Houston, and some good guy who was robbed way out of the way began to chase her vehicle, driven by her dad, and shot at it. She is dead. So no matter how we try to circumvent, to protect our kids, good guys with guns that can already be handled by school districts and other entities clearly is not the answer. Why are we running away from the crux of the matter? Why are we running away from 19 dead children and 2 beloved teachers and her husband who just died of a broken heart? Why are we running away from Buffalo, white supremacists, hatefulness, and a good guy with a gun, which has been mentioned? But there was body armor and an automatic weapon Why are we running away from this style weapon as being unnecessary on the streets of America? Why are we running away from bump stocks that helped kill 59 in Las Vegas? Why are we running away? Or am I to not be concerned about my officers, HPD? This is the real ghost gun that shot my police officers in Houston. Why are we running away from this? I appreciate the gentleman's effort. You'll hear me again. The police have told you that what we're doing is correct. Major chiefs, ban bump stock, reinstate the assault weapons ban, ban high-capacity magazines. Everything that we're intending to do. My good friend Ohio said, I said we're not finished. You're absolutely right. We're planting the seeds, not hysteria, planting the seeds. I'm standing on good ground. I'm siding with Justice Scalia in the Heller case. Why? Because he indicates there's no unlimited use of guns. He clearly said, or the opinion, along with Miller, finds support in the historical tradition of prohibiting the carrying of dangerous and unusual weapons. These are dangerous and unusual. Someone asked me, are you against all assault weapons? Well, there's a long list in the assault weapons legislation that we're thinking about that are exempted. It's not all of them. So that's why I argue for a 7-day waiting period on automatic weapons. But it's good for my friend, my other friend from Ohio, Jabbat, to talk about what schools need to do. They're going to be looking at schools. There is a long document that I will hold up about school security that we've already put forward on the federal level. They have a monster load of plans. But a good guy with a gun was missing in action at the elementary school as the parents are crying and saying. A mother said she was blocked from going in to get her children. She went around the school and broke in. We'll get more facts about that, but the issue is there are two. Why are we sidestepping the crux of our problem? The fact that
Thank you,
guns are
Zach
not
Moore, for the
stored,
$2 super chat.
the
Saying
fact that
acting
there
like it
are
takes a whole 60 seconds to
ammunition
reload.
that should be restrained, the facts that we have trafficking, that the age is ludicrous, and that's why the parents have asked me over and over again, why was an 18-year-old getting a gun? And the grandmother who saw this child get it, his gun was not stored or locked up. Maybe he bought it, but maybe the parents should have had the key. They did not, or maybe when he bought it, there should have been some devices for storing. So again, I'm not going to say anything about Mr. Shabbat's amendment other than it can already be done. And it's not on the crux of what we're doing today. Mr. Cabot sent out a message for them to utilize existing law. But you are moving away from what we're dealing with. The killing with these guns and munition, needing to pass the Protect Kids Act. We need to pass it now. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
And the lady yields back. For what purpose is Mr. Jordan Seagrave?
Strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
I would yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. The good guys with the guns here that we're talking about are retired police officers. These are the most highly trained people with weapons that a community can possibly have. These are people that we've trusted to keep us safe, keep our families safe in the past, generally for 25 years or so. These men and women retire oftentimes in their early 50s or so, and they're able to work. Many of them work another 15, even 20 years. It just seems to make sense that places that I think we all agree we need to protect, that's schools, and most importantly, the precious lives within those schools, both the students and the teachers, that you have the best, the most highly trained people of all to protect them, and that's the police officers. Now, we've expanded it to also retired and former military personnel who are honorably discharged. Now, you can have people involved in the military that have problems as well and left under unhonorable circumstances. We're not talking about those folks. We're talking about folks, both our police officers and our military personnel, that our tax dollars have paid for to train to have this expertise. Why not use this expertise for a decade or even 2 decades to protect the most important resources that we have in this country, and that's our children. I'm a former school teacher myself. I taught the 7th and 8th grade in an inner city school. It's been quite a few years ago, and we were fortunate that we didn't have one of these types of incidences occur while I was a teacher there. And most schools don't have that happen, but unfortunately far too many do. And what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have proposed today are a number of items. Many of them will ultimately be declared unconstitutional, or almost identical cases have already been declared to be unconstitutional, yet that's what they're pushing ahead here. I'm simply suggesting that we make it more that we let people that could actually get these folks to protect our children within their schools, give them more information about it, make it more known to them that this is available, and that these resources are there. There's other things, of course, that we can do to protect children in those schools too. It's not just police officers. That's an important part of it, but there are other parts of it. And again, I want to compliment John Rutherford, a former sheriff, one of our colleagues from Florida, who had a lot of experience in this area as former law enforcement himself, for pushing not just the police officers, but also, metal detectors as an option, more training for the teachers to try to identify those troubled students who might ultimately somewhere down the road participate in some sort of incident like this, where they target fellow students or younger students or anybody for that matter. So, I mean, that makes sense. It also makes sense to train our teachers and our administrative personnel as to when you have a circumstance like this that's happening, what's the best way that you can do to save lives? So all of those things are important. Those are things that we can and are doing right now, but we can do a lot more. And I would suggest, my colleagues, rather than opposing this, which I think is a very common sense thing, which would actually make a difference, I'd say you ought to adopt this and make at least something good in this bill. And I'm willing to discuss some of the other things that my Democratic colleagues have proposed here. But overall, as a package, I just don't think it's helpful. I think it focuses on, well, we've done something, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to make anybody any safer, especially since a lot of it's going to be probably thrown out as being unconstitutional in any event. We know this is constitutional. We know that tax dollars are already going to this. Let's let schools be more aware.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot hear him.
All right, the feed lost.
We
And-
lost
and
his
I was-
audio, and we're waiting for it to be restored, and we've stopped the clock. Mr.
I'm
Shab,
not
now you can be heard. Okay, proceed.
okay. I'm not sure exactly where it dropped off at, but I pretty much concluded. I would just urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition? Ms. Escobar.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to say that my heart goes out to Buffalo, Uvalde, Tulsa, and the innumerable communities like my own of El Paso, Texas, communities that have suffered the carnage and trauma of gun violence. I've been listening to my Republican colleagues on this committee for the last 2 hours as they desperately try to rationalize their inaction and their unwillingness to support our legislation. I'd like to speak directly to the American public. Let's be very clear about what the two sides are actually arguing for. Republicans are trying to convince you that anyone who wants a gun should have unfettered access to one, Whether you want to take a
There's an
weapon of war
amendment
into
that
a
would strip
state
out
that
all
outlaws
the
them,
anti-gun
whether you
stuff
want to
and
be armed
put
with a
in like
ghost
Harding
gun,
Native
or whether
schools
you're
and
an
stuff like that.
18-year-old who wants an assault-style weapon, but who isn't even old enough to drink. You're hearing it over and over this morning. They believe that the only way to solve our gun crisis is by flooding our neighborhoods with more guns. If you want a glimpse at the kind of dark vision they have for America, just look at my state of Texas, which is a perfect example of what they want. In Texas, after the slaughter in El Paso, the governor, Greg Abbott, promised to change our laws, and he did. He loosened them in order to move closer to the dark vision today's Republican Party has for America. In Texas, the age for access to certain guns was lowered from 21 to 18. In Texas, you can now open carry. In Texas, you don't need training. In Texas, you don't need a license. And mind you, this is in Texas where law enforcement begged the state not to do this, and where many school
Way it
districts
should be.
have their own police force already, including the school district in Uvalde. Once again, proving that a good guy with a gun mostly doesn't stop a bad guy with a gun, especially when that bad guy has high capacity magazines and an assault style weapon. The guns my Republican colleagues want in our neighborhoods don't just pierce flesh, they destroy it. They shatter muscle, shatter bones, shatter nerves. Their vision of America is one where everyone has a gun. And you heard one of my Republican colleagues describe the Wild West shootouts happening across America as though he's perversely proud of this. The other solution they want is to ensure every public location is hardened. And then we continue on this spiral of violence that is as unique to America as these deadly gun laws are. Not only did none of Greg Abbott's looser gun laws prevent more mass shootings in Texas, but his approach has hastened them. And my Republican colleagues will continue to blame everything else. They'll blame mental illness, video games, single parents, the list goes on and on. But what's the common denominator in gun violence attacks? It's the guns. Democrats aren't asking for anything unreasonable. And in fact, we're following the lead of the American public. I'm following the lead of the majority of my constituents, as well as the victims of gun violence after the August 3rd, 2019 shooting in El Paso. People who have told me over and over again, they want us to do our job. Americans are tired of their children dying. Americans are tired of being afraid to go into grocery stores, outdoor concerts, and now hospitals. To my Republican colleagues, look at Texas, a state that has tried it your way. There's blood everywhere. To the American people, there is an extremism that has gripped the Republican Party. They're addicted to it. They're slaves to it. They post ghoulish photos of themselves with weapons of war and use it as their Christmas cards. They photograph their children with those weapons. They participate in congressional hearings virtually adorned with them. As they continue with their destructive behavior, it's up to serious legislators to listen to the public, do our job, make people safe. I'd love for Republicans to join us, but when they do not, the American public must take heed of which party protects them, protects law enforcement, and protects their children, and which party chooses its ghoulish obsession over all else. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
General Leader yields back for the purposes Mr. Biggs seek recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Ms. Jackson Lee, who reminded us that the crux of today's hearing is to protect children at schools. And I think that is really important. And I think the reason that Mr. Shabbat's amendment is so important, and the reason I support it, is because it does get at the crux of why we're here today, whereas the 6 bills that are rolled into the Democrats' bill today doesn't get at that. It just doesn't, it simply doesn't get at that. When you add retired police officers and honorably discharged retired veterans to the folks that can come in and help defend schools, you are actually increasing the likelihood that somebody who wants to attack them will be deterred. As Mr. Johnson of Louisiana previously recited today, the manifesto written by the shooter from Buffalo said that he was effectively looking for gun-free zones. What a school police officer presence would do would provide deterrence. And really, that is the crux of what we're talking about here today. How do you deter criminally violent people from going in and committing mass shootings and mass murders? So it seems to me perfectly rational to adopt the Shabbat Amendment. Now, I will add to some of the times that people do stop. People with guns do stop bad people, criminally evil people from committing heinous crimes. The Department of Justice has done studies, and one of their studies said that on average, about 1.5 million times a year, people with guns stop violent, heinous acts. In other words, they deter and save lives. They deter violence and save lives. That's what Mr. Shabbat's amendment gets to. I think of a guy named Stephen Williford. He was the guy who stopped the mass shooting in its act in Sutherland Springs, Texas. I had a chance to visit with him with several other members of Congress.
Stephen, good friend.
He
Go
said
check out
his
John Crump
biggest
live from
regret
an interview with him.
was
Great
that
guy.
it
Freaking
took
awesome
him
guy.
30 seconds or so to get his weapon out of his gun safe to go over and engage the demonic gunman at Sutherland Springs. He believed that had he been able to get over there even 30 seconds sooner, he would have saved 4 or 5 lives. That's important to put these things in context. The reality is, we know that people with guns and their presence deters bad actors. Does it deter all bad actors? No, but it does deter bad actors. And it deters
After this, you can
angry,
go and
malevolent,
watch that stream.
people with murderous intent. That's why Mr. Shabbat's amendment is so important. It actually adds to and expands the pool of people who are qualified to come in and help defend our schools. So if the crux of this is really to deter people who will shoot up schools and provide safety, and I believe that's what we're talking about here today, then this amendment is wholesale and whole on and should be adopted. But if the crux of today's hearing is something different, the way the gentleman from New York was talking about, and actually several others have talked about, is it's really to ultimately lay the predicate for taking away the Second Amendment and taking away guns, whether they be an AR-15 or whether they be a 9mm handgun. Well, then that's an entirely different matter, and that should be resolved in a completely different hearing. But if you're talking about deterrence, then Mr. Shabbat's amendment should be adopted, and that's why I support it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes?
Thank you
does
so
Mr.
much.
Johnson of Georgia seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we're here for the children, for the kids. We're talking about protecting
Of course you
our
are.
kids from
Of course you are.
control gun violence in America. You
This
know, it
is
was
one of the my least favorite
almost 10
guys in
years ago,
Congress.
December the 14th of 2012, when Sandy Hook took place. A 20-year-old armed with a assault weapon murdered 20 children between the ages of 5 and 6 and killed 6 teachers. And at that time, the head of the NRA, Wayne LaPierre, uttered words that Republicans continue to march to today, and that is that the only way
The
to stop
boogeyman.
a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. It hasn't worked in the schools since Sandy Hook. I watched last week, the nation watched a press conference, Governor Abbott of Texas recounting what allegedly occurred at the school where 19 children, 19 more children murdered by a guy with a long gun, an 18-year-old. And Governor Abbott was interrupted by my former colleague, Beto O'Rourke, who was just frustrated at what he was hearing. You see, the governor was not telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. He talked about, the governor, that there was a school resource officer, a good guy, with a gun who tried to stop the bad guy with the gun. But that turned out not to be true. It was actually 19 good guys wearing white cowboy hats with guns. And they weren't able to stop that 18-year-old with a more powerful weapon than the one that they had. And so today, we're talking about reining in this out-of-control gun violence, which prevents our children from being able to feel secure as they go to school. You know, over the last 10 years, we've had a series of events in this nation where there have been good guys with guns who weren't able to stop the bad guys. 2 weeks ago in Buffalo, New York, 10 people murdered, including an armed security guard and former police officer who shot at the gunman, but the gunman had a bigger gun than he had. And he was, this brave former police officer put his life on the line, and we thank him for that. But he lost his life trying to protect others. Bad guy with a gun, 1. Good guy with a gun, 0. In 2017, police and security guards were present both at the Route 91 Harvest Music Festival in Las Vegas and in the hotel where the shooter was perched and carried 58 people killed and over 800 injured.
One love design ticket for $5. Super chat for Wolverine interruption when senseless people speak. Gotta run. Thank you for all you do, Crumpy. Thank you for watching and thank you for being engaged.
Orlando, an armed security guard shot at the gunman before the gunman went into the club, ultimately killing 49 people. Bad guy with a gun, 3. Good guy with a gun, 0. In 2018, a shooter killed 10 people at Santa Fe High School in Texas, even though there were 2 officers who were on site, and 1 was wounded trying to stop the gunman. Bad guy with a gun, 4. Good guy with a gun, 0. We've listened to my colleagues on the other side recount a series of situations where individuals armed with handguns, protecting themselves and the lives of others, were successful. And I can't argue with that other than to point out that they didn't do it with assault weapons. They had handguns. Earlier in 2018, a school resource officer was on the campus at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
Stephen Williford had an AR-15.
He couldn't stop the gunman from killing 17 high schoolers. Bad guy with a gun, 5. Good guy with a gun, 0. When will we stop relying upon this failed notion that the only thing that stops bad guys is good guys? Congress can stop some bad guys with some good legislation, and that's what we're here to do today. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back for purposes of Mr. Roy seek recognition.
Want to ask to speak on the amendment?
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll more to say on the underlying measure in a little bit. I just wanted to make a couple of comments just because there's been a lot of reference to what did or did not occur in Uvalde. The district I represent does not contain Uvalde. It borders Texas 21. I know a lot of the people in the community in Uvalde, and including some of the folks involved. I got a phone call last Tuesday because I had been trading messages with the mayor of Uvalde, and then we missed each other. And so then I just asked the mayor what was happening, and the mayor texted me, and pulling it up here, and he said, well, this is before we knew anything. The reports weren't out. He said the reports it looks like 18 to 20 young kids. The quote, asshole shot them and stacked them like firewood. We've all been reeling since then, knowing what that meant to a community, a close-knit community like Uvalde. And it's horrific, and it's the face of evil. I don't know whether or not a resolution or a sense of Congress by my friend from Ohio will make significant difference. But I do know, I appreciate what the gentleman is trying to focus on, which is how do we prevent bad actors from carrying out bad acts? And then what do we do in that? And how do we respond to it? There's a lot of commentary going on about what police did or didn't do in the school in Uvalde. And I would just ask for members to respect the process of looking through and determining the facts before we pass judgment. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, made the point that there's still a lot of unknown facts, and there's still investigations underway, state, federal, and local. I've gotten multiple different accounts, even in the last 2 days. We saw yesterday, for example, the day before, the report of the propped open door by the teacher turned out not to be exactly accurate. The door had been propped open, or at least the facts as I currently understand it, the door had been propped open when the teacher went out. That was a violation of protocol, no doubt. But then when she heard gunfire, allegedly went in and knocked the prop out. But then the door didn't lock. All right. Well, that's a fact that I don't even know. Like, go pursue that fact. My point is, the entire country was then saying, well, what's wrong with this teacher who propped this door? And then that caused, well, then imagine, and I happen to know some facts about this, what that meant to that teacher when everybody's out across America saying how, blaming her. And then now focus on the police and blaming, 19 cops or 7 cops or 3 cops. I get a different quote from every person talking about it, standing in the hallway like they're sitting around with their thumb up their rear while bad things are happening. Well, that's not true fully based on what I understand from a number of accounts. I'm not here to defend the officers on the scene. I'm not here to criticize the officers on the scene. I'm here to say that let's wait on the damn facts, because these are people, and we ought to be making sober judgments about what actually occurred and making policy accordingly. Because what if the hardening and the steel doors were actually part of the difficulty of entering? What if the key wasn't accessible and there wasn't appropriate timing and training for getting the key? I don't know. There are a lot of facts that I'm still waiting to reserve judgment on. I would just ask that our colleagues, both sides of the aisle, to be honest, but I've heard it from my Democratic colleagues today making judgments about cops standing there. And I don't believe that was true for the vast majority of the law enforcement on the scene who are trying to get access to and try to protect those kids. And they don't deserve to be lumped into one group. We can make determinations about who made what decisions when the reports come out, and then pass judgment accordingly. But we're still getting reports and facts on that. I feel really strongly about that. And I believe that no matter where this occurs in the country, get the facts and then figure out policy. There have been a number of things that have been raised about AR-15s. And I don't know how much time I have left because I don't have a clock in front of me, and I apologize for not being in person. I couldn't get a flight to work out for me this morning as I intended. And I have more to say about it, but a lot is being said about the AR-15, about being a weapon of war and what all it can do. And that, going through concrete, going through cinder blocks and, ripping people apart. and that it is a weapon of war. But the fact of the matter is, it's more accurate to say that a Remington 700 bolt action rifle or 30-06 are weapons of war more than the AR-15, which is not. Now it's obviously a cousin to some degree, but it is a semi-automatic weapon. And I've heard reference to automatic weapons. The gentlelady from Texas referred to automatic weapons, but you can't get an automatic weapon without a permit. It is a semi-automatic weapon. And I've heard a lot of people here saying, well, why can't you get on board with this legislation? Because, well, it's just limiting a magazine or limiting.
The time of the gentleman has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. You know, I am just so really frustrated that our colleagues on the other side, with their responses to the slaughterings in our schools, and, you know, their answer is to provide more people with guns, rather than taking guns out of the hands of people who absolutely should not have access to them. And as we know, there were 19 officers outside of the classrooms at Robb Elementary where a gunman executed child after child after child, one for each child that was taken away from us. This false notion of good guys with guns does not work. That has been disproved over and over and over again. In Buffalo, New York, a security guard with a gun, a retired police officer, in fact, heroically tried to defend the shoppers in the Tops grocery store. But he was shot down by the gunman with an assault weapon. Turning our schools into fortresses is just absolutely not the answer. We cannot ignore our duty to protect our children from being massacred. Yes, improving school safety is vitally important, but sensible gun safety is the fastest way to keep our families safe. Trust me, I am a survivor of gun violence. I am a survivor, a mother of senseless gun violence. We are teetering here in America on the brink of being one of the most civilized, violent nations in the world. If we want to invest in our schools, invest in the mental health of the children and teachers who fear each and every single day that they're in school, they're going to be the next site of a mass shooting. It is imperative that we focus on ensuring that guns are not in the wrong hands, so that we are operating on the offense in preventing these shootings from happening in the first place, rather than acting in defense and only offering thoughts and prayers once they occur. And I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Speaking on behalf of the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wait a minute,
I first want to thank the gentleman from Ohio for bringing the amendment. And obviously my Democrat colleagues make a point that not every time a good guy has a gun does he stop a bad guy with a gun. But it does happen on occasion. Not every time that someone locks up a gun in a home do they stop someone in a nearby school from entering and firing a gun. None of these measures that the Democrats have proposed today stop all violence. Mr. Shabbat's amendment is intended to help. It's not intended to, and nobody suggests that it does, eliminate all chances of violence. But I want to respond to the gentlelady from Texas when she talked about the dark vision that Republicans have. I think a lot of people in this country are offended that the lady would go that direction. First of all, she said that anyone who wants to own a gun, Republicans believe anyone who wants to own a gun should be able to get one. I don't believe that. I don't think most of my Republican colleagues, if any, believe that. I think that anybody who has been convicted of a dangerous felony, a violent felony, should not have a gun. I think it's quite obvious that there are people in this country that have forfeited their right to guns. As has been mentioned before, the Second Amendment's not absolute, and we should take that. The gentlelady talked about a dark vision that Republicans have for America, that somehow a good guy with a gun is not able, is not enough to stop a bad guy with a gun. Well, the Democrats have taken away the ability of a good guy to have a gun in a school to stop bad guys. A teacher who wants to bring a gun to school, an administrator, a coach, others can't do that right now. But I also think that, you know, if you want to point out dark visions for America, I think when the Democrats argue for an open border, what they're arguing for is to allow dangerous gang members to come across that border, MS-13 and others, and they have. When they open the border up, they allow dangerous drugs to come across the border, like fentanyl. Leading cause of death for 18 to 45-year-olds in this country is drug overdose. That is a direct relation, that is directly occurs because of the open border policies of this administration, particularly Secretary Mayorkas. When you open a border, you allow terrorists to come across the border. When you open a border, I think it was Mr. Cohen who mentioned earlier about the gun parts that are coming in from China that allow a semi-automatic weapon to be converted into an automatic weapon. That happens by opening a border and letting it come across. But we don't hear Democrats talk about that as a solution to close our border and to get a grip on the terrible things that have been happening as a result of that. The Democrats have promoted a culture of death in this country with their views on abortion. We have late-term abortions, absolutely horrific late-term abortions that somehow the Democrats think can happen in a vacuum and that it won't have an impact on the rest of society. We have people being paid not to work. Oftentimes, those people are also using drugs, getting money from the government to buy the drugs. We have gas prices skyrocketing in this country. Are those the dark vision of the Democrat Party? I don't think so. I think they're bad policies that have been made by the liberal progressives in the Democrat Party, but I don't think that they're dark vision of the Democrats. And I think what we have to do is make sure we get away from the kind of language that the gentlelady from Texas used to accuse Republicans of having some kind of dark vision. We care deeply about what's happening in our schools. We disagree that these shallow, inconsequential bills will have an impact on that. What I'm asking for, and what many of my colleagues in Congress are asking for, let's have some meaningful discussion on how to get to the bottom line, how to address not the gun, but the person behind the gun, how to address the sickness, the evil that we see in our society that will allow us to get to the point where we are a safer country. And I thank the gentleman from Ohio for offering one small piece of that. And really disappointing that the Democrats won't acknowledge that it is a small piece, but it is a positive step in what we can do. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I first want to say, in response to the gentleman from Texas's comment about why don't we just wait till we understand all the facts of Uvalde with some more investigation underway, he acted as if we've had 2 shootings in America, 2 mass shootings, and we're coming to respond to that. We are responding to thousands and thousands and thousands of shootings in this country over the last decade. And so what have been developed here are developed in response to a gun violence epidemic. And the idea,
will the gentleman yield for 10
I will not
seconds?
yield. The idea that we should wait while we can have families that have lost loved ones who are expecting Congress to respond.
Time belongs
and the
to the gentleman
idea, as
from Rhode
Mr.
Island.
Roy suggested,
Wait
that we
before
should just
commenting on
wait
something that
to
you don't
find
know the
out.
facts about.
We should be we've waited too long already.
I'm
We
not talking about
failed
waiting
to
about
respond to the
legislation.
cries
belongs
of
to the
people
gentleman
all
from
across
Rhode
this
Island.
country who have asked and demanded that Congress act. So no, we shouldn't wait. We shouldn't wait another second. We shouldn't wait another minute,
you don't
another
know what
day.
happened
We
in
should
Uvalde.
act now. The second thing
You don't
is
know
my
the
friend and colleague from Colorado just made reference to this suite of bills as shallow and inconsequential.
Don't you just
Shallow
love
and
how
inconsequential. I'm going to go through just a few
they always
pieces
call
of
each other
this.
friends?
Ghost guns were
Oh,
used
here
in
we
a
go.
shooting in Santa Clara, California that killed 3 people and injured 3 others. Ghost guns were used in November of 2017 in Rancho Tehama, California that injured 18 people. Another shooting in Santa Monica, California that killed 6. Bump stocks were used, as we all know, in Las Vegas that killed 60. Shootings that involved people under 21 years of age. Robb Elementary School, as we know, Uvalde, Texas. Tops Friendly Market, 10 were killed. 22 were killed in Uvalde. Santa Fe High School, 10 were killed. 13 were injured. Parkland, Florida. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, 17 were killed. 17 injured. Newtown, Sandy Hook Elementary School, 27 children were killed. In Columbine, 15 people were killed and 24 were injured. Those individuals would not have been able to buy the gun they bought if the bill that we're going to pass today were the law. Safe storage, the list goes on for pages. So to say inconsequential when it would have saved the lives of many, many people, and as Chairman Nadler said, even if it's one life. So to say it's inconsequential and then to say, let's talk about border security and abortion, because all we want to do is avoid responsibility to act in the face of gun violence in this country. Shame on our colleagues. You don't want to talk about it, you don't want to address it, don't come to the hearing. But honor the memories of those who we have lost to gun violence by taking this issue seriously and being committed to finding solutions. You think a grieving mother or father who's
What are
watching
you
wants to
saying
hear
is
talk
if you
about
don't agree with
abortion
me,
and
don't
border
come.
security? We're trying to respond to gun violence that led to the death of their child. That's what this hearing's about.
Common
These
tactic
families,
by
and sadly,
Democrats.
there are thousands of families across this country who fall into this category, who have suffered unspeakable pain because Congress has failed to act, and our Republican colleagues in the Senate in particular, in blocking any progress in reducing gun violence in this country. We owe it to their memory. We owe it to the oath that we have taken to protect our constituents, our most solemn responsibility. And people talk about the Second Amendment. We've heard it again today. It's a constitutional amendment. You can't touch it. That is not true. The Supreme Court of the United States has told us that.
Well, the gentleman yield.
The Supreme Court of the United States has made it clear that Congress has the authority to impose reasonable restrictions to protect the life and the safety and the security of those we serve. In the same way, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. There is no constitutional right that is absolute. It is balanced with responsibility.
Would the gentleman yield?
And so all these claims about, gee, we wish we could do something. We wish we could remove America from this terrible distinction of being a country that has a gun violence epidemic unlike any other country in the developed world. And by the way, if more guns were the answer, we'd live in the safest country in the world. There are more guns in America than people. Our country is awash in guns, and it has produced more and more and more death and more gun violence. So that's not the answer. We've tried it. It doesn't work. We need real solutions so we can go back to our districts and demonstrate to the people we serve we've taken some action that's going to make a difference and help protect lives in communities all across this country. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida, for what purposes? Gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
He said it right there. What they're upset about is the number of guns in the country. This isn't about, modest age restrictions that are unconstitutional. It's not about better record keeping. They want fewer guns. They think that the answer is fewer guns. And that is what is creating a lot of discomfort among our fellow Americans who cherish their guns and cherish their Second Amendment rights and have actually committed no crimes.
They cherish their children, Mr. Gates?
You know what? Their children aren't the ones at risk as a consequence of
All
law-abiding gun
children in
owners.
America are
That's
at
what
risk.
you get wrong. It's not law-abiding gun owners, David.
Were those children in Uvalde
The gentleman
at
from
risk?
Florida
Here's
has
the
decided.
tension. Here's the tension, okay? You guys are spasming into this reflexive response, and you call it an emergency hearing, right? And the basis for the emergency is what happened in Uvalde. And we all agree it was awful and tragic, but you are not providing the thoughtful solutions that would actually reduce the likelihood of that. When you make an argument in the Judiciary Committee for a change in the law, there are two components. You have to demonstrate a need for the change, and that what you're bringing forward will actually affect that in a positive way. And it's the second part of the argument where the bills you've presented today undeniably fail. And in Florida, I would suggest we had a process that's a little bit better than what we've observed here. In Florida, following Parkland, every Floridian wanted to reduce the likelihood that that could ever occur again for precisely the reasons that animate your passions today. But instead of rushing to town, stumbling bills together, we got our very best sheriffs, our very best police chiefs, former members of law enforcement, people with tactical experience, even parents of slain children. And we put them on a board to review a school shooting as if it were an airline crash, dispassionately, thoroughly. And then as a consequence, what we saw was actually a failure in law enforcement, that the sheriff in Broward County was so recalcitrant in not doing the training, that the on-the-ground law enforcement were so derelict in their duties that children died that didn't need to. And so Governor DeSantis rightly fired that sheriff, replaced them, put better training in, more money to harden our schools and our synagogues, our houses of worship across the state of Florida, and we're safer as a consequence. So it's not that we're particularly here to talk about abortion or the border. We understand we have to make these things less likely, but whether it's you holding an emergency hearing to respond to a leaked draft opinion that's not even final, or now when the Congressman Roy from Texas says, gosh, before you have the emergency Uvalde hearing, maybe we ought to figure out what happened in Uvalde so that we can make that frequency less likely to occur. I think there's also a balancing of interests here that the American people need to understand. You say if it saves one life, if it saves anything that saves one life is totally worth doing. And certainly every loss of life is tragic, and certainly every preventable loss of life is tragic. But Mr. Cohen gave up the game earlier when he said, we acknowledge on the front end of this hearing that there will be deprivations of liberty to law-abiding people, that we will at times stop law-abiding people from doing what is otherwise constitutionally legal. So while I certainly want every American to safely store their firearms, while I certainly want every American to be trained on the safe storage of firearms, I'm not entirely sure that the Congress of the United States is the appropriate entity to tell Americans how to store firearms and then punish them as a consequence. And if the result of all of this is there's a a life or two that we save, and the result is, like, how many tens of millions of Americans are you willing to deprive of their constitutionally guaranteed liberty in order to achieve that objective, when there might be a more narrowly constrained appropriate way for gun enthusiast groups, hunting clubs, local government, states, to try to educate and encourage proper safety of the storage of firearms. So again, we share your goal of making these shootings less likely, whether they be in our schools or elsewhere in our communities, but we don't think that in the name of saving one life, that fundamentally constraining the rights of all Americans is necessary, especially when we are still awaiting the results of the review of what happened in Uvalde that shocks the conscience of all of us. So please spare us the spirited screaming. We want to stop the violence. We just wish you would listen to some of the ideas that we think would help. And from my standpoint, if you hold schools out as gun-free zones, as soft targets, you make those school shootings more likely. And I don't think you want to do that. But I think that if we got rid of the gun-free zones and if we empowered people that could be helpful, we might see a reduction in violence. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes? The gentleman from New York seek recognition.
Move to strike, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
The gentleman from Florida said that he and his Republican colleagues want to stop the violence in this country. But it's difficult to believe that when there are common sense steps that Congress can take and they are unanimously obstructing those approaches. I want to elaborate something that my colleague, Mr. Cicilline, said earlier today, because it is clear to me that the more my colleagues misinterpret the Second Amendment and the Supreme Court's decision in DC versus Heller, the more they are giving up the fact that they've not actually read those documents. Let's start with the Second Amendment. The text is clear. The amendment protects the collective right of the people as a whole to possess arms solely for the purpose of forming a well-regulated militia. Now, last time I checked, the National Guard doesn't depend on teenage boys owning semi-automatic rifles with high-capacity magazines. Notice that while the Second Amendment is explicit that the government has the authority to regulate the use of arms, the Second Amendment does not include a single word, not one word, about an individual right to own a gun. In fact, the claim that the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to own a gun is so indefensible that even the conservative former Chief Justice Warren Burger, a Nixon appointee, no less, had once denounced it as, quote, one of the greatest pieces of fraud on the American public he had ever heard. No wonder the Supreme Court never recognized an individual right to own a gun from the ratification of the Constitution in 1789 until 2008, when the Roberts Court's far-right majority issued its 5-4 opinion in Heller. So let's talk about Heller.
So he doesn't believe it's the right of the people.
Heller did set a constitutional baseline that there is a right to own a handgun for
There
self-defense
you
in
go.
the home. But even in that egregiously mistaken decision, even in that decision, the court made clear that we can still regulate gun ownership and possession, particularly in sensitive places, as well as prohibit an individual from possessing firearms. As the late Justice Scalia's opinion explains, quote, like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. And, quote, the right was not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever, in any manner whatsoever, and for whatever purpose. In fact, Justice Scalia went out of his way to emphasize that the sort of measures we are considering today would be plainly constitutional. He wrote, quote, nothing in our opinion, nothing should be taken to cast doubt on laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places, such as schools and government buildings, or laws imposing conditions and qualifications on the commercial sale of arms. And he continued that, quote, another important limitation on the right to keep and carry arms is that only, quote, the sorts of weapons protected were those in common use at the time. The Constitution does not condemn us to allow weapons of war to flood our neighborhoods. Make no mistake about that. My colleague's desperate citation to an outlier ruling by 2 Trump appointees in one circuit, and when have they ever been fans of the Ninth Circuit, as my colleague Mr. Nagus pointed out earlier, does not change the reality of what the Supreme Court has said. That is why even more circuits have upheld age restrictions on firearm purchases. The Fifth Circuit has twice upheld restrictions on particular weapons for 18 to 21-year-olds. The Supreme Court declined to weigh in both of those times, allowing the Fifth Circuit to be the final word in upholding these age restrictions. And the First and Seventh Circuits have upheld age restrictions as well. Activist, Trump-appointed judges may be trying to change settled law, just as they are trying to roll back decades of settled law upholding the right to an abortion. But don't believe the lie that they are selling, a lie so radical that even the far-right Roberts Court hasn't endorsed it. Age restrictions are nothing new, and they are consistent with the Second Amendment. So I've heard enough, and I think I speak for my Democratic colleagues when I say this, of ill-informed, bad faith constitutional misinterpretations. The Constitution is no obstacle to protecting our kids in America today. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
And in response to the comments just made, I'm glad this comes together this way, because I've been wanting to knock down some canards and some straw men arguments that have been offered by the majority. But to that point, with the points just made by the gentleman from New York, who earlier made clear, because he said it literally, that he will use all means necessary to reverse the Supreme Court, not through the processes of the Supreme Court, but by changing it institutionally, by packing it, by getting rid of the filibuster, overriding institutional norms as usual. But to the point just argued, the central holding of Heller is that the Second Amendment confers an individual right That is the core of Heller. It's what the left went berserk about because you don't want that right to be recognized. Mr. Jones then comes forth making my argument perhaps better than I can, saying that his main objective is to see to that individual right recognized in Heller no longer continues to apply.
Sir, when did will the gentleman yield?
Let me finish. No, I won't. You had a great opportunity there.
That you are now misconstruing.
The statement has been made by Mr. Cicilline, by Mr. Deutsch, by Mr. Jones, by the President of the United States, that the Second Amendment is not absolute, that it's not without limits. No one has contended that it is without limits. But Heller gives clear indications to what limits are permissible. You read from some of them. What is unlikely, and the Ninth Circuit case falls in the right resolution on that. The Fourth Circuit case earlier, the recognition by the dissent by Judge Wynn in the Fourth Circuit in the same case is that 18 to 20-year-olds are covered by the Second Amendment first. And the second point is that bans of widely prevalent firearms and acquainted mechanisms are, that's the you can't do that. Another thing Heller said you can't do is require people to lock them up in their homes so they can't be accessed to provide for their main purpose, which is the right of self-defense of home and hearth.
The gentleman yield.
No, I will not. I'm going to get this out so that somebody hears it. The President of the United States said the other day, the President said another misnomer or another factually inaccurate point. You couldn't buy a cannon when the Second Amendment was adopted. And actually it's false. It's been debunked repeatedly, but he keeps repeating it. So when you come in and say, we can't, I'm making the argument, you attribute to those of us on our side who are raising the question of the constitutionality of what you propose. I do not make the argument that the Second Amendment is absolute or unlimited. What I make the point about is Heller held what it held. McDonald held what it held. That was the Supreme Court of the United States. Do you acknowledge that baseline or do you not? Mr. Jones has made clear repeatedly that he does not. When we've raised these points about what other courts are deciding about the 18 to 20-year-olds being governed by being covered, they have a right under that amendment, number one. And number two, that some limitations are impermissible. And those you propose in this bill, 3 of them. I said 2 earlier, I was mistaken, 3. You want to ban a whole class of weapons to 18 to 20-year-olds, number one. Number two, you want to impose the same kind of disability or disabling requirement mandate in the home of weapons that Heller said is impermissible. And finally, you want to ban magazines that have the number that are predominant, that are prevalent everywhere in the country. Heller said you can't do that. So you've got to contend with why, at least if you say the Ninth Circuit, well, it's great for you guys to cite the Ninth Circuit. You don't respect the Ninth Circuit. Yeah, the Ninth Circuit is liberal. That's why it's so remarkable that even they have said that this is something that can't be done. You can't ban a class of weapons to people 18 to 20. I'm glad to undertake things that we can do. Let's talk about them. But when you start talking about things you can't do, and then you couple that with statements that essentially say, I'm going to get rid of the Second Amendment by any means
will the gentleman
necessary.
yield?
Yeah, I'll yield to you.
What do you support? Like, what are you willing to do to stop the epidemic of gun violence in this country? Because you just referenced that. So I would love for you to articulate the efforts that you would be willing to undertake with your Democratic colleagues in this chamber today to stop the epidemic of gun violence in this country, sir.
You look at what's happening, and then you actually do things that would address that.
So you're not going to answer the question because you don't actually have an approach other than to allow the status quo to remain?
Yeah, I wouldn't let teachers prop doors open. I would make sure that police are not discouraged from going in and saving children who are being assaulted while the assault is going on. I would not intimidate the police and tell them they ought to cease to exist. My time's expired.
I can translate that for you. He's willing to do nothing.
It sounds right to me.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Just a couple of points, Mr. Chairman. First of all, the assertion that Heller prevents us from taking the action that we're taking today is just a misreading of Heller. And I'll leave it to the scholars to look at what was struck down in Heller and what we're proposing here. And the reference to the Ninth Circuit is, okay, I understand it's the liberal circuit that my colleagues like to point to. Forget who the judges were in this case. The fact is there are other circuits who have ruled otherwise. And we all know it's the Supreme Court who has the last word. So let's just be clear about that. But I have to respond to what Mr. Gates said. I know that there are families in the room there today who lost loved ones in Newtown. And I know that there are people watching all around the country, including a lot of my constituents, 17 families, in fact, whose loved ones will never come home.
Why this
And
blowhard is speaking, I just want to thank
families
everyone for
from
taking the
Las
time to
Vegas
watch
and
this stream and getting
families
engaged
from
to figure out what the
Orlando
other
and
side
Virginia
is
Tech, the
doing.
Virginia Tech shooting, 32 people killed. That was in 2007. This idea, this argument that we're rushing into action, that we're not being thoughtful, that we should just take some time to really understand what happened before we respond, is another way of saying we have no interest in ever responding, in ever doing anything to stop this gun violence epidemic in our country. That's the message that it's sending. You can't sit there, with all due respect to my colleagues, you cannot sit as a member of the House of Representatives and tell my constituents that it's just too soon for us to rush in to figure out what kind of legislation we should pass. We haven't had time to really fully digest what happened in Uvalde or Buffalo or any other mass shooting that has taken place in the more than 4 years since that awful Valentine's Day in Parkland. And when Mr. Gates talks about what the state legislature did, the way he characterizes it is we all got together and we came up with all kinds of things that we could do that are so radically different than what we're trying to do here today. In fact, what the Florida legislature did was come together in a bipartisan way and raise the age to buy an AR-15 to 21, to buy any gun to 21. That's what the Florida legislature did. Let's be clear about it. You know what else they did? They passed a red flag law because they understand that if you give law enforcement the ability to take action so that someone who poses a threat to himself or herself shouldn't have a firearm, and that you build in appropriate due process rights, that's the appropriate thing to do. That's what we're going to do next week also. That's what Florida did. So it just pains me. I think it pains all of us. And frankly, anyone who's watching what we're doing here today, to look at this debate and to be told that Congress is just rushing headlong into doing something without giving it appropriate thought. There are people in my community whom all of you know at this point, because they've devoted their lives to honoring the memories of their loved ones who were slaughtered, struck down, taken from them at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. They do not deserve to be told that we have to really dig in and spend more time figuring out how to respond to these mass shootings before we can take action. They don't. No other family who's suffering without a loved one, the hole that leaves forever. What we're doing here today is reasonable. Anyone who looks at these proposals knows that they're reasonable. And in fact, consistent with what's been done in my own state of Florida, run by a Republican legislature and a Republican governor. Let's come together and pass this legislation and help to save lives. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
Speak on the Shabbat amendment under the 5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I think the reason we don't often hear about mass shootings were stopped by a citizen with a gun is that they didn't become mass shootings precisely because they were stopped by a citizen with a gun. As I said earlier, a mass shooting was stopped by a woman with a gun in Charleston, West Virginia, the very day after the massacre at Uvalde. She couldn't have done that in a so-called gun-free school zone. Is there any other possible way to stop a bad guy with a gun, but with a good guy with a gun? There is no other way. The only question is how long it takes. It's often been said that police can be there in minutes when seconds count. And what we found in Uvalde and before in Parkland, even when the police respond, they don't always act once they get there. Those who are directly threatened by a gunman are those who are in the best position to stop such an attack because they're there on the spot and their lives depend on it. And yet you won't let them. That's stunning to me. Nor do you seem to be serious about enforcing our laws when they're violated. I mean, that's what we've observed time and again from your woke district attorneys. And if you don't take our laws seriously, what makes you think criminals will? And again, I ask, why hasn't Hunter Biden been prosecuted for violating the law that forbids drug addicts from purchasing firearms, a felony? Remember, his gun, which he illegally obtained by lying on his application, yet another felony, ended up being
Bam!
an open trash can 500 feet from the school. So again, I pose the question, what makes you think gun laws will keep guns out of the hands of criminals any better than drug laws keep drugs out of the hands of addicts? MS-13 isn't going to obey your laws. Madmen aren't going to obey
Speak the
your
truth.
laws. Terrorists
Speak the
won't obey
truth,
them
man.
either, nor will criminals. All your measures do is make it lawfully impossible for
I like
law-abiding citizens
McClintock,
to defend themselves.
by the way.
So why won't you protect our children in their schools with the same seriousness as we protect our money at the bank? Nobody questions the common sense of having an armed guard at a bank. But leftists somehow cannot see the common sense of having an armed guard at a school. They seem more serious about protecting our money than protecting our children. That's utterly inexplicable to me. And of course, this discussion raises the question of how many bank robberies never happen because robbers know there's an armed guard to return fire, and how many attacks on schools can be discouraged when the gunmen know they're likely to be opposed with lethal force at the front door. You know, the left lives in this fantasy world where all they have to do is pass a law against a criminal from obtaining a gun to have it obeyed. Yet, as King Canute demonstrated, there are limits to the efficacy of our laws. The madmen in Uvalde didn't obey them, but everyone else around that gunman did, and that made them defenseless. And so he operated with impunity in an environment where the gunman was king. And he knew that was a safe environment for him to do violence, as his own diary noted, because he knew no one would be there to return fire. When are my friends going to take the world as it is and not as they wish it to be? The father of modern policing, Sir Robert Peel, once observed that the police are simply the extension of the community, that in fact, the community is the police and the police are the community. Every citizen has a right and a duty to uphold the law and protect themselves. The police are there to help. The only difference, he said, was that the police officer is a professional hired to attend to his duty full-time, not to replace the private citizen, but to support him. Mr. Shabbat's amendment makes it more likely an attack can be stopped before it starts and makes it less likely that a gunman will target our schools knowing they can be stopped before they start. And I say again, until you're ready to protect our children with force, you're not serious about protecting our children at all. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm really pretty disappointed by some of the rhetoric and arguments and positions that have been advanced today. And I think it's important to just refresh ourselves with some facts. Gun violence is now the leading cause of death for the children of America. America is basically the only country in the world that experiences mass shootings constantly on a regular basis. Countries that have regulated assault weapons.
Wait. Afghanistan.
Take a look at New Zealand
Iraq,
and Australia.
Syria,
We have to do something.
Somalia.
Americans
You can
are
name any country in
experiencing
Africa and they
an unacceptable
experience a
level
lot
of
gun
violence
violence.
because
Ukraine.
of the prevalence of assault weapons by unstable people. And what is being recommended here
Canada,
is modest, but would do some
Mexico,
good. You know, in my own
Brazil,
district, we've experienced this trauma. In
Malaysia.
2019, the
Exactly.
annual
Gimbal,
Gilroy
bubble wrap.
Garlic
You
Festival,
guys were right.
a young man
Sabar, if you want to come on, let
with
me
an
know.
assault weapon, semi-automatic rifle, killed 3 people
Vietnam, Korea.
and wounded 17 others before killing himself. Now, California has strong gun controls, but he went over to Nevada and purchased these weapons and then brought them back to California. That's why we need to have a nationwide approach. Now, even if we can't stop all gun violence through these measures, the common sense provisions in the bill before us today will do some good and it will save lives. And I just like to say that the recent polling indicates that 89% of Americans support universal background checks. 86% of Americans support red flag laws, and a whopping 70% of Republican and Republican-leaning voters support universal background checks. We do know that gun violence can be countered through some of these provisions. You know, I was out listening to constituents in the last couple of days, and several of my constituents, gun owners, came up to me pleading with me to do something.
Liar.
They pointed out that
Liar.
in their view, it was unwise to allow immature individuals,
Liar.
18, 19-year-old kids, to go out and buy legally
Liar.
Assault weapons. And as one of my constituents said, you know, that kid can't go out and buy a beer. That kid can't go out and
He can go
rent
fight in a
car
war.
till he's 25, but we're selling these lethal weapons to him. That doesn't make any sense. So I hope that we can stop being the only country on earth where mass shootings are a near daily occurrence. And I think part of achieving that will be to pass the bill before us and to stop talking and throwing dirt in the air and confusing the situation with extraneous discussion. I think we owe the American people better than that. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes Ms. Dean seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I just wanted to tell a story about how I started my day. It's one of the best ways to start a day. I started it with school students. Abington High School, junior high school, members of the National Honor Society, 8th, 9th, 10th graders. And they had a series of questions for me. They wanted to know about how I got into this line of work, what inspired me to do it. But guess what? That all got set aside because their first 3, 4, 5 questions were
It's
about
the no
us.
neck lady.
What are we doing to make them safer in school? What are we doing to make them safer on their playgrounds, in their grocery stores, in their synagogues, in their churches, and on and on and on. These wise beyond their years, 8th, 9th, 10th graders from Abington School District.
Okay.
Asked,
So
what are we doing?
9th and 10th graders,
The very thing we're here to do today.
high school
is to
students are
respond.
asking
I
you,
know it's
how
later
do
than
you,
it ever
how do you
should
make
have
us safer on the
been, to respond to the
playground?
scourge of gun violence in this country. When I ran for Congress in 2018,
High school students,
I remember
how
going to
can
meeting after
you
meeting
make
and
us
telling
safer
folks,
on the
parents,
playground?
voters, what I care about. I said, I care about the problem of gun violence in this country.
Is there
I wanna
anyone
do
in the
something about
audience
it.
out
It is
there,
not
anyone
right
in the comments
that our
out there,
children are
in the
now
chat
to
who
go to school,
believe
don't feel
this
secure in
lady?
their school. And one father stood up, this was 2018, one father stood up and really hollered at me. He said, you care about gun violence?
How many
What do
high
I
school
do with my
students go
3rd
to a
grader who last
playground?
night couldn't fall asleep because they had an active shooter drill and they were coached to find scissors, run and throw scissors, weapons at the would-be shooter.
Well, if you arm
What
them,
are
then
we
they didn't have
teaching
to,
our
they wouldn't have to
children?
throw in
So
scissors,
I
would
want
they?
those Abington High School students to have hope that there are leaders across this dais. Join us. Say that you take this problem seriously.
Well,
Say
when
that you
you
believe you have to save
say
lives. Stop
some
saying we got to study this more
obviously
because the
bullshit,
coffins are going in
do
the
you think
ground.
anyone's going to join you?
We don't have to study this. We know what the problems are.
What a bitch.
Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time to the gentle lady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
I thank the gentlelady from Pennsylvania for her kindness and her
Oh,
indulgence.
here comes the dumbass.
And I want to answer her question by saying that we will do something. I'm absolutely disturbed by the continuation of insanity. And I can say that because I have sat in this room, my fellow colleagues,
Kimball with the win again.
and this insanity has continued every
You're on
time we
fire,
come to this moment in
Kimball.
history.
You're on fire.
And it continues on the bodies of dead children and dead Americans, not at war, but in their homes, their communities, their schools. It is important that we move away from this constant babble of rejection.
Do you think Sheila Jackson Lee diddles
And I
herself
beg
every
to
time
differ
someone is killed?
the interpretation of my friends.
Let me know in the comments.
Because it is not an interpretation of the Constitution, which is a living document. There have been several cases on making it very clear that there are limitations to gun use. It is actually ignoring the fact that we are proud in America of one, being the overseers of democracy and a constitution that is alive, that is breathing. That is the argument Mr. Jones was making. But the rejection comes from overall tone deafness and the sense that continues to have a crowd of people that want to hear insanity. And the reason why it is, because if again you read the case of one of the most conservative jurists, in the Heller case, it continues to say it finds support in the historical tradition. This is in the case. Common use at the time finds support in historical tradition of prohibiting the carrying of dangerous and unusual guns. Pages 54 to 56, or that certain people that are felons or mentally ill should not have possession of firearms, or that they should not be in sensitive places like schools and government buildings. I already said to Mr. Cap Shabbat that we can do these things, that they're already able to be done. But this is what I have to contend with in a state that has absolutely no relevant gun laws. And I will recite them time after time: Dallas, Luby's, Walter, Wedgwood, Fort Hood, Second Fort Hood, Dallas Police. This is Texas, Texas First Baptist, Santa Fe, El Paso, Midland, Uvalde. How many dead persons? 183 injuries, 153 dead. This is insanity. The pain of Rhonda Hurt because her daughter, Kimberly Vaughn, the mother of Ethan, is in this room. She doesn't mind me saying. Who knows her pain? Insanity that is going over and over again. The commitment, Congressman Dean, is that we will do something, and that the Constitution allows us to do something, that the case law allows us to do something. And I would think the names of these dead children and the two beautiful teachers and her husband, imperative that we do something, ensures that we must do something. We will join that babbling of insanity if we do not do something. I refuse to do that. We will do something. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Time the gentlelady yields back. The question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll. No, the clerk will not call the roll. At this time, the committee will take a brief 15-minute recess.
All right, I'm here, and I'm here with the well-dressed man himself, the dark one, the darkest Mavis himself, DLD.
I thought hurricane season was over.
Dude, you are like have a bad signal or something, man.
Yeah, I'm going through a bad spot, but I'll be back up here running in just a sec.
Yeah, you're like at like 2 frames a second. If you don't know, the guy on the screen in the well-dressed suit is an ATF agent. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're not supposed to say that.
Yeah, he is the darkest Mavis, Dark Mavis from DLD After Dark, awesome channel. If you are not subscribed to DLD, you should hit him up. And he also has a Twitter account now, which he said he would never do. And turn off your blinker, people are saying, and you're echoing.
Sorry, my bad, y'all. My bad. I honestly, like, I wasn't even gonna get on. This is also streaming on my channel. Thank you to Crump. I just had a really tough time, like, watching this and not commenting and not saying something. It is just so bizarre to me that these people.
Hey, Dark, why don't you just turn off your camera for now? Because you're roboing a little bit.
All right, my bad. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't know it was that bad. I usually don't join on the road. I don't like joining on the road, but I couldn't not speak up. I'm kind of unsure if the people that are speaking on behalf of the leftist extremists, I mean, people of opposing thoughts, I'm kind of unsure if they even believe their own bullshit, or if most of them are just paid to think like that and speak like that.
I've told you how it works behind. I mean, I've worked in that field, one of my many lives, and I've told you how it works.
Yeah.
You know exactly, like, everything is provided by lobbyists on both sides.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not
For
even.
sure.
We're gonna have a special guest on here too. So give me 1 second here. No, go ahead, talk.
It's just terrible to sit back and see that, we are talking about saving lives. We are talking about, providing. Let me know if this is better. We are talking about potentially saving children's lives. We are talking about providing a level of security that would reduce the risk of shootings and would also, prevent deaths without treading on the natural rights.
Not really sure what you're talking about, like custom build. Go ahead.
Without treading on the rights, on the natural rights of all these people that, have done nothing wrong and will do nothing wrong. But what they're doing is, by them saying these things and pushing this legislation, which is total bullshit, what they're doing is they're forcing people out there. I'll just say that there may be some, I'll word it like this. There may be some people out there that are sitting back and they're thinking, you know what? I might be willing to strap up and go to war and fight over this shit. I may be willing to sacrifice my life.
All right. Hold on for
over
a second.
things like this.
He's not really a Fed. I guess the people from John Crump News don't really know you as well as people from John Crump Live. No, he's not a Fed.
I'm an agent of CIA, TFBI.
No,
I'm not a fucking Fed. It's a joke about, bro. This dude almost smashed into my car, dog. About
Roboing. Just turn off the camera.
Damn,
this
bro.
dude almost smashed into my car, dog. About
Roboing. Just turn off the camera.
Damn,
this
bro.
dude almost smashed into my car, dog. About bro, Sabar.
Hey, Sabar, you have the YouTube video still open.
This dude almost smashed into my car, dog. About bro, Sabar.
Got you, bro.
All right, that's better.
There we go.
So I guess the whole thing for me is that, like,
turn off your camera. You're still roboing really bad.
I guess the whole thing for me is that I'm really struggling sitting back, wondering that, who in the world actually think that these people are being, truthful, and do they truly believe that these restrictions would make any impact? Because guess what? Murder was illegal that day. Walking onto school grounds with a firearm was illegal that day. Shooting kids was illegal that day. Shooting teachers was illegal that day. And that didn't stop an effing thing. Sorry, I know you want to keep
Rich is working.
Bankrupt News clean. So how well did that work? Right? We know that criminals are going to do criminal shit. And if they can't do it with firearms, or even if firearms are just more difficult to get as opposed to impossible, right? That'll never happen. They'll just do it with a can of gas and $3 worth of fuel, or black powder, or knives, or a vehicle, or anything else. The firearm is not the problem, number one. Number two, nearly every mass shooting has been ended by the same item that they are attacking. Almost every single mass shooter either ate a bullet, so it was ended with a firearm, or they were shot by a police officer, so it was ended with a firearm, or they're shot by a good guy, right? Or good girl, good gal, good guy with a gun. So there's absolutely no way they can convince me, or hopefully the good, sane people of the United States, that any further action that restricts our natural rights even further is going to do anything at all. And I'm sorry, I'm pissed off, and I'm probably not even making sense, but please continue.
No, you were. It's pretty good.
Was any of that even like, could you even hear that?
Yeah.
Yes, we did. We heard it, and I agree. It's really insane. They say, "Oh, guns haven't stopped any shootings besides all of them," but that's beyond the point.
Yeah, even the ones that they're referring to, it was still ended with a gun.
Yeah,
even if it was
the off-duty Customs and Border Patrol agent got a gun. The gun that he ended it with was picked up from his barber.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
It's crazy that
Knight's Armament, it is still ongoing. They're taking a little recess, and then they will come back, and then they will basically do a roll call vote and see if it will advance.
it's crazy that somebody like me, right? Like, I carry a Glock 43X 20+1 with a 15 rounder on the side, and yeah, I'll usually have a long gun in the cars. It goes back and forth, but I would abandon, the fear of risk of losing my life to charge a shooter because I have a firearm like that, right? I have 21 opportunities and a mag change to end an active shooter if, God forbid, if I had to, right? But I have no problem sacrificing my life for other people's children, my own children. And at the same time, when they ask the question, this drives me crazy. And I know for my viewers out there, you guys are going to know what I'm going to say, okay? But when they continuously ask, how many more children have to die before you're willing to give up your guns? My answer will remain the same. All of them, even my own, all of them, every single one of them, including my own, until I'm ready, and my own life, so I'm ready to give up my guns. And people may think that that's an extreme view, but it is increasing the odds of death to my family and my daughter even more every single time. And somebody like me is also the person that would charge a shooter and risk their life. And I'm sure most of you guys and gals out there would as well, because you stand for what's right and you're willing to combat evil. That's who firearm owners are. And they'll never accuse me of anything differently.
Yeah.
Or convince me, rather.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what he's saying. To be honest, I think that the reason that they're pushing this right now is for a whole different agenda. Uh, because for so long there's been gun violence and nobody ever said anything about it. I mean, look at Chicago, look at California, Los Angeles, all the areas that are lived by minorities or people for low income economy. There's always gang violence and it has not stopped. Look at Baltimore, look at Detroit. Why didn't they ever say, hey, we need to stop the gang violence there or the gun violence there? Because it didn't fit what they were trying to do. But right now, at this current moment, what they're trying to do is a different agenda. They don't care about our safety. They don't care about our children's safety, because if they cared about our children's safety, they would have put armed guards in all of the schools as soon as we had the first uh, school shooting. If they care about our children, they wouldn't be teaching them the stuff they're teaching them about transsexuals and all this other stuff. They will leave that to the home. They would teach the kids just whatever they needed to learn. What they care about is moving their agenda forward. And their agenda at the moment is to disarm Americans. They already tried it in Canada. Now they're coming down here. Mexico already has it. If Mexico has it and you think there's no crime in Mexico, then you're blind, because my family had to come from Mexico to the US to seek asylum because they ended up killing their whole family. The grandma, the pregnant niece, everybody got shot to death. The only people that survived were people that were hiding underneath a bed. And these people that got shot to death, the people that shot them were the military, the Mexican military. So if you can't, if this was not gang members, these were not narco people that shot my family. This was the military doing military tactics, being bought by the narcos. So if you think that that's not gonna help, that gun,
Bought and paid for by the card.
yeah, that if you guys
Oh,
think
sorry,
that
sorry.
it's not
Try
gonna
that.
help at all, it's not like whatever rule they pass is gonna make it worse for you, for the American people, for the people that are trying to live the right way, that are following the laws, because criminals don't care about no laws. Look at what happened to prohibition. Nothing happened. Look at what happened with the drug on war. Nothing happened. So I'm just saying, they're right now it's fitting their agenda. They saw an opportunity, they're taking it, and that's how they work. That's what it is. It's sad, but we need to stand up and we need to let our voice be heard and make a difference. Because if you guys saw the people that got interviewed at the NRA, they're just puppets. They didn't even know what they were signing. They signed a paper saying they supported the FCP, right? The firearm control policy. So yeah, if you trust 50% of Americans, it sucks now. It's sad, but a lot of us, a lot of them don't have common sense, and it's they're sheep. To be honest, I'm sorry. A lot of us are sheep, and we just follow whatever the media throws at us because they're programming us, and it's being thrown at us repetitively that we don't even. People were saying that, oh yeah, people need to get a federal background check when a federal background check has been in place for since 1993, I believe, or I'm not sure, but come on. I mean, I don't know. That's all I have to say. This is bullshit. Sorry.
Well, the shooting that happened yesterday at the hospital, I did some looking into the hospital itself, and the hospital is a gun-free zone. They are so much a gun-free zone that they actually ban pictures of firearms on shirts and everything else.
Damn.
Because of course that was going to stop someone,
Yeah.
Me having this shirt with a Henry on it. I love Henry rifles, by the way. I ain't giving up my Henrys. I love my Henrys. But that this would be technically violating that hospital's firearms policy, by the way. But one gonna do this one. I got a nice little optic coming for this. I'm gonna finish my P80 with my Venom. I have my Venom somewhere around here. I guess I don't have it right here with me, but I'm gonna put a Venom on there with my dagger slide. So we be doing that tonight. Just whatever.
Yeah, man. But I don't know. It just to me, I don't believe in coincidence. When stuff starts happening, to it, like there's no coincidence. Everything's happening. Everything's being planned. Everything's happening too precise, and that just to me seems like an operation. Like, and it's weird. You know, it's sad. But as soon as Canada was talking about what they were doing, I knew that the next place was gonna be us. And then now we don't know what's gonna happen. So hopefully this thing does not pass. It sucks, but I have a feeling they are
Well,
gonna
it's gonna
pass it.
pass out of judiciary.
Yeah.
I did a good article on AMLN, if I say so myself, and I believe that it won't pass the Senate.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't get to the Senate, man. But yeah, they're just taking advantage of the situation at the moment, which is sad because if uh the pro gun or the pro gun people would start using this to talk about how we need more guns and this and that, they would use it against us by saying, "Oh, you're just using taking advantage of a sad situation." But I mean, look at what Beto did. He went and made a scandal at the conference. But I mean,
Yeah, that was pathetic.
yeah, that was
That
sad,
was
man.
disgusting, immoral, and everything else, man.
Yeah, you don't use somebody's pain
You
as
don't
a
use dead kids to accomplish a political goal, and that's exactly what Beto O'Rourke did. I'm gonna call him Robert because that's his effing name. That's what that Robbie did.
Damn Robert. But yeah,
Or
I don't know.
and I'm gonna call him by his middle name, Francis. That's what
Oh,
Francis
what?
did.
Yeah, it sounds like a Francis thing to do, man. To be honest,
Yeah.
now that
Don't be
say
a
that,
Francis, guys.
yeah, instead of don't be a Karen, don't be a Francis, guys. Um,
Yeah, Beta. Yeah, Rich,
but did,
Rich calls him Beta.
but did you see the show where the AK guy did, where he went outside the NRA and he was asking people questions, right? And these were people that were against the NRA, and he was just asking them, "Do you believe in this? Do you believe in that?" And they're like, "Yeah, yeah, that needs to be in place." When half of the stuff that he
No, I gotta watch it.
it's hilarious, man. That you just when you see that, you're like, "Damn, this is like the people that they have in the front li" like, these people are just going to shout. Like, I think they just like shouting, and you could see how intense and hyped up they are, and to them, it's just like whatever I'm able to shout out, I don't even know what I'm shouting, but I'm able to shout, you know? Like, it's people like that, and I'm like, "Damn," like, what happened to, when you used to support a cause, when you believe something, when you stand for something like that's not America anymore, or is it what's going on? You know what I mean? Standing for something, believing for something, I agree with it. But when you're just shouting to shout and you don't know that federal background checks have been around forever, uh, then you're
Yeah.
just following the crowd like a sheep, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, well, Mark Dice used to do that, where he used to go out and get people to sign like really weird petitions. What's really interesting is the number of people that believe in that crowd that believe that AR-15s are fully automatic.
Yeah, bro. They were saying like nobody here owns an AK, and they kept repeating it, right? And they're talking to the AK guy, and they're like, only a madman would want an AK. AKs are the worst, and he's like, yeah, yeah, you know. And then he's all like, I can't believe people haven't noticed that I keep walking into the NRA conference, walking back out, and interviewing them, and they're just all they're saying is just screaming, bro, like screaming, and as long as they shouting, um, they're fine with it. If they want to shout, they could get a pillow and shout their head off at home into the pillow, and that works the same. You know what I mean? Instead of wasting money and going all the way to Texas in the heat and not 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 doing nothing but acting a fool, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. Oh, by the way, Baltimore and Brady are suing Polymer 80. I'm gonna drop a video, but I'm doing live streams to John Crumb Live, so I'm not gonna drop a video right now. I'll drop a video tonight or tomorrow, probably on it, uh, depending on time frame and this and everything else. But Baltimore and Brady are suing. Brady campaign. What they have been doing is teaming up with cities like Baltimore and Los Angeles to sue
Yeah.
Polymer 80. They're trying to use taxpayer money to pit a company out of business that they do not like. They claim that Polymer 80 has been skirting the GCA and the Maryland Handgun Registry. And they also sued a local gun shop that used to sell Polymer 80s before they became illegal. The gun shop, Hanover Armory, has not sold any Polymer 80 kits since they became illegal in Maryland. But they're going at the Polymer 80 to try to bankrupt them by using taxpayer money, which I think is pretty despicable as well.
Okay, John. So if they voted up right now at this moment, right? What we're seeing currently, then it goes to the Senate, right?
No,
Then
no, 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 no. It still has to go through the House. This is just the judiciary.
so from the just from this, it's gonna go to the House, and then
Well,
from the House.
it depends. They can do two different things. They can do multiple different things.
Mhm.
They can advance it to the House. They can send it back for more work. They can just vote it down totally. There is a bunch of different things. Right now, they're going to vote to see if it will advance or not. So
Okay, and then
we'll figure out then. Once we figured that out, the next steps will come. But yeah.
and then the funny part was when the lady from California was speaking, right? And she tried to say that the guy went to Nevada to buy his stuff. I was like, damn, nice save, girl. Nice safe. Why didn't she talk about the train that they left on lock with a bunch of weapons in the middle of downtown LA? That would have
Oh
been
yeah, that's right. I remember that. How do you do that? I don't know, man.
I don't know how you forget. I mean, how would you forget? I mean, they know that area is bad. You know what I mean? Um, Even where I live at the moment, they're cleaning up the train tracks every other day. Every other day, they're cleaning. Going in, destroying homes, everything. These makeshift homes, uh, and they're controlling them all into one area because the area where I'm at was known for having a high homeless rate because you have downtown, you have pretty much all the civic center, everything like that. So they would feed them there. They would have bathrooms. They would have encampments there. So whenever a cop would arrest one of them anywhere else, they would come, drop them off here, and then take back off to wherever they were from. Um, so for a while, the city was people were arguing about that, like, "Hey, man, these guys are not even like actual homeless. These guys are actual people that have mental health issues." And they're one of them actually ended up exposing himself to my daughter
Oh
uh,
wow.
and her friends. Right? Luckily, at that time, my wife was picking them up, so she saw that the guy was walking behind them, and my wife ended up taking a video camera, recording him do that, and she called the cops. The cops took about 2 hours to even call her back. She went to civic center to the city, and they're like, "Oh, well, you're just gonna have to go to court and testify. And if you testify, he probably is not well, so he's probably not gonna, and he's probably not even gonna register as a sex offender." And we're like, "What? Like, are you serious?" Um, so then what happened is that all of a sudden they started to clean up the whole city and they started making a bunch of homes. And since the city is in the middle of everything, now they're getting rid of them. They're trying to figure out how to push them to other places, and they've been trying to control them in one area. Uh, but yeah, it's it's it's. I guess it's weird that when the people ask for help, they wouldn't do it. But now that there's money involved because they're building new properties and they want people to move in, now they're gonna start cleaning it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully they do clean it up. You know what? Congress is never on time, man.
No, bro, they're not. Oh,
They're
come
never
out.
on time. It's supposed to be 15 minutes, and
Yeah. Come out in PLA says California has been flying out homeless to Hawaii for years. Hmm.
yeah, they have.
For reals? I didn't
Hmm.
know that. I didn't know
I'm
that.
gonna
I
get homeless to get a free Hawaii. I'm gonna say I'm homeless to get a free Hawaii vacation.
damn. I wonder if they're sending them on like Spirit or what.
I have no idea.
They're probably flying them through Spirit. No, but for reals, mental health is very important, and I think that's something that's being missed at the moment because I believe that a lot of the shootings that have been happening have something to do with mental health. And I was watching a video you did with what's his name with Hoffman? No, 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 the Hoff. No,
Hofia?
yeah, where you guys were talking about the mental health stuff, and he was talking, I think, about Soloft, right?
Yeah.
And and I'm gonna say something. For a while, I was taking the same thing, Soloft, when I was younger. I think when I was a teenager, and I stopped because I was having the same type of thoughts. Like I was like, not about doing it to me, but to actually do it to others, right? And like I said, this is when I was a teen. And the problem is that I think sometimes, especially now with the way insurance works, if you don't have like a private insurance, if you're paying for like that Obamacare stuff, they don't really care and they don't really check. So if you guys are scared of taking certain medication for your mental health, what I would recommend is that you guys go and try to get at least 3 different opinions because something might not work for you, but other thing might work for you.
Yep.
So a lot of things that they do is that depending on the insurance you have, they're gonna give you the most generic stuff, and they're not gonna send you to a psychologist. I think they send you to a psychiatrist. I don't know one of.
Psychiatrist is higher than psychologist.
Okay, yes, they send you to a
But
psychologist.
psychologists are pretty well trained. Usually, they send you to a what is it, like a LMC, like licensed mental health professional,
Yeah,
whatever.
something like that. So
LPC.
the only thing they care about is putting you on meds.
LPC, licensed professional counselor.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so a lot of those people, they just care about putting you on meds, and they're gonna put you on the meds that they're getting kickbacks from. Which is, I'm being completely honest. This is not everybody, but this is how a lot of the big pharma thing works, and a lot of the medications not for everybody. Um, just like certain foods, or everybody has certain type of allergies. So don't be scared of taking a medication. Just make sure you look into it because that's what counts. I mean, mental health is really important, to be honest.
But what you need to do is be honest with what you are feeling when you start taking medication, and have a trusted person there that knows you to be able to tell if there's any differences going on, any negative differences, I should say,
Yeah, I think, yeah, that too.
or any
And I,
positive differences. Just differences, you know. If it's
yeah,
positive, great. You're probably on some good stuff that's really working for you, but there could be negative differences too.
yeah,
Um,
and and I think that's what was going on, and at the moment that they took a lot of the mental health down, and they would just send all these people to jail, and then in jail they would end up giving them they wouldn't care what they were taking, they'd just give them stuff I think they were giving my friend. I remember my friend came out and he came out really hefty, and I'm like, damn, bro, like you're really, like you weren't working out or what? And he was like, no, I was taking Seroquel, and I'm like, what? What's that? So I looked up Seroquel, and I think Seroquel was something to do with like schizophrenia and I guess one of the side effects for Seroquel is it makes you eat a lot, and you end up getting like
Yeah.
you're prone to diabetes, and
Well,
then it
like
makes
I'm
you
on
sick.
Lexapro, and
Yeah.
Lexapro kind of plumps you up. I like
Mhm.
gained 60 pounds on Lexapro. I'm on Lexapro for my cluster headaches.
Yeah.
So it's a trade-off. I get less cluster headaches, but I do gain
So you
weight. But cluster headaches are like also known as suicide headaches, so that
Yeah.
should tell you how painful they are. So yeah.
Okay, so Come On MPLA is talking about lithium, and that's what I was gonna say. A lot of the people in the penitentiary system or in jail in California, I'm speaking for California, are on lithium, Seroquel, Effexors, which is like kind of like Xanax. I don't know, but that and I forgot what else. But a lot of people are on that stuff, and then they don't even get tested. They don't test their blood. They don't do no work on them. You just go, I guess, talk to the person, and they give you what usually you ask for. And then the thing is that these people are not. Some people are taking it. Some people are selling it. So the funny thing is that the guy next to you will tell you, "Hey man, go tell the doctor this and that," and then the doctor has listened to so many people tell him the same things, and they'll just give him whatever everybody's taking. So I think that's an issue, and I think we need to work on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Somebody said 7 Up used to have lithium in it in the good old days.
Coke, I mean, Coca-Cola used to have freaking cocaine. So that doesn't
Right?
surprise me.
Yeah. They didn't. What's his name? The guy that from Twitter, Elon Musk, said that he was gonna try to bring the old Coke back.
Yeah,
Like,
I saw that.
yeah, that guy's hilarious sometimes, man.
Yeah, Musk is really funny.
Yeah, he has his humor is a little off sometimes, but he's funny.
Yeah, Musk, the richest man in the world, who's also like one of the biggest trolls.
Yeah, it's fun. That's great, man.
Yeah, he is hilarious. I like Musk. Oh, I'm so tired. I wanted to take a nap today, but yeah,
So
whatever.
what shooting happened yesterday? I didn't even hear about it. I was.
No, it was in a medical place.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Right here, something would say John Crump. What?
Oh, I was posting you on Instagram, so I said, make sure if you guys are not watching this, make sure you guys tune in.
Okay, I was like, what the hell,
It's on John
dude? They're
Crump
taking
Live.
forever to come back. Yeah, they are taking forever.
The committee will come to order.
All right,
The
here we
committee
go.
recessed. It had dispensed with the Shabbat Amendment. For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Can't see it, John. We can't see it.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr.
Point
Chairman.
of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order is reserved. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7910, offered by
The
Mr.
amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment addresses an issue that this committee has refused to address in the past as it relates to gun violence across our nation. The bill before us has been named the Protect Our Kids Act, but it does little of that. It does, of course, create several unconstitutional restrictions on lawful gun ownership. The American people know the end game here. It is to strip law-abiding citizens of their ability to defend themselves. My amendment addresses gun violence in a meaningful way. It doesn't create new laws, but instead enforces them. It would require the Department of Justice to work closely with state and local government and their law enforcement partners to assume jurisdiction of 922G cases, which are declined to be prosecuted by the state. And this would have a real impact because it is
The
a
gentleman yield
problem
for a
across the
question.
country.
The gentleman, what is you said 922G cases. Could you tell us what 922G cases are?
Yeah, 922G cases are when the federal government can take over felony gun cases. So let's say you have someone that has committed a felony in possession of a gun, and states can prosecute, but the federal government can also. In some cases, the states, because of, and what I was getting at here is because of weak prosecutors or rogue prosecutors in some of the big cities across America, they're sometimes pleading these cases down, or they're simply not charging. And this would allow the federal DOJ, Department of Justice, to take those cases and be able to file charges for somebody that's carrying a gun who has committed a felony in the past. Does that answer your question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. And so that is the explanation for the amendment. I want to make, in closing here, I just want to make one point tangential to what we were talking about today. It's really interesting as we've heard the various mass shootings that have gone on in America, whether it's Buffalo, Uvalde, places like that, these horrific shootings that have been going on. And but I noticed no one brings up Waukesha, the Waukesha Christmas parade. And this is part of what this gets at, though a different vehicle, in this case, a truck was used to kill 6 people in the Waukesha Christmas parade here in Wisconsin just 5-6 months ago. I noticed no one brings that mass killing up. And in that case, of course, it was a vehicle that was used, not a gun. We're not outlawing vehicles, I can see with today's markup. But I noticed no one brings that up, which I don't understand why, because we should all, whenever there is an unfortunate incident like a mass killing that goes on, we should all decry that. We should all be saying that this
Mr.
is
Tiffany, will you yield to a question on the
terrible
amendment?
loss of.
Will
And I'm
you
just
yield to
gonna
a
close-
question on the amendment, Mr. Tiffany?
I'm all for it.
Just so I can understand it. It's Cicilline, sorry.
Yes, I'll yield.
So I'm just trying to understand. The amendment says the Attorney General shall coordinate with a state Attorney General and appropriate state law enforcement officials in order to prosecute a violation. So is the amendment require the coordination, or does it compel the Attorney General to actually file charges if the state doesn't? Because, one of them would be useful, I guess, to coordinate, but if it's directing the Attorney General, then it seems to me we run into some problems about compelling the executive branch to take certain actions. So
Yeah, per the, if I may, per
Sure.
the language that you see in there, it requires them to coordinate with local units of government.
But it says in
The
order to
operative term-
prosecute a violation.
Yep, the operative term in there, Mr. Cicilline, is coordinate.
Could you say coordinate in order to consider prosecution? Is that way you give prosecutorial discretion to it just seems like otherwise we're compelling a prosecution, which I'm not sure you intend to do.
Now, DOJ just has to coordinate with the local unit of government. My understanding, and I hope
I'll
I'm
be
allowed
back.
additional time here, Mr. Chairman. My understanding, the term coordinate is equal, where both the federal government and state and local governments have an equal seat at the table. So they're going to sit down and coordinate decision that will be made.
Does the gentleman yield back? Does the gen-
I would just like to, if I could take a couple more seconds in
Sure.
closing. There is, Mr. Cohen challenged us and to come forth with proposals today. Mr. Jones asked, what are you willing to do? This is exactly what we're willing to do. You're seeing these amendments come forth now, like this one, and I'm asking for everyone on this committee to support this amendment. This is what you're seeing from Republicans now. We could have included my amendment here if we would have sat down and worked together earlier in the process rather than me having to bring it as an amendment now in a markup. With that, I ask for your support and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady insist on her point of order? No.
Excuse me, I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. I recognize myself. This is a very good idea, but the amendment is unnecessary and redundant because state and federal prosecutors already cooperate in cases of prohibited persons in possession of firearms in many jurisdictions, including my own in New York. There are task forces, federal, state task forces to coordinate these efforts. So while Mr. Tiffany is absolutely right, it's already done, and so the amendment is really redundant. So I would oppose it simply as redundant because it's already done and the amendment would do nothing therefore. Who seeks recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized to strike the last word. Texas, I'm sorry.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very eager to find an answer to Mr. Jones. I move to strike the last word. I'm very eager to find an answer to Mr. Jones' question from our friends.
What is she always has props?
I would ask.
Here comes another prop.
To Mr. Tiffany, that if this amendment was included, that would then make you likely to support.
Bro, because she's
Kids
talking
Act.
to little kids.
Is that accurate?
She has to show the kids how it's
Mr.
done.
Tiffany?
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer your question. Early in the summation that I just gave here a minute ago, this would be a good change. But as I said, this bill creates several unconstitutional restrictions on lawful gun ownership.
All right, sir, you said your answer would be no. I appreciate it. I have little time. Your
As a
answer
member
would-
of the Judiciary Committee, I'm not going to be in the habit of
reclaiming my
passing or
time.
voting
Your answer is
for
no.
unconstitutional laws.
Your answer is no. Again, as indicated, this may be already done, but let me speak to the conditions of Texas. I don't know what laws my prosecutors could in fact operate under. We have no universal background checks. We have no ban on assault weapons. We have no red flag laws. We have no age 21 requirement to buy a rifle. We have no waiting period to buy firearms and ammunition. We have no closing of the gun show loopholes. We have no limits on open carry. In fact, we have open carry, and no ban on concealed weapons at universities. In fact, we are completely without an infrastructure for which our prosecutors basically could operate under. Obviously, if the mass shooter at the school in Uvalde had lived, Robb Elementary School, there might be a trial. In Buffalo, of course, this
well, there would be a trial for freaking murder, you
by white
dumbass.
supremacy. And there's certainly no laws, because I know my good friends will call that speech and the protection of free speech. I don't know whether they would view that as disinformation. But the difficulty of
Okay, so now she's going after
the
free speech.
larger
Awesome.
picture of what you're doing is
This
that
lady-
is why the federal
Tyrant.
government needs to act, because there's an inconsistency of protection that does not violate the Second Amendment in our states. There are states like New York and California, Illinois,
Yeah, how great that's turning
that
out.
have put in strong laws, and they have seen an impact. Maybe not on the individual issues of gun violence, which we are in fact responding to in this legislation. We're not leaving out those circumstances, but it is well documented that states like Illinois, New York, and California, people bring guns in. We understand that these circumstances allow your coordination, and I would much find it stronger to say that the Attorney General is directed to do such where there is a gap, or that the Attorney General can rely upon federal laws I don't think I see
I'm
this
against abortion,
clearly
but
here in order
in
to
the case of
prosecute a
Sheila
violation
Jackson Lee's mother, I would have
of the
made an
state.
exception.
And you use Title
Damn.
18 USC. The state declines to prosecute such conduct under substantially similar state law. Well, we don't have any much in the state of Texas. We certainly have felons who cannot rob a bank, and I assume if they had a gun, that is an element of prosecution. But we're talking about
Bro.
the incidences of mass murders. And so
She's like
this
Gallagher. Remember that comic
amendment,
that used to smash the
which I
watermelons?
certainly
Yeah.
am empathetic
Yeah, she
to your
Kenneth
intent,
Humboldt that said she's a
does
prop
not
comic. It ain't fun.
work or give any help to the mourning parents in Texas who are mourning quite frequently, including Rhonda Hart, whose daughter, Kimberly Vaughn, was killed because the gun was not securely stored in Santa Fe, Texas, and nor would have helped the circumstances in Uvalde. With that, Mr. Chairman, I have to oppose the underlying amendment.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? No.
No.
In the opinion of the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? For what purpose does Mr. Massey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek to offer an amendment.
The clerk will report the
Reserve
amendment.
a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7910, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
The amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the 6 titles of this gun control bill is called Title II, Prevent Gun Trafficking. I'm not sure why it's necessary. It's trying to outlaw something that's already illegal. It says it shall be unlawful for any person to knowingly purchase or acquire or attempt to purchase or acquire a firearm for possession of a third party. If you do this today, if you go to an FFL and you buy a firearm, you sign on the form, the 4473, that you are purchasing that firearm for yourself, not for another individual. In other words, you are attesting, you are swearing that you are not a straw purchaser of this firearm. So why is Title II, Preventing Gun Trafficking, necessary? It says that it's going to outlaw the exact same thing that's already illegal. So when somebody offers a law or a new law that does something that an old law already does, the question is, what more does it do? Or what more does it intend to do? And one of the things we should make sure that this new law doesn't do is create more victims undefendable victims of domestic violence. So the law that's proposed today here, Prevent Gun Trafficking, has exceptions. It says that if the firearm is purchased or acquired by any person that wants to give it as a bona fide gift to another family member, that they're not a gun trafficker. Okay, that makes sense. Or if it's purchased by an agent of a lawful business in order for another agent of that business, let's say a rancher, I presume, buys a firearm because one of their ranch hands needs it to shoot coyotes or something. But it's lacking something here that I think it needs, and that's why I'm offering this amendment. My amendment says this section, this gun trafficking section, shall not apply to any firearm if the purchaser or person acquiring the firearm transfers the firearm to a victim of domestic violence for his or her protection.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield to the gentleman from Georgia.
How do you define domestic violence in this amendment?
No reason to believe.
How would you define it?
Well, there's a whole lot of domestic violence. I mean, that's an open
Great
term.
answer.
Somebody who has been a victim of domestic violence.
Well,
Can't
I
see
mean,
the future.
so that could be anybody. That could be anybody. It could be a bullying victim.
Gonna yield to me?
I'll yield to Mr. Bishop.
So I would say in response to the inquiry by the gentleman from Georgia that a term in the absence of a definition is construed by the court according to its normal and natural meaning in a dictionary sense. So I don't think that.
Would there be
leaves that
any
much-
limits? Would there be
Well,
any limits
look,
on
I
what
think
is domestic violence?
if I may continue on Mr. Massey's time, sir, you yield?
Sure, please.
Yeah, I would say that I don't know what limits there would be. For example, I've seen, you might think of domestic violence as between married people, or you might think, well, but we need to make sure it covers people in committed relationships who are not married. So I could see how you could have a more expansive definition of domestic violence. I don't know how you'd miss the essence of it, though. And I would also think this being a remedial measure, the court would interpret the term liberally to reach all reasonable constructions, including people in a domestic relationship. And so I think it's pretty clear what domestic violence is. I yield back to Mr. Massey.
If the gentleman is concerned that it's an overly broad term, I will accept perfecting amendments to this to define domestic violence, and I reclaim my time. I think that anything we do today here, we have to think of the unintended consequences, and if this amendment would save one life, then it's worth voting for.
Will the gentleman yield to a question? Mr. Massey?
I am, sure, absolutely.
Don't be reluctant. You can handle it. My question is, I think the reason that this provision is included in this legislation is that there is currently not an explicit prohibition on straw purchasing. And so the first claim you made is that it repeats, and actually I think if you look at prosecutions, the requirement that the gun seller represent who's buying the gun, that person has a background check, doesn't preclude that person.
Reclaiming my time because I don't have much left. People are prosecuted for straw purchases. You are lying on a form when you fill out the 4473. And maybe they should be prosecuted more, but the law is already on the books. And I don't think that anybody who's trying to protect the domestic violence victim should be convicted of gun trafficking. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlelady insists on a point of order.
I would throw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. This amendment is unnecessary because if you look at page 6 of the amendment nature of a substitute, lines 11 to 16, it reads, D, this section shall not apply to any firearm if the purchaser or person acquiring the firearm has no reason to believe that the recipient of the firearm will use or intends to use the firearm in a crime or is prohibited from purchasing or possessing firearms under state or federal law. In other words, this amendment does exactly what the bill already does. It's the straw purchase provision of the bill. And I assume, based on your amendment, that you support the ghost gun provision of the bill.
The gentleman,
I would oppose the amendment simply because it's redundant since it's already done in the bill.
Would the chairman yield?
Sure.
Real quickly? The provision that he just read also requires that the firearm is purchased or acquired by any person or person that wants to give it as a gift to a family member, or that they are an agent of a lawful business and intends to give it to another agent of that lawful business. It requires either one of those in addition to what the chairman stated.
It's still a gift. It's still a gift. It does not.
No, it has to be a gift to a family member, which is defined in here, and family member is defined as stepchildren,
A
uncles.
family
siblings.
member is covered by the term any person.
No, the term family member is defined on the previous page. It has to be an uncle or a niece or a nephew. So if you transferred under this law here today that seeks to be passed, if you transferred a firearm to a victim of domestic violence and you were not related to them, you would be in violation of a federal law punishable, I believe, by up to 10 years. And I seek to rectify that with this amendment.
Yeah, well, the issue, Mr. Massey, is you have to draw the line somewhere, otherwise.
But it's not redundant. My amendment is not redundant, with all due respect, as the chairman stated.
Yeah, well, as I was saying, you have to, the issue is you have to draw the line somewhere, otherwise you're allowing open transfers. And that's what the bill does, and and the amendment wouldn't change that.
But no, the amendment does change this law so that somebody does not go to prison, to federal prison, for trying to help a domestic violence
It
victim.
doesn't actually require any proof of domestic violence. So it doesn't change the bill at all.
It would be a defense for somebody who was convicted under this. They could offer that they were assisting a victim of domestic violence. And if they could.
They would still have to prove that.
That's
Correct.
right. That's right.
And that doesn't change the bill. That's
Absolutely, because that is not a defense if the bill isn't improved with my amendment. That's not a
The
defense.
amendment doesn't change the bill at all. They would have to do that with or without the amendment.
I yield to Mr. Bishop, who could maybe explain.
I'm not sure I can do better than
I'm
that,
sorry,
Mr.
it's the
Massey.
chairman's time. I
It's
apologize.
my time. I'll yield to Mr. Bishop.
I don't know if I can do better than that. Mr. Massey's very explicitly explained why the segment that you read does not provide protection to all domestic violence victims. He has set out a separate defense in his amendment for a domestic violence victim not to be prosecuted for receiving a trafficking in guns.
Reclaiming my time, we'll work with you if we can come up with a better definition of victim of domestic violence. That's what it comes down to. I don't think we can, but if we can, fine.
Would the chairman yield?
I'll yield.
Well, I think the scenario is you have a lady who has been a victim of domestic violence and her neighbor or she goes to the neighbor and wants some kind of protection and he helps her. He says, okay, we want to help this lady so she can protect her life, protect herself. And that is not covered under the legislation. Mr. Massey's amendment is really that scenario because the neighbor is not a family member. It's a neighbor who understands what's going on and wants to help her out.
Mr. Chairman, will you yield for reclaiming my time? It's an interesting story, but we still have to come up with a definition of victim of domestic violence.
Mr. Chairman?
As I said, we're willing to work with you on
Well,
that.
no, you've changed you initially said that the text covered it. The text doesn't cover it. So now if we got to come up with a definition, we'll do that.
The text does cover it.
No, it doesn't.
But Mr. Chairman?
The text covers it, but if you think it doesn't cover it enough, sufficiently, we'll work with you for a better definition of victim of domestic violence. But I think the bill covers it. I'll yield to Mrs. Cicilline.
I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman, I think if the scenario that the ranking member just used, I think would be covered by the subsection D, which says this section shall not apply to any firearm if the purchaser or person acquiring the firearm, that is the neighbor, has no reason to believe that the recipient of the firearm will use or intends to use the firearm in a crime or is prohibited from purchasing or possessing firearms under state or federal law. Why wouldn't that?
And keep reading. And
the firearm
is purchased or acquired by any person or that any other person intends to purchase or acquire as a bona fide gift between family members or is purchased or acquired by an agent. So why would that example not be covered by the existing language of the statute?
Because they're not a family member.
No, or is purchased or acquired by an agent of a lawful business or that agent of a lawful business.
They're not a business agent. Like you're having a hard time understanding what domestic violence is, but it's not a family member.
It's not
and it's not a business agent.
It's not a hard time understanding what domestic violence is. It's a hard time understanding why you think the provisions that are in the bill now do not already cover that scenario. And I'll yield to Mary Gase. I believe it's my time, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, actually, it's my time.
And it's well
explained. Oh, it is? I'm sorry.
Damn. I think it's our turn, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I do.
Who seeks wait a minute. Who seeks recognition on the amendment?
They're all
Mr.
confused.
Bishop is recognized.
Thank you, sir.
No, I just my time.
It just, well, yeah. Whew. I think are you ready to take some time yielded? Because I'm not sure I can get myself straight.
I just want to,
well, let me say this before Mr. Massey comes back to it. Let's assume this is a superfluous amendment. Let's assume that Mr. Massey's amendment to protect victims of domestic violence from being prosecuted as gun traffickers because they receive a gun to protect themselves. Let's assume that particular protection is superfluous. That duplicates the protection in the subsection you're reading from. I don't think it is, but let's assume that. What is the problem in stating it twice so that a person who's been suffering domestic violence is protected? And just as a general theme here, I think what I've heard across the aisle all day long is that Republicans are intransigent and won't cooperate to come up with reasonable mechanisms. And third point, this is a great issue. It's core to the question of whether it's an appropriate new law to put on the books. If you had had a conversation with us about any of the stuff in this, instead of just ramming it onto a markup and bringing us in here, we wouldn't be having the discussion from the dais trying to sort this out. With all that said, I'll yield to Mr. Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. I mean, it's kind of frustrating here to debate the knowable and what is in plain language and what has been written and introduced by the other side of the aisle. Their bill has no provision to protect domestic violence victims. It does not apply to them. And the fact that they are just now discovering it in this hearing that was rushed, we got 48 hours of notice. Maybe they didn't think through all of these bills. Maybe they didn't realize you're going to create gun traffickers out of neighbors that are trying to help domestic violence victims. And just read the bill that has been introduced. It's not superfluous, what I'm saying here. And I think it's important, but let me close with this before I give it back to Mr. Bishop. I think it's indicative of the lack of thought and the unintended consequences that will stem from these bills that they're trying to pass today. And their lack of knowledge of what it does and doesn't allow. And I yield back to Mr. Bishop.
100%. And before I give a specific example that will not be covered by the exception to which the Democrats have referred, I want it to be clear that when a vote is taken on this amendment, Democrats are going to vote against protecting victims of domestic violence from possibly being prosecuted as gun traffickers because they receive a weapon to protect themselves. That's what's at issue. Now, let me give you a specific example. If people are cohabitating as roommates in a property, and one is beating the tar out of the other one on a regular basis, and the one being beaten gets a gun from a friend, they're prosecutable under your bill. Both the friend and the victim, absolutely. So Mr. Massey wants to have a very modest amendment to provide for that. You're against it. Fine. Anybody else on our side want time? Anybody want to contradict what I just said on the other side? Didn't think so. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Scanlon seek recognition?
I seek to move, strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm really gratified to hear that our colleagues have concerns about victims of domestic violence because they've been so resistant to helping us pass an evidence-based protection for victims of domestic violence, and that would be closing the boyfriend loophole, the loophole that precludes us.
Here we go,
from
another made-up
removing
term.
With a gentlewoman yield?
From the home. I was going to finish my thought first.
Okay.
Prevents us from removing weapons from the homes of someone who's been convicted of domestic violence, and that would be a place we could look for a definition of domestic violence, certainly in VAWA. But our colleagues all voted against VAWA because of that very provision. So I would urge that if we want to do an amendment, we do one that deals with removing guns from the homes of stalkers, people who've been convicted of stalking or domestic violence, because the evidence shows that's where there is actually a risk of gun violence. And I'd yield back.
I urge you to
Chair.
vote on something that removes
Yield,
natural rights from people.
Gentlelady, yield. I just want to add that there is no research to support the idea that women's gun ownership increases their safety, regardless of whether they're in-person violence victims. In fact, studies show the opposite, that women living in households with a firearm are at greater risk of homicide.
What?
A study of female intimate partner homicide risk factors found that even for women who lived apart from their abuser, there was no evidence of protective impact from owning a gun. And a California study found that women who purchased a gun died by firearm homicide at twice the rate of women who did not.
Damn, he's saying
I'll
they
yield
shot
back to the
themselves
gentlelady.
to death.
Do you wish to yield to me?
Sorry, no, I
That's
yield
a
it back
joke.
to the chair.
It's the gentlelady's time.
Mr. Chairman, I asked unanimous consent to submit.
It's the gentlelady's time.
I yield it back to the chair.
Oh, then
Mr. Chairman.
I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Who seeks recognition?
I have unanimous consent requests.
Mr. Massey?
I'd like to submit to the record an article from the New York Post, November 4th, 2019. Pregnant Florida mom uses AR-15 to kill home intruder.
Without objection. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose is Mr.
You gotta love
Jordan
Massey.
seek recognition?
I'd yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
that's
And recognizing that this might be taking one step too far, I just want to make sure I understand. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, did she respond to this concern by talking about another bill? That's what I thought. And so that's where it stands. No one has an answer to the example that I gave of a domestic violence situation that is not protected from being classified as a gun trafficker under this bill. Mr. Massey proposed I guess you guys are for victimizing domestic violence victims. You will not respond to it substantively, and the only answer coming from the other side in response to that, you can't rebut that example. The only answer of Ms. Scanlon is to talk about another bill that somebody didn't support. Fine. That's great. I don't think you could make a clearer case for the nature of the dialogue, the nature of this proceeding on this particular bill, this package of stuff, than that example. And I thank you, Mr. Massey, for a great bill. I yield back to Mr. Jordan. A great amendment.
Mr. Jordan, would you yield to me, please?
Yeah, well, I'll give me a second. The Good Samaritan in the illustration Mr. Bishop gave is going to be a trafficker under this legislation. The person who's been abused is going to be a trafficker under this legislation and face enhanced penalties under this legislation because they won't accept this amendment. That's what this does, which gets to the point we've talked about now for several hours. This is all about making it tougher for law-abiding citizens to protect themselves and exercise their Second Amendment liberties. That's what this legislation does. We all understand it. It's a darn good amendment. I can't believe it won't be accepted. I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
So I want to talk about where I started out here. If we have a law that does something that the law already accomplishes, why do we need the new law? Well, the difference between the existing law, if you're a straw purchaser under the existing law, you can be convicted. In other words, a Good Samaritan who buys a firearm gives it to domestic violence victim. Only the purchaser, the original purchaser, can be convicted under existing law. This amendment changes that situation so that the recipient of the firearm, the domestic violence victim, can also be prosecuted as a gun trafficker. So that's the difference between the existing law and what will happen if this law passes. Why in the world would Democrats want to prosecute a domestic violence victim who's received a firearm for his or her self-defense?
Proud moment in the formulation of legislation in this committee. Proud moment.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentleman from Colorado.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. I really think this is precious. It's a precious moment, and I hope Americans get the chance to watch the last 15 minutes of this. The first argument that the chair raised in opposition to this amendment was that it was redundant, that the bill already covered it. And then when it was obvious that the bill already didn't cover it, then the chairman said, well, we don't really know what domestic violence is. We on the Judiciary Committee don't understand domestic violence. So, it may not be redundant, but define domestic violence for us. And then when it was obvious what domestic violence means, and it's covered in state law and federal law, but then we hear from the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, well, women can't really protect themselves. They're not capable of protecting themselves with guns. I hope you tell the women of this country that the Second Amendment doesn't apply to them, that they're incapable because in Colorado, frankly, the concealed carry permit classes, there are more women who are taking those classes in many jurisdictions, from what I understand from the sheriffs, than men taking those classes. So women should have the right to protect themselves, and I hope take advantage of that right to protect themselves from any predator who intends to harm them. Maybe the Democrats can come up with a few other red herring reasons to oppose this very good amendment, an amendment that would strengthen the bill, an amendment that would make America a safer place. But right now, you failed on 3 counts. And I think that it is time that you acknowledge that Mr. Massey has a good amendment and agree to his amendment. And I yield back to the gentleman from Ohio.
B. Baker, reach out to me. I'm not sure whose channel you're on, but I'm DLD After Dark. Reach out to me. If the firearm saved your life, I would love to have you on the show.
The gentlelady from Texas.
So would I. Email me at info@crumpy.com. I hook everyone up.
And ladies recognized.
Awesome. Thanks, brother.
One thing that the American people should know is that Democrats can absolutely not be classified as not
Okay, I'm sorry.
fighting
Look at
to
them
protect
moving the sign person to
women in
person.
particular from the
So
scourge of
the
domestic
literal
violence. That is
corpses
just something that I will absolutely
are
Well,
staring
not accept.
behind these
We've
idiots.
been painted with many
It
well,
is
colors
Sheila
today
Jackson Lee
that I will
uses
certainly not
props
accept.
every
Yeah,
single time
In
she have
fact,
a
I will
new prop.
reject very
it's
loudly
she
and
does.
openly,
bro.
She's the
because I
freaking Gallagher
remember
of the
the
Senate
pain
Oh,
or of the
of
freaking
House.
trying
Sorry.
over and
10
over
boxes
and
if you were
over
moving
again
head ass.
to get the Violence Against Women Act passed, authored by myself and many other co-sponsors of a comprehensive omnibus bill dealing with every aspect of domestic violence, including, of course, the boyfriend loophole.
And look what
Which
they do. They
still
try to name
became
the shit
an
like
obstacle in the
Yeah,
about,
Senate
they're
and
like,
never
you
got
oh,
know,
passed.
violence against women
you
and
didn't help.
But
protect the
it left the
children
House
Yeah,
act.
you didn't help me out. I'm
with
not
that
helping you
provision
out.
in it
And help me out before.
to protect the victims of domestic violence. I've had officers in my jurisdiction to admit that the domestic violence call is the most dangerous, and some have lost their lives. For
Let's be
everyone that
honest, bitch.
offers
1 out of 5 Glocks
an
in your
explanation,
jurisdiction
Democrats
doesn't
are
have an
not
auto steer on it.
both emotionally tied to and cognizant of the limit or the levels of violence in domestic violence, of which we can expand this definition. It is soundly rejected by our history and by the legislation that we've offered over and over again. And so I would say to Mr. Massey, some modification of his legislation may be well placed. But I do think the underlying support
I'll be back in 1 second.
for allowing the transfer in a domestic violence circumstance is in Section D on page 6. And if it was read simply, it says the section should not apply to any firearm if the purchaser or person acquiring the firearm has no reason to believe that the recipient of the firearm will use or intends to use the firearm in a crime or is prohibited from purchasing or possessing firearms under state law.
Did gentlelady yield? There's an and at the end of that.
Not at this point.
Bro, they don't even read
Not
it.
at this point.
And I'm also confused.
There are
Straw
10 dead
purchasing is
people in
okay
Buffalo
as long as you don't think
choose to
the person is going to use the firearm
show
in a
their
bit. Like,
faces,
what?
their names. I will put in the record
I
She's
hadn't
an
heard that.
idiot.
before
Yeah,
the end of this markup.
she's not even reading it, bro. The half of them
They're
are.
saying that's the
There are
current
some
law.
of them are women. And with that in mind, I think that we are trying to use falsities to label those of us who've been working on this issue very long. We've extended the olive branch, Mr. Massey, for some modification of your language. And that is a decent offer. The bill can move toward the floor and a more defined amendment might be appropriate. But apparently, with all well intention, my good friends grab on to one issue, Second Amendment. They go on and on and on and on about the Second Amendment, complete false argument, because there are no limitations on the restrictions that could be implemented under the Second Amendment. Several cases uphold that. For every case you have, the Supreme Court has upheld that.
There's no limitations on
Same
the
thing, but
restrictions they can
using
put on
an
there.
argument
Yeah,
about
no.
our opposition or lack of sensitivity to the victims of domestic violence. I could refute again the argument about a good guy or a good
I'm going to go
lady
with
with a
yes.
gun doesn't always rule the day, particularly against weapons of mass destruction or in a volatile situation like domestic violence.
Damn.
This is about trafficking, straw purchases. We want this section to stand for what it is supposed to stand for, and that is the outright
These are
outrage
weapons of
of
mass
people passing off
destruction
guns
right here. Okay.
and creating havoc and killing people in urban and rural communities. So I think there is merit to your intent, Mr. Massey, but I will not accept the high road in contrast to what we have done and what this committee has tried to do, my subcommittee in particular with its members, on protecting persons against domestic violence. And I ask you to reconsider your amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back for what purpose?
man.
Gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Hey, I'll be right
Strike the
back in
last
like
word on this.
30 seconds or so.
Did he say the young
Mr.
lady?
Chairman, Mr. Massey is right. He's proposing an amendment that will help with domestic violence. It will help protect women who are victims or have been victims of domestic violence. Because if they accept a gun from a friend after beatings, threats, the kind of thing that I dealt with as a prosecutor, I've seen, and by the way, to have more than one Democrat tell us, you know, we don't care about domestic violence, or that, oh, they're pleased that all of a sudden we've shown interest. I've got decades of dealing with it. And having had women, even all these years after leaving the bench, thank me that I don't even remember because I handled so many felony cases, for giving them their lives back because I saw through the garbage of their husband or their male partner who was so abusive. You've got no high road, no right to condescend. You don't know what our lives are. You don't know how we have fought domestic violence. I carry some of the scars from dealing with that issue, trying to help people.
He has a bad connection.
That I dealt with it. But so he's got a good amendment. We don't need the condescension. It's not superfluous, this amendment.
See, look.
It's quite good, actually. And
No
to
choppiness.
condescend and say why we voted against DAWA, there was a lot of garbage in there. There was some good things, but you don't, again, Democrats weren't interested in coming together, but rather just trying to get a political win or notch on the belt. But let me mention some of the things that continue to be brought up regarding ending assault weapons in multiple magazines. The Justice Department itself has said that the impacts on gun markets and gun violence, well, he was talking about the assault weapons ban, but included multiple containments in magazines. The Justice Department said should be renewed. The ban's effects on gun violence are likely to be a small at best, perhaps too small for reliable measurement.
Gotta love potatoes.
Assault weapons were rarely used in gun crimes even before the ban. And over the course of the 10-year assault weapons ban, mass shootings still occurred, including Columbine. And according to data from the FBI, 2015 to 2019, you're twice as likely to be killed by hands or feet than you are to be killed by a rifle. And that seems to be what has killed so many people. The Virginia Tech shooter did not use a semi-automatic rifle nor an automatic rifle. I use those in the Army, but you know, what people are calling assault weapons, 223 round, it's just barely bigger than a 22. Which, by the way, experts testify organized crime like to use 22 because the rounds are so difficult to ever trace to a gun. But an assault weapons ban is just a talking point, does not deal with the root cause of violence. And that's, it appears so much is political today. You don't want our amendments. You're not, it seems like you came in with the attitude, even a good amendment like this, you're determined to stop it. Now, as a judge handling thousands of felony cases, I don't remember any significant felonies where the perpetrator went in, bought a gun, got the background check or bought a gun without one, but they always had to get one. There is no loophole for the gun shows. I mean, if a federal firearm licensee is selling a gun, there has to be, no matter where it is. There's no online loophole. That's false as well. But so many of these, most of these mass shootings, they got approved by the background check and they bought the gun.
True.
So there is so much that's just talking points, but it's not going to
Yep.
solve the problem. And we want to solve the problem. I go back.
That's why they
Gentlemen,
harp
back.
on background checks,
What
because
purpose is
it's
Mr.
not
Johnson of Georgia
it's not about the background
Move
check.
to speak the last word.
They want the registry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a solemn hearing. It is a place where personal experiences have been shared in terms of the loss of loved ones. We're grieving as a nation for the loss of
I don't trust you as a
29
person.
of our fellow citizens due to gun violence out of control here in America, mass murders, another one yesterday. And this is a solemn moment, but yet my friends on the other side of the aisle are playing games, trying to muck up the works of a very straightforward piece of legislation.
He's just saying the same
with the
shit.
intent and the name of protecting our kids. We're trying to protect our kids. We're looking to raise the age to 21 for someone to be able to purchase a long gun. And we're trying to prevent gun trafficking. That's what we're talking about right now with this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, it's my humble opinion that if you give my colleagues on the other side of the aisle an inch, then the NRA takes a mile. This
Oh my
amendment
God.
appears,
Bro, no
would
one even
appear
likes the
to,
NRA, dog.
be quite reasonable, but what it really does is like a Trojan horse. It opens up the legislation. It puts a big hole that you can drive 3 Mack trucks through at the same time.
What?
Talking about victims of domestic violence. What is a victim of domestic
Lord help
violence?
us.
What is
Lord.
a victim, by the way? Is
Oh,
that
he
somebody
thinks
who
there's
has
no
just been
victims, bro.
threatened or who thinks that they've been threatened? Or
What?
is it somebody who received a phone call?
That's
Yeah, I
why
mean,
30 minutes ago, homie said
what is a
define
threat?
a victim
What
of
is a
domestic violence.
victim of
Where have
domestic
y'all
violence?
been at?
I mean,
Sleeping, bro.
Sorry.
can drive,
I shouldn't in my
unless
sentences and
that
participles.
term
I
is
apologize.
defined with sufficient specificity, it will hurt this legislation. And I would submit that just agreeing to this amendment
Yeah,
would
Morningstar.
drive a hole into
There's no
this
victims.
legislation. I
She
think
was
we should
asking
do
for it. Look what
we
she was
set out to
wearing.
do, which is to prevent as much gun trafficking as we possibly can. And we also don't want to open the door for untraceable weapons, ghost guns,
Ghost guns.
to
Ghost
be
guns.
allowed to
I
be
don't know who that
transferred to so-called
MQGO guy is, but bro, you're
domestic violence,
hilarious. You
whatever
belong in my
domestic
community.
violence is.
Sub to my channel.
Domestic violence can be between a man
Corn
and a
pop.
woman. It can be between a schoolyard bully and somebody in school. What's to keep someone under this amendment from transferring a weapon to someone who is less than 18 years
What's
old?
up, Corn
So we
Pop? You
don't
here
want
to
to
drop
get
some
into
truth
that
bombs?
at all. We also want to do our work on safe storage so that
Corn Pop
people
was a
like
bad
Ethan
dude.
Young, 15 years old, his mother is here today, has been sitting dutifully through this hearing to see us do the work that she knows we need to do, and so many other Americans know that we need to do. Let's stop playing games.
I've seen the work you do.
Let's stop smiling and laughing, thinking that we got somebody on an amendment, and let's go ahead and just
It would
pass
be
this
refreshing if the
legislation.
NRA did take a
Good
mile.
legislation.
For real.
It is
For real.
composed of components that have been out there for this is nothing new in these legislative proposals. All of this legislation has been out there. It's been put together in this package to to protect our kids. And let's protect our kids today. Stop playing games and let's
Oh,
move.
hell yeah. Military clinical
Let's move
psychologist
to
with
pass this
a
legislation.
sense of
And I
humor.
yield to the
You'll
gentleman
fit right
from
in.
Rhode Island.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just think there's a fundamental disagreement between our friends on the side of the aisle and the proponents of this legislation. And that is this sort of suggestion that if you just inject more guns,
I don't even want to hear him talk.
This guy.
Safety individuals. You want more guns in schools. You want more good guys to have guns, even though we have more guns in America than any place in the world, more guns than people.
Yeah, but they're
that
no.
hasn't brought us safety. And even though there's lots of
God bless
empirical
this
evidence
man.
that shows the presence of a gun in the situation of domestic violence makes it much more likely, almost 10 times more likely, that the victim will die of gun violence. So injecting guns is not a solution to that either. And so I think there's just a fundamental disagreement that the way we can enhance safety is by making sure more people have guns. And that's why I think this amendment, because of what Mr. Johnson is part of the bill. And
Forgot design
allow
says I still want my
someone,
toaster back.
to
Thank you
claim
for the super
that they're
chat,
a
buddy.
victim or have given it to a victim of domestic violence without any of those terms being defined. It's again, it is premised on this notion. I think our Republican friends believe the more guns.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with my friend from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline. There is a disagreement on this committee, and the disagreement comes down to whether an individual should have the right to protect themselves. We're not talking about forcing someone to take a gun, a domestic violence victim to take a gun to protect themselves. We're talking about whether someone should have the right to defend themselves and not be violating a law in the process of having that right to defend themselves. Now, given the situation, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle may very well say, I don't want that gun. I don't want to defend myself with a gun. I'm willing to suffer whatever consequences there are from the predator in the domestic violence situation, and I don't want the gun. That's fine. You have that right. You have the right to go hide in the closet and do whatever you want to do. Mr. Massey's amendment is something different. For a man or a woman who is a victim of domestic violence to be able to stand up and protect themselves is a fundamental right that we have in this country. And for the my Democratic colleagues to suggest that they want to take that right away, I think is really dangerous. I also, it is just amusing to me that people on the Judiciary Committee in the United States House of Representatives are asking the question, what is a domestic violence victim? We know what a domestic violence victim is. It's an individual who is involved in a intimate relationship that it becomes a victim. It is a victim of a assault or threat. Now, to suggest that some schoolyard bully is a domestic violence victim, we all know that's not true. You're raising issues out there that aren't accurate. If you really cared about domestic violence victims, you would talk to Mr. Massey right now and say, let's define domestic violence victims if there is some doubt about what the definition is, and let's move forward with this amendment. And with that, I yield to my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
I thank the gentleman from Colorado. Everybody on the other side of the aisle is looking for the gotcha in this amendment. There is no gotcha. I found a fundamental flaw with your bill. I'm trying to fix it. I didn't even think there'd be a debate on this. I thought you'd recognize it immediately. And I would love to take my colleague, Ms. Sheila Jackson-Lee's offer up to work on this later behind closed doors. But the problem is, how do you negotiate later in good faith with people who don't even recognize that the bill is flawed right now? Nobody on the other side of the aisle has yet conceded that there is an and at the end of the sentence that they keep reading, that in order to transfer a firearm and not be convicted as a gun trafficker, it has to be a family member or a lawful business agent. There is no domestic violence exception in their bill. I'm trying to add it. I'm confounded and confused as to why they would not accept it.
Because there should not be such an exception.
Wonder if Mr. Buck would yield to me to.
Oh, there it is. There shouldn't be an exception to it.
Not quite, but we've gone through several levels here. First, they said that they didn't know what domestic violence was. I'm glad our Democratic colleague from Pennsylvania cleared that up for them, and they remembered They've introduced multiple bills to deal with domestic violence. So now they know what it is, but they still have a hard time reading this. And then we just were affronted by the claim that women can't defend themselves and that they shouldn't be given that right. And the fundamental problem with their bill is it changes the existing law such that not just the Good Samaritan can be prosecuted, but now the victim of domestic violence can be prosecuted for receiving a firearm. And that is wrong. I yield back to Mr. Buck.
And I yield to Mr. Bishop from North Carolina.
I thank the gentleman. And I don't know, Mr. Massey, it took me, frankly, sitting here very candidly, until Mr. Cicilline spoke, I wasn't getting it.
Yep.
I thought that what we were arguing over is whether your amendment was superfluous.
Wolverine's
whether it
mother.
duplicated pieces that are already in the bill. As it turns out, Mr. Cicilline's made clear that is not the problem. For
The streaming issue is from Congress. It's like the federal government can't afford a good connection. They can't afford files.
Not from us. Not from us. See?
Sorry, I
See?
yield to Mr. Gomer. Does Mr. Jordan want time?
Yeah,
I'm
please.
sorry.
I'll take time.
Yeah, I yield to Mr. Jordan.
Freaking ridiculous.
Mr. Bishop made the fundamental point. This is about taking guns away from
They're on a
people,
50
not letting them have a firearm to protect themselves.
They're on a 28,
Where the Democrats are gonna take
28.8
us,
baud modem, a
clear.
56K modem.
They're going to take us to a
That's
world
what
where
they're on.
only the bad guys can get the guns. That's where they're going to take us. That is intentionally, exactly. That is the world they are taking us to, and that's why we are opposed to this legislation. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Gentleman yields.
And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
Weapon of mass destruction.
what purpose is, who's seeking recognition from, what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just reading the legislation which is before us, and with respect to the issue of gun trafficking,
Here comes
if you
this
begin
idiot.
on page 5, 932A, it shall be unlawful for any person in or otherwise affecting interstate or foreign commerce to knowingly purchase or acquire or attempt to purchase or acquire a firearm for the possession of a third party. So in the example of your neighbor giving a gun to
Hey, hold on.
an
Throw those
individual
boot camp lights up real
domestic
quick.
violence, there is no third party. And so this
Gotta
would
go
not
get
be
it.
prohibited under the statute. This requires the receipt of a firearm
That is such
for
a
the
beautiful
possession
thing.
of
Look
a
at that.
third
Black
party
Swan
in
Tactical.
its initial definition. So I think
.com,
this
you
is an
can get
interesting
that.
discussion, but I think it doesn't apply because it
These
would
are
be
actually
criminalized.
only available directly through me, though.
The victim is the
Yeah,
third
but the
party.
Blue Kim Lights and
No,
all
in
the
the
other patches are on
hypothetical,
Black Swan
you said a
Tactical. You can
neighbor
go to
is giving a gun
blackswantactical.com.
to
Use
someone
code
who's
Crumpy for
a victim of domestic
10%
violence.
off.
There's two people, the neighbor.
You know what, Crumpy? I'll
We're
throw
spending
like
my
20
time.
of
The
these to put on
statute
Black Swan
says
Tactical.
All right,
a
that works for
person
me,
who
man.
purchases or acquires a gun for a third party from
One party is the purchaser, the other party is the seller, the third party is the victim to whom you're giving
and the
the gun.
example you're talking about is when a neighbor gives a gun to someone who's a victim of domestic violence. There's two people. There's no third party. The statute doesn't apply. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
I'll just strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield my time to Mr. Goldberg.
And I appreciate that. I've been flabbergasted after years of hearing Democrats talk about domestic violence to now hear Democrats say they don't know what it is. They don't know what a definition is. That's amazing, amazing. I think all the people on our side understand what domestic violence is. So we can talk about that later. But when it comes to, I'm also amazed, the scenario that Mr. Cicilline talked about, there is a third party. If you're not acquiring a gun for a third party,
Corn Pop.
I believe that is an
you're
FAL.
not guilty of the crime.
That
Of course, there's a
had FAL on the table.
So that's
Which one? No, that's a
good
Browning
prosecutor
59 in the
would
background on
not
the
be
right.
able to take that position. They would be able to go
What is it?
after the third party who is the victim of
James River
what
Armory,
those on the
Brown- or
Republican
Beretta
side know
BM59.
is
It's
domestic
Beretta
violence.
BM59 is essentially
So,
the
and like you said,
Italians got a
bullies
bunch
on
of
a
M1 Grands and
playground,
M1
that's
Grands
not
ruling after the
domestic
war,
violence.
World
We
War II,
understand.
and they
So,
designed pretty much a
federal
better version
prosecutor,
of what
perhaps if,
the
you've
M14 uses. It's a proprietary mag, but
people
the cool
guilty
thing
of
about it is it uses the
violence,
standard action in an M1 Grand for 30 odd
but
6
having
round. So it
prosecuted
has a
it, I
longer
can
stroke,
assure
yet
you,
it
I
is
know what
chambered
it
since
is.
it's too
You
NATO.
surprised
So
me
what that
with
gives you is
Democrats.
gives you a longer stroke,
But
so a longer time for
this amendment
the
will
bolts,
be
the
helpful to the
velocity to
bill
slow down, so you
and
get a
will
lot
help
lighter
to
recoil bolts than a
avoid
standard
doing
inline
terrible
rifle.
injustice.
Nice.
And it
Because
has a
one of the
a bunch of
reasons
cool
it's
features.
good
It
not
has
to
a
rush into
pull
a
down winter
bill
trigger, which also gives you more
with an
leverage. You can use it kind of
emotional
as a
basis for the
way to
bill.
shoot more precisely, as well as
Why
a
a
gas
cooling
shutoff
off
/ grenade
period
launcher,
is important. So
pull
you
down
make sure
bipod.
you consider the very
Okay,
things
so the answer is
Mr.
it is not a
Massey
fail.
has found to
I actually
fix
don't own a
one of
FAL. I
the
have the SCAR
injustices
17H,
in
but
the bill.
I do need a FAL in my
So
collection. I do not have
if
one
you
right now.
care about injustice, you would say, you know what, he's got a good point. If you still don't know what domestic violence is, I'll be glad to work with Thomas to get a definition that will help you understand. It won't be that difficult in view of all the domestic violence.
How hard is it to understand what domestic violence is?
But
Like,
in the meantime, please, just say this
Hey,
is
fellas, give me
a
about 1 minute. I'll be
hole
right
you
back.
could drive a truck through.
Good, bro.
How about a tiny hole that it creates just enough to protect a victim and not have more injustice
His
inflicted
volume is
upon
really
the
low.
victim
yes,
because our committee was hell-bent on passing legislation without any input whatsoever from people on our side that have dealt extensively with this issue for decades. So I appreciate the amendment. I appreciate Mr. Tiffany yielding. I yield back to Mr. Tiffany.
Corn Pop, can
Mr.
you
Chairman,
mute
sorry, my
when you're
camera's
not
not on
talking?
right now.
You have a lot of background there.
Here. But I would just add onto the point that
I'll
Representative
silence
Bowman
myself
just made,
unless somebody
and
speaks.
it's germane to the amendment that I just produced prior to Representative Massey's, is that it's clear this bill has been rushed. And rather than coming in and working with Republicans to get additional items that we should be considering and working it out ahead of time, this is why we're here now with these amendments. I think it was Mr. Jones who said, you know, what do you guys got? Well, this is what we have. And you're hearing that there are really legitimate concerns. We have a rush process that is not functioning properly. We should really take the time to do this in the right way. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
no. No. In the opinion of the
Mr. Chairman.
chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no.
This is to get them to go on record
No.
of voting against domestic violence
Cochran votes
victims.
no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr.
Dang.
Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch.
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass.
Bass votes aye.
what?
Bass votes aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr.
Bass
Jeffries.
votes no. I'm sorry. Bass votes
I was
no.
about to say,
Ms. Bass
Yeah,
votes
I was
no.
like, what?
Mark,
Mr. Jeffries.
my
Jeffries
friend's
votes
calling.
no.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu.
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin.
Raskin votes no.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Dimmings.
No.
Ms. Dimmings votes no. Mr. Correa.
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton? Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Isa?
Aye.
Mr. Isa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Bart?
Ms. Sparts?
Bart votes yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz?
Benz votes aye.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Owens?
Owens votes aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Oh, no, this is Stanton. How am I recorded?
Mr. Stanton, you are not recorded.
I vote aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye.
Does Mr. Stanton really want to vote aye? Okay. Clerk will report.
Wow, that was a Democrat.
Crazy, huh?
Mr. Chairman, there are 20 ayes and 24 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
There are a few pro-gun.
Are there any
Democrats.
further amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose is Mr. Shabbat seek
Chairman.
recognition?
Mr.
Reserve
Chairman, I
a
have an
point of order,
amendment to
Mr. Chairman.
A point of order is reserved. Oh, wait a minute. For what purpose is Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, point of order is reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the
Ohio
amendment in
District
nature of a
1.
substitute to HR 7910.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous
Chairman,
consent the amendment.
the
considered as
amendment
read.
will be considered as read. The gentleman will have 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned in my opening statement earlier today, I'd like to think that there are ways that we could work together in a bipartisan manner to produce a better legislative product than the one that we're currently considering today. The amendment that I offer now, like the one that I had offered earlier in this markup, is one of the ways that we could work together. My amendment is fairly straightforward. It would amend the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program to make eligible for benefits retired police officers who are killed in public or private security roles. To be eligible, the retired officer must have left police service in good standing, and he or she must be injured or killed while actively protecting a community, a business, a school, a neighborhood, or some other similar entity in a paid security role.
What they're
I
trying to
offered
do
a very
is get
identical
Democrats
amendment 3 weeks
on record for
when
voting
we were
against this
considering
stuff.
changes to the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program for traumatic stress-related issues. At the time, Mr. Chairman, you may recall that you pledged to work together
on the issue going forward, and I agreed to withdraw the amendment at that time. Well, two things have changed since then. First, the other legislation moved forward within days and passed the House before we had any chance at all to work to include my proposal. I don't necessarily hold you responsible for that because I know sometimes these things are made at a higher pay grade. But I was a bit miffed about ultimately it didn't happen. But more importantly, we witnessed another high-profile selfless act by a retired police officer trying to protect his community. Just days after the committee considered changes to the bill that I just mentioned, or that program, retired Buffalo police officer Aaron Salter Jr. confronted the shooter in that supermarket where he worked as a security guard. Tragically, Mr. Salter, a 55-year-old African-American former officer, died as a result of that confrontation. But his selfless sacrifice helped to protect his friends and neighbors and many others. He had shown that same dedication to his community as a Buffalo police officer for nearly 30 years before retiring in 2018. While the Buffalo Police Commissioner honored Mr. Salter by posthumously promoting him to lieutenant and awarded him the Medal of Honor, his family will not receive benefits under the Public Safety Officer Benefits Program. Just as we saw with another retired African-American officer in St. Louis, Captain David Dorn. Lieutenant Salter's family will not receive benefits under the program because he died after retirement and serving his community in a private capacity. Mr. Chairman, being a police officer is a very difficult and dangerous job. I think we can all agree on that. But it's also essential to the maintenance of a civil society, a fact that has long been recognized by Congress. In fact, in 1968, Congress authorized the creation of the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program, which provides death and education benefits to police officers and their families when an officer.
Okay, he locking up here.
Mr. Chairman, we have no audio.
Damn.
We know that he's frozen. We're waiting to see if he comes back. Mr. Shabbat, you've lost your audio.
Work and contribute to
Now
society. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Well, okay. Oftentimes, retired officers like Lieutenant Salter and Captain Dorn continue to serve their communities in a similar capacity as they had as a police officer. They work as school resource officers, provide security to hospitals, office building, places of employment, small businesses, neighborhoods, apartments, a whole range of places that they provide security. By all accounts, Mr. Salter and Dorn are the types of people we want serving as police officers. And yet, even though they both died serving the communities they loved, neither officer's families currently is entitled to benefits under the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program because they retired from the police force. Mr. Chairman, we have thousands and thousands of examples of police officers who are near retirement or have recently retired. And those officers have been trained with taxpayer dollars, and many want to continue to serve the communities that they love. Making the common sense change that my amendment proposes will encourage more dedicated, properly trained police officers to do just that, which will ultimately make our community safer. And that's what my colleagues say they want to do, is to make our community safer. Well, this amendment would actually do that. So I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentle lady insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I do not insist on I do insist on my point of order. It's not germane.
I agree that although I certainly appreciate where the gentleman is coming from, this amendment is way beyond the scope of this bill. This bill has nothing to do with public safety officers or their rewards, and I am constrained to rule it out of order. Is there any
I
further-
obviously disagree vehemently, but if that's the way the chairman is going to rule, that's the way it's going to rule. And I know we would lose in a vote. I won't waste the committee's time on that. So I yield back.
I appreciate that.
Can I strike the last word very briefly?
For what purpose is the gentlelady?
Strike the last word.
Is recognized?
I do think it's important for Mr. Chabot to know that this committee did pass a public safety officers benefit during Police Week, and for him to know and for our colleagues to know that there was an offer, and the offer continues on separate legislation, Mr. Chabot, that you are now speaking about, to be able to assist in the very issues that you're raising. So we understand and are appreciably sympathetic on this important issue. And I know that the committee, with the chairman, will look, as they have said already, to work with you on some legislation. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Such a
For
gentle
what
lady.
purposes Mr. Massey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to offer.
The clerk will report the amendment. The point of order is reserved. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Title I of this gun control bill would raise the age to purchase a firearm from an FFL from 18 to 21 if it's basically a modern rifle or a modern shotgun. The problem with this is the Constitution covers individuals beginning at the age of 18, not at the age of 21, and so does the Second Amendment quite clearly.
That is
But
true.
The insult to injury comes when we tell these 18, 19, and 20-year-olds that they can die for their country,
Facts.
that they can sign up, they can use a firearm, they can be shot at, and they can give their lives for their country to protect the freedoms.
Hey, G
and
Webs,
to protect the
you're welcome to come on
Constitution,
if
yet
you want.
They themselves will
Just,
not be able to enjoy the
let me know.
rights protected under that Constitution. So what my amendment seeks to do, right now, the Title I of the bill, does the chairman have a, okay, Title I of the bill would raise the age, but it has an exception right now that the Democrats have put in here for a member of the armed forces on active duty. My amendment adds to the people that are accepted from this age restriction any individual who has registered for selective service. In other words, if your country endeavors to conscript you into the service of that country, possibly to die for that country, to defend that country's constitution, then you deserve the rights that are protected by that Constitution. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, can
Gentleman
I?
yields back. Does the gentlelady insist on a point of order? The gentlelady does not.
I'm sorry, so we're
insist on a point of order.
selecting who
Recognize
does and
myself
does
in opposition
not
to the amendment.
have
This amendment
access to
guts
natural rights?
this provision
All
of the
right.
bill because it says that an individual is registered for selective service. Since every individual 18 years of age or over is required to register for every male individual is required to register for selective service. This would permit any male individual at 18 years of age to purchase a firearm. The purpose of this
Yep.
section of the bill is precisely to prevent people 18 years of age through 20 until 21 to purchase firearms because there is a massive body of research that shows that 18 through 20-year-olds, having not completed the maturation of parts of their brains, are far more likely to engage in violence than people older than that.
Then they shouldn't be
I'm
able to
sorry,
vote.
On that-
but you guys
on
are
that
passing
grounds, I
bills for them
oppose
to
the
vote.
amendment. And I yield back. Who else seeks
Mr.
recognition?
Chairman,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
You just said that they're not mature enough to make this kind of decision, but these, if I'm not mistaken, the Democrats are wanting younger people to actually vote. When 16-year-olds to decide who gets to make the laws in this country, but oh no, 18-year-olds can't purchase a firearm. And
Damn.
now we're saying that if you sign up for selective service and as Mr. Massey indicated, will go defend your country, you're not qualified for the rights in that very Constitution you're going to take an oath if you join our military to defend. So this is just another good amendment from the gentleman from Kentucky, and I would yield to him to
Gentleman
talk.
yield for a moment?
Sure.
Is the gentleman aware that until you're 21, you can't even go into a bar and buy and get a shot of bourbon?
I'm certainly aware of that.
Okay.
In Kentucky, we would make an exception for
Yeah.
that as well.
And I
Nice.
college
Yeah.
when you went to
Hell
college,
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, those weren't the rules, but they've since changed. I understand that. I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
The chairman says that individuals 18 to 20-year-old maturation of use his words, maturation of parts of their brains hasn't occurred. Then why do we allow them to make the decision to go fight for their country, to join the military?
Somebody's echoing pretty bad.
Furthermore, are we conscripting people who don't even have mature brains into the service of this country? That's why, I'm sorry, somebody needs to mute.
No, that's on their feed.
Oh, wow.
So that's why I tied this to selective service. And it's also not the case that everybody who is 18 is registered with selective service. Law-abiding individuals who are 18 have registered with the selective service. And it's probably the case, even though I don't know this for sure, it's probably the case that somebody without a father, somebody with mental issues, somebody that hasn't been in school for the last 2 years, who has committed one of these heinous acts, is probably not registered with the selective service. And I yield back to the gentleman from Ohio.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Yeah, I would have to oppose this amendment because, as the chairman noted, it does essentially gut the purpose of raising the age, but only with respect to young men, because only young men are required to register for selective service. Almost all U.S. male citizens who are 18 through 25 are required to register. So it seems a very bizarre carve-out to allow young men who, by definition, have not yet been trained
What?
for the armed forces, and only young men, to be allowed to purchase
Bro,
weapons.
she has
Now,
a
there's already
Ukrainian
in this
flag
bill
pin
an exception for
on.
people who
That's
have
great.
undergone that training and are members of the armed forces. So on those grounds, I would oppose this amendment and I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Who else seeks recognition on the amendment? For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
I want to speak on the amendment about what we ask of, in the case of currently men, with respect to registering for selective service. And then here we're saying, for all practical purposes, and the chairman said it, you're mature enough to be drafted. You're mature enough to be forced into service in defense of the country. We can debate selective service separately, but you're not mature enough to have a weapon and to be able to defend yourself. And I think it begs a question about, what do we believe adulthood is in this country? And Chairman mentioned 21 for drinking. Well, drinking is a privilege, certainly not a right, but it's a privilege. And so we make determinations about age, an appropriate level of maturity. But here, we say in this country that you've reached the age of maturity for virtually everything at age 18, notwithstanding some of the stuff going on at
Would the gentleman yield for a quick
universities and so
question?
forth.
Would the gentleman yield for a quick question?
Who was that? I'm sorry.
I mean, you could get tried as an
Why
adult
is
at the age
drinking
of
a privilege, not a right?
Well, I mean, I know what we set the age in the Constitution, but it's not a natural right to drink whiskey. I know the gentleman from Kentucky might have a coronary when I say that, both from his libertarian sensibilities and being from Kentucky. But it's not a natural right from God per se. What was that?
I object.
Oh, Thomas Massey.
I know you would, and I know you would. My point is just simply what we're talking about here in terms of our rights to defend ourselves, and what we're talking about as a country about how we determine what the age of maturity is. This is a very important debate and a very important amendment that the gentleman from Kentucky offers for its raising of the principle and the question. We are blurring the lines of distinction for what we are saying is or is not reaching the age of maturity in this country. Are you or are you not an adult for all practical legal purposes when you're an American citizen? And you're going to be asked to be drafted and go to war. You're going to be able to be tried as an adult. You're able to be held accountable as an adult. You're able to vote, and all of these things that get associated with being an adult. And here we're saying, no, you're not. You're not mature enough for that. That's, of course, at the heart of the constitutional questions, which the gentleman from North Carolina has ably raised with respect to both the Ninth Circuit opinion, but put aside the Ninth Circuit opinion, right? What is our opinion of the constitutionality of it, right? Put aside the Supreme Court's precedent, put aside the Ninth Circuit. What is our opinion as members of the United States Congress and the House Judiciary Committee about how you start parsing out rights based on the sensibilities of your vote, as opposed to some amount of consistency and recognition that if you're an adult, that we treat you as such. And I would just add that this entire discussion, and going back to Mr. Massey's First Amendment, which obviously already failed, I didn't jump in on it earlier, but you know, I still find it really astounding that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle can't recognize the very significant flaw in there and seem to still ignore that and language, that and provision, and the extent to which we're setting as a baseline standard that you can't buy a firearm as a gift or for another person, even if you know that person not to be a prohibited individual or know that person not to be, or you don't have any reason to believe they'd be dangerous. You can't. We're setting a sort of baseline standard for that, which is not, that's a pretty significant advancement off of current law and the way we treat straw purchases with respect to, you know, prohibiting them for, you know, for prohibited persons. But in any event, I think this is an important amendment. I support the amendment from the gentleman from Kentucky. I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky if he wants to use the rest of my time.
Yes, thank you, the gentleman from Texas. What is the morality of conscripting people whose brains aren't fully formed, as the chairman suggested? Would it be moral to conscript a 12-year-old, a 14-year-old? I think we all agree not. But we do agree that when you're 18, 19, and 20, you are an adult and you are covered by the Constitution. And if you can be conscripted, and if you do have the ability to make an informed decision as to whether to join the military and evaluate the risks of doing so, then you should enjoy all of the rights.
Gentleman yield.
It's not my time to yield, but you should enjoy all of the rights that you are defending by virtue of your service. And my colleague said it's a bizarre carve out because it only applies to males. They're the only ones who can be conscripted right now, and I would be happy to include females if they would also be subject to selective service, which I'm not in favor of. But
So then,
gentleman yields back.
Mr. Roy's time's expired.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Fitzgerald seek recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Fitzgerald seek recognition?
I think he's waiting on his amendment, right? Oh, he wants to talk.
Mr. Fitzgerald needs to unmute. Mr. Fitzgerald, if you want to speak, you must unmute.
Damn.
Who else? If no one else seeks recognition,
Mr.
what
Gates.
purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
I'll move to strike the last word. If for
Gentleman is
no other
recognized.
reason than to alert Mr. Fitzgerald that his mute was never undone.
We've
But
alerted him
I'm
a few
sure he'll be
times.
right. I have a few thoughts on the measure.
Would
Strike
the
the last
gentleman
word.
yield for a moment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to answer a couple of people. I'm not sure who at this point. We recognize different ages for different purposes. We recognize 18 for the draft. We recognize 16 for driving in some states. We recognize 21 for drinking. So we recognize different ages. for
Yeah, but
different
in
purposes.
the military, you use firearms. So
Thank you,
there
Mr.
you
Could
go.
I have a second to engage that?
Makes sense.
I'll yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
Would the chairman join me in co-sponsoring a bill to raise the draft age to 21?
No.
But the chairman feels that the brains aren't fully formed at 18, 19, and 20.
Damn. This dude is dope. I like this dude.
The research does indicate that in certain respects, but the selective service needs, I mean, if the country needs people, it needs people.
It needs people whose brains aren't fully formed.
In certain
Damn, if
respects,
the
yes.
country needs
I
people,
yield
it
back
needs people. You heard what he said?
Hoping
Damn.
that mine is fully formed at 40.
I hope so. Do you, Mr. Gates?
I hope so.
Yeah, we won't put that to a vote.
Don't ask for
Wise.
conditions.
Very wise.
I
All in favor?
I support Mr. Massey's amendment. I think raising the age for gun ownership to 21 of any kind is problematic. And if it didn't offend the Second Amendment, if it didn't offend our recognition of the patriotism of people who sign up for the Selective Service, and if it didn't offend federalism, I also wouldn't support it because I don't think it would be particularly effective. So like assuming the typical school shooter scenario where you've got some like crazed 19-year-old, if they are that determined, where they're training in a backyard, like they were in the Parkland case, which was reported to the FBI, if they're writing manifestos in the case of the Buffalo shooter, if they're stockpiling ammunition, like in the case of Aldi, I think they're going to find their way to precisely this type of weapon, despite this increase in the ability to buy it legally. And second, I don't think that these people wouldn't wait a year or two. I mean, I don't know that you gain a lot for people exercising their trauma a little bit later because you've artificially moved the line. So I think that raising the age
There should be an age
gun
where they're
ownership
required to
is
retire
a
from
really
public
high
service.
constitutional
For
cost
real.
and yields very little in
Good
terms
call,
of the
G-Webs.
ability to stop any of these violent events. And I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky for any of his neurological observations.
Damn.
I have no further comments.
Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. We'll try Mr. Fitzgerald one more time. Mr. Fitzgerald, you're recognized. Okay. Mr. Who?
Scott Fitzgerald is from Wisconsin. He's
Does
a
anyone else seek
Republican
recognition?
representing 9th
If
District.
not, then the
I
question occurs
believe.
on the amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
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 I had my hand up, Mr. Nevin.
Mr.
Chair.
Biggs,
Yeah,
did you seek recognition?
I did. I raised my hand by the little deal here.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And again, I hope that Mr. Fitzgerald is able to get his microphone going. But I
Andy
wanted to
Biggs
talk
is from Arizona. He's
point,
a pretty good guy.
that on this amendment that Mr. Gates was just alluding to.
Correct me
and
if
that
I'm
was,
wrong. He's Arizona
again,
Congressional
of
District
the
5.
use or attempt to obtain weapons, plan mass shootings by people within this particular age demographic. So recently, well, actually, it's been a little more than recently, but one thing that we saw about under a GAO study of some time ago was the frequent use or attempted use of young people to use fake IDs to get weapons. And so that this is really not going to do much with that, the underlying bill. But I would say, out of just sheer respect of the young men who have to register for selective service, you would say, if you're going to make yourself available by compulsory means to be drafted in to the service and have your entire life put at jeopardy and in absolute control by the government, which is what happens when you're conscripted, then just pure respect would say, let's go ahead and acknowledge that and allow these people, these young men, to be able to obtain weapons to defend themselves.
Damn.
That seems rational to me. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, if he is there. And with that, he doesn't seem to be still. So I'll
Doesn't
yield
seem to
back.
be there. Gentleman
I'll
yields
yield back.
back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
no?
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch.
How many more are there?
Ms. Bass.
That is on their side.
Someone should mute their microphone.
Karen Bass is California.
Some,
She's going to vote no.
Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries votes
Hakeem
no.
Jeffries.
Mr.
New York.
Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline.
no.
David Cicilline, Rhode
Mr.
Island.
Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell.
Eric Swalwell, California.
Mr. Liu.
Ted Lieu, California, 33.
Lou votes no.
Mr. Liu votes
Jamie-
no.
Jimmy Raskin's
Mr.
probably
Raskin?
next of Maryland.
Mr. Raskin.
Thank you. Raskin votes no.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Remove Jarbal of
Ms. Jayapal
Washington.
votes no.
Van Butler,
Ms. Dimmings?
Deming.
No.
Ms. Dimmings votes no. Mr. Correa.
California. Democrat, no.
Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Mary Scanlon's middle
Scanlon
name is
votes
Gay,
no.
by the way.
For
Or
real?
her not
Garcia?
middle name, her maiden name is Gay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to throw that out there,
No.
just in case
Ms.
anybody was
Garcia
wondering.
votes no. Mr. Nagoose.
No.
Mr. Nagoose votes no. Ms.
Joe
McBath.
Nagoose of Colorado. Lou
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton.
of Arizona.
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean. No. Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar.
Escobar of Texas.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones.
No.
New York.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross.
Deborah Ross of
No.
North Carolina. And
Ms.
the last
Ross
one should be
votes no.
Corey
Ms.
Bush, I
Bush?
believe.
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no.
Now
Mr.
they're going to go
Jordan?
to the Republicans.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat.
Ohio,
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert.
Texas,
Aye. Oh, sorry. Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Isa.
Aye.
Carol Isa,
Mr. Isa
California.
votes aye. Mr. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson,
Florida?
Louisiana.
Mike Johnson,
Mr.
Louisiana, 4th
Mr. Johnson,
District.
Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs.
Mr. Andy Biggs of Arizona,
Mr.
5th.
Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
Tom McClintock
Aye.
of California, 4th.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe.
Gregory Stubbe,
Mr.
Florida,
Stubbe votes
17.
yes.
Greg
Mr.
Stubbe.
Tiffany.
Tom
Tiffany.
Tiffany, Wisconsin,
votes aye.
4.
Mr.
Thomas
Massey?
Massey,
Aye.
Cal-
Mr. Massey
Kentucky.
votes aye. Mr. Roy.
Chip Roy, Texas, 21.
Mr. Bishop.
Aye. Aye.
Dan
sorry.
Bishop, North
Roy,
Carolina,
you have to turn
9th.
your camera on.
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
Dan Bishop, North
Ms.
Carolina,
Fishbach?
9th. Michelle Fishbach, Minnesota, 7th.
Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts.
Victoria Sparks, Indiana, 5th.
Ms. Sparts.
It's a bill. It's a bill that I'm
Ms.
I'm talking
Sparts.
about.
Victoria Sparks,
Votes
Indiana, 5th.
yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald.
Scott Fitzgerald, Wisconsin, 5th.
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz.
Vince votes
Cliff
aye.
Bentz,
Mr. Bentz
Oregon,
votes aye. Mr.
22nd.
Owens.
No,
Owens,
2nd.
aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
Burgess Owens, Utah, 4th. Cliff
Mr.
Bentz,
Bishop, you were
was
not
it
recorded.
2nd?
Mr. Bishop
Yeah, I
votes
think it's
aye.
second. It's not 22nd. Sorry.
How is Swalwell recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
Eric Swalwell, California.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded?
I think they all have.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there,
If on a party line.
Mr. Correa?
Correa votes no.
Mr. Correa, you have to turn your camera on.
Correa votes no.
Mr. Correa votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 24 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there,
The amendment to
does Mr. McClintock
exempt
seek
people
recognition?
registered for selective service from the raising of the age from 18 to 21.
The clerk will report the amendment. The point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7910.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Several members of the committee have asked for the Republican solutions to the growing violent crime we've seen in recent years, and I gladly do so. We know what works because we've seen these policies work before. Vigorously prosecuting gun predators and putting them in jail until they're old and gray, that works. Executing murderers works. Backing the police and prosecuting criminals works. Identifying and defining the dangerously mentally ill so that we can treat them and keep them from hurting themselves or others works.
Tom McClintock.
And armed citizens who can return fire works. And it's this last provision that my amendment addresses. It assures that there's at least one armed guard able to defend our children if a gunman appears on a campus, if they're receiving federal grants for school safety. I've asked repeatedly why we take it for granted that that there be an armed guard at a bank to protect our money, and yet we then go berserk when it's suggested that there should be an armed guard at a school to protect our children. And the amendment also says that if the district's receiving federal grants for school safety, they must allow staff with concealed weapons permits that are valid in their state to carry those weapons on school grounds if they wish to do so. A retired police officer who's become a teacher as a second career, for example, who wants to protect himself and his students against the would-be gunman ought to be allowed to do so. That, after all, is the entire purpose of a concealed weapons permit. It's for self-defense. A concealed weapons permit isn't for hunting. It isn't for target shooting. It is solely for self-defense.
And the defense of others.
A citizen who's met the requirements of their state to carry a concealed weapon to defend themselves ought to be allowed to carry that firearm to defend the children who are under their care. You know, I pointed out earlier the incident where a gunman with an AR-15 style rifle fired at a graduation party on private property in Charleston, West Virginia, the day after the massacre at the so-called gun-free zone of Robb Elementary School. An armed woman was in that crowd. She immediately returned fire, killing the would-be mass shooter on the spot. Now think about this. If that graduation party had been held on school property, the result would likely have been dozens of innocent people dead and wounded because that woman would have been legally forbidden from having that gun on the school grounds so that she could return fire. They would have had to wait many agonizingly long minutes until the police arrived while the gunman ran amok. That's what happened at our schools time and again when they've been attacked by gunmen.
That's why I just break the law and carry anyway.
So the question is, are we willing to protect our children in our schools with at least as much force as we protect our money in our banks, or for that matter, the merchandise in our malls? This is something that can be implemented immediately that could well have stopped the massacre at Uvalde, just as it did stop the would-be massacre at Charleston, West Virginia, the very next day. This amendment doesn't depend on criminals obeying the law. It doesn't depend on someday, ever so slowly, maybe reducing the availability of the 400 million firearms in the country today. It does not make self-defense harder for honest and decent people. In fact, it makes self-defense easier for honest and decent people, and it makes future attacks on our schools much less likely to succeed and infinitely more dangerous to those who are contemplating such an act. That's the simple issue this amendment addresses. Our children in our schools as worthy of protection as the money in our banks or the merchandise in our shopping malls. That's the question.
He's a politician. Of course, he's not going to bring up the fact that it's for the purpose of fighting against tyranny. Come on.
Well, they know they're going to vote against
The
it.
gentleman
So
from California.
the part of the thing is to try to get them on record for voting against something that makes sense. That makes sense to most people. I know fighting against tyranny makes sense to all of us, but there is a section of American population that does not believe that. So by not bringing that up and using the other things, it can make them look more extreme.
Not tied to the program.
Of course,
in
and
the
also
legislation.
they can use it as a
Therefore,
campaign to defame
is
them
not
and say they didn't vote
Chairs
against
for
the
care to rule.
protect our children
I
bill.
agree with the point of order. This amendment amends a program that is not within the bill and is therefore outside the scope of the bill and is therefore not germane. The amendment is not germane. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute? If there are no further
I
amendments.
have an amendment.
For what purpose does Mr. Massey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk dealing with the Nix report.
The
Reserve a point of order.
point of order is reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7910 offered
That
by
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
My amendment is simply a reporting amendment. We need to get some information from the DOJ, from the Attorney General on the existing gun laws. Right now, the Nix background check for the latest year that we have numbers issued 112,000 denials, yet only 12
That's
of those
my boy.
were
One Love
federally
Design with a
prosecuted.
super chat. Thank you, brother. It
So
says
presumably,
Wolverines,
they were
last name is
rejected. I mean,
JST
the
Supply,
presumption is
and
that
the
you're
TUI
rejected
community.
because you were an ineligible
Birdman,
person
daddy.
to buy a firearm and
Hey,
you
you
tried to buy a
guys,
firearm.
check the
Why
private
weren't
chat.
they prosecuted to a greater extent? Why were only 12 out of 112,000 prosecuted? It's because the dirty little secret is
No
most
way.
of those are false
Yeah.
denials. Now you might say, well, it's better to be overly safe than to let a few through the cracks. The problem is that the current system is riddled with errors. If you have a similar name, phonetically pronounced or spelled to somebody else.
Yield? The gentleman yield?
Let me finish my amendment and then I'll yield. I'll happily yield to the chairman. So what happens with the false denials is that within racial and ethnic groups that share similar surnames and first names, you get a higher percentage of false denials. And some of these false denials are overturned, but a lot of them are not. And individuals who don't have the money or the resources to pursue this legally often either have to turn to individual sale or they don't complete the purchase at all. Yet they were law-abiding citizens who had the misfortune of sharing a similar name. The problem with this, and this is why I want this report, is we're fairly certain that Black males are 3 times more likely to be falsely denied during the Nix background check, and that Hispanic males are 2 times more likely to be denied falsely during a
Damn,
Nix
Massey's
background
knocking
check
out of the
because
park
they
with this
share
amendment.
within their racial and ethnic groups similar names to people who are incarcerated. And we do have over-incarceration in this country, and there are a lot of Black males incarcerated.
I cannot say it better myself.
If you're a law-abiding citizen within that racial group and you with the
Agree.
similar name, that you are more likely to get a false denial. So what my
It's
amendment
almost like
seeks to do is to require
you
a
wrote some of
report,
this.
and this wouldn't turn over
I
any
wish.
personally identifiable data. All of this data
Maybe I
is
should.
collected on the Form 4473. They have the data. They
Oh,
need to
sir,
give
I
it to us so we can
see
determine
from
if there are racial disparities. Because, and this report would require the Attorney General to tell us how many background checks and were determined ineligible, how many people based, and report this by race, ethnicity, national origin, sex, gender, age, disability, average annual income, and English language proficiency if available. And most of those demographic data points are available.
Yeah, they all are available.
If there's nobody else that wants to speak during my 5 minutes, I'll yield back to, I'll yield to the chairman for his question. Okay, I'll yield back.
Sounds like
Gentleman
something that
yields
would come
back.
out of
Does the
GOA.
gentlelady insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I don't
Yeah,
insist
for
on my
sure.
point of order.
Gentlelady
In fact,
does not insist on a point of order, and we are prepared to accept this amendment.
Well, then I will allow you to accept it, and I will not request a recorded vote.
You don't want to question my judgment.
You have great judgment on this regard.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Damn.
Aye.
Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? For what purpose does Mr. Fitzgerald seek recognition?
No, Massey got an
Thank you,
amendment.
Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will
reserve
report
a
the
point of
amendment.
order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7910, offered by Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so do I,
In
G-Webs.
2018, in the state legislature, we actually were able to develop and move a bipartisan effort in relationship to a special session that had been called by our governor at the time.
Nice corn pop.
We worked together to pass a bill, and then a act was put in place, Act 143.
It
appropriated
basically
$100 million in fiscal year
makes
1819
the ATF and
award
everything
school safety
give a
grants
report to Congress
throughout the
on
state of
the amount of
Wisconsin.
denials
It went to
of
districts
minorities,
and
people
private
by sex,
schools.
like break it down.
Independent charter
It
schools
calls a
were
bunch of work for the
eligible,
ATF and
as
FBI.
well as tribal schools. It required that the schools submit safety plans to improve their physical security to the Attorney General, to DOJ in Wisconsin. The bill was an unbelievably tremendous success in our state. DOJ awarded $94.5 million to 1,325 school safety grant recipients. What we thought we would do after talking to myself and Congressman Tiffany is just kind of repurpose some of the dollars that are already related to the bill and simply see if we couldn't find a way of allowing either states that have already moved forward with something like this. And a lot of these things were initiated as a result of Parkland, the Stoneman Douglas High School. Or if there are states out there that are contemplating making these moves. And if you look at the 8 bills that are before us today that have been pushed into this omnibus bill, and I even question whether or not some of this stuff has been cross-checked, especially on the personal security items included. But if you look at them, none of them really address what just happened in Texas. There are definitely weaknesses when it comes to physical security in a lot of these school buildings. So, what I have is an amendment that I think is crafted in a way it's not heavy-handed. It doesn't just say that the federal government will in fact just issue these credits directly. It would be in working with the states to develop a strategy where, and I heard some of the other members today say that, hardening schools is not the answer. But quite honestly, I think, a lot of people say if there's anything we can agree on, it would be to improve the physical security of these buildings. Some of them old, they were built in the 30s and 40s. And this stuff hasn't been addressed. And I mean, we could make this available. I think in a bipartisan fashion, there is support for this type of concept. And at the end of the day, I think that's one thing that we're kind of looking for here. So I would hope that we could add this amendment to this bill, and it might be something that would garner some bipartisan support. And before I yield back, I did want to make a comment about one of the earlier amendments that was offered by Mr. Massey. You know, in 1981, I went to basic training in Fort Jackson, South Carolina. And there were 40 17-year-olds, maybe some 18-year-olds, I don't remember. We were all issued M16s. And we used those on live fire ranges. We were taught to assemble, disassemble, and clean those weapons and take care of them like they were our own. So the idea that a 17-year-old isn't up to, or certainly doesn't have the ability to understand how a firearm works or whether or not they can be responsible or trusted with one, it's happening in our armed services each and every day. A new group of basic trainees make their way through, doesn't matter whether it's the Army, the Air Force, or Marine Corps.
Yeah,
So
guys,
I just put that out
17-year-olds
there
and
that
women just really shouldn't
something
be
that
around
is
firearms.
real,
You know,
it's happening each
let's
and every
just
day.
accept it.
And I hope that the members think about that
They are
before they
not
may
due natural rights from their
quickly
creator.
on some of this legislation that I think is moving hastily and has not necessarily been thought through. So with that, I would yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady insist on a point of order?
I do not insist on my point of
The
order.
gentlelady does not insist on a point of order. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The amendment is well-intentioned, clearly. Unfortunately, it would condition participation in the firearm safe storage program, which we want to promote. We want wide participation in the firearm safe storage program for obvious reasons. This would condition participation in the safe storage program on an unrelated program best addressed in the Ed and Labor Committee. So I would, with all due respect for the good intentions behind this amendment, I think it's ill-advised to condition participation in the firearm safe storage program on any other program, because we want to encourage it, and especially on a program that's best addressed in another committee. I yield back. For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. In spite of what President Biden says, that it doesn't help to harden schools, we found out, as Representative Fitzgerald said in his remarks, that it does help in Wisconsin. And I've actually seen it in schools that my kids have attended over the years. I was one of those people that I was really skeptical of putting limitations on how people enter school buildings. After all, I remember 40, 50 years ago when I used to go to school, and, you know, it was easy in, easy out. But, you know, the world has changed, and we in Wisconsin, we changed in 2018, and we offered these grants. And as Representative Fitzgerald said, they have been successful. The one drawback that I heard from a few school administrators that I called last night, they said, we wish we would have had it sooner because we had already acted. But many schools had not acted yet, and they were able to take advantage of it. In fact, I think there was over 1,000 schools in Wisconsin that took advantage of this to, in many cases, harden their schools and make them safer. So it was a successful program. And in talking to one of my former colleagues in the legislature last night, they said they're considering additional measures. And I think that gets to the other point in regards to putting this hearing out in such a rushed manner. We should be taking a look at what is the responsibility of the states also, because even like in regards to red flag laws, I think it's chapter 51 of the code in Wisconsin, that there is a commitment procedure that's already in place in Wisconsin to deal with someone that has psychological problems, whatever may be a threat to the community. That is already in place. And I think as we're seeing, including with your comments, Mr. Chairman, about just a minute ago saying, well, this is well-intentioned and there may be a place for this. We've been hearing about this on amendment after amendment here today. And it goes to show when you rush a hearing on only a couple days' notice to do it for messaging purposes and not consulting, not just with us in the minority, but with many other people also that are out there in the public, maybe having detailed hearings about this as far as what actually should be done and really being serious about this rather than just using it for messaging purposes, we would end up with a much better product. And I think Representative Fitzgerald has come forward with a very good amendment here, and I really urge support of it. It's been successful in Wisconsin. I think it's been alluded to by others that it's been successful in Florida. And I think it's two good places for us to look as examples of what can work to stop and hopefully prevent additional horrific events like happened in Uvalde. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Hell yeah, man. Check me out. It's DLD After Dark. And tonight I will be having on Eric from Iraq Veteran 88.
Really funny. I'm texting with them.
Oh,
no
yeah.
shit.
It's awesome, man.
Markup.
Yeah,
in my
man.
office
I'm
when I was
excited.
not here. And I've noticed several commonalities, common themes that go through the Republican
My
amendments.
GOA brother.
Not one would result in any ammunition not being sold, produced, or out there. Not one would reduce a gun or a rifle, assault weapon, or any other weapon from being
Dude,
in society.
Congress needs to get more than a potato to stream, man.
Nothing would hurt any of the NRA's business partners, and they would lose a
I
single
know, man.
penny
It's
because
crazy.
the ammunition and the guns would continue to be available and sold and legal, and no matter what.
Do they think that the
And
NRA
that
is
seems to
like
be their theme.
paid when
They
guns
come up with
sell?
some ideas about
They're a
recommending that people
boogeyman.
that could be
Yeah,
70 or 60
NRA.
years old,
That's
retired
weird.
military or law enforcement, go to the schools and provide the security, which was not provided in Uvalde by people who were trained and have been in training just in December of 2021.
I don't think any of us
Despite
would
that,
have
they
any
were
issues with the
totally
NRA if the NRA
incompetent.
was what
See ya,
someone
guy.
the NRA
And
out to be.
some of them have said that we have rushed into this. We didn't rush into background hearings. We had two background
Because
check
it's about who you know.
bills that passed this
For real.
Congress, supported by 90% of the public. They were not rushed. They had nary a Republican vote. So regardless if we give the Republicans long time to think about bills and lots of notice or very little notice, they vote
I
the
gotta
same
run. I'll
way.
see y'all later.
They vote no.
So yeah.
There is nothing we can
Check
do
me
to
out.
bring
DLD After Dark.
except
Later.
maybe one or two of the folks who had the guts and the courage and the honesty to vote to impeach Donald Trump or to impanel a January 6th commission to look into the worst and most concerning act ever done against this country, an insurrection to overthrow the government and disturb the rightful election of the president of the
January
United
6th
States.
again.
Other than the
Oh my
people who had the
God.
guts to do that, we don't have a hope for a vote. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Owen seek recognition?
Second. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As my colleagues have expressed today, there are no words to describe the horrific tragedy that occurred at Rob's elementary school. I'm a father and a grandfather. Every life is a gift. I know this from my experience of raising a beautiful family. I have my entire life as a parent leaned on my Second Amendment rights to protect them. This markup is a hasty, unserious, and not designed to find true bipartisan solutions. We need to look at real solutions that actually improve the safety of the classrooms. This package is completely political, and this is the mark of true progress. It is a disgrace that we
Burgess
have
Owens is the man, by the way.
those who have lost and their grieving families. As we work
Is
across the aisle,
Hoffman
champion
Tactical?
building
It's
FSP
Burgess
solutions,
Owens.
it's very important that the victims and their grieving families are front and center in every conversation we have, not the politicians or the political talking points. Tomorrow, I'm introducing a bill to use the unused COVID funding from the
What's that?
American Rescue
Utah.
Plan to improve classroom safety and to harden schools through evidence-based security measures. I welcome my colleagues from across the aisle to support this common sense solution to protect our children. My bill will clarify that school districts can immediately amend their plans under the American Rescue Plan and to use those funds to address without delay their safety, the school safety needs. It will require the states immediately approve any amendments that allow schools to begin this process without delay. The Luke and the Alex School Safety Act that is now in the House, shepherded with the bipartisan support of Representative George and Bellard, directs the Department of Homeland Security to establish a federal clearinghouse on school safety
Like
best
Provo,
practices. This will be done in coordination
and it
with the
goes
Department of
right
Education,
to
Justice, Health
the
and Human
south
Services.
of Salt Lake City.
This
I don't believe it
clearinghouse
touches
will
Salt
be
Lake
the
City though.
primary federal resource on best practices for schools, parents, law enforcement, and local officials. This bill does not require any additional funding. This bill was actually named after two of the Parkland, Florida shooting victims. How was this common sense bipartisan bill addressed by Democratic leadership, whose priority over the decades have been to progressively restrict law-abiding citizens from their Second Amendment rights? Remember, this is a simple clearinghouse database of state-by-state best practices. A day after the Uvalde tragedy, Democrat Senator Majority Leader Schumer ignored it. By design, he did not bring it to the floor. Let me make sure parents across the country understand how unserious the Democratic leadership is on this topic of securing the safety of our children's school settings. We have a president who states he does not believe in proposals that's going to harden our children's schools. We have a Senate majority leader who refused to allow for a federal database of best practices to be used nationally by schools, parents, law enforcement, and local officials. The rejection of the Luke and Alex School Safety Act 2 weeks ago prevents us in the near future of gathering school safety innovative ideas to be recorded, saved, and shared nationally with other vulnerable schools like those in Uvalde. We are committed to address violence in our schools. Our schools must return to the place of learning where students can learn free from the fear of violence of any form. This is what our students deserve. This is what our parents want. And this is what our focus should be as policymakers. The answer to this painful chapter is not continuation of the decades-long progressive attack on our constitutional rights. Rights that we as Americans have not, that's not available in other despotic countries like Cuba, Russia, China, and Venezuela, and other countries that restrict their citizens from protecting themselves from evil. There's presently over $100 billion of unused COVID relief funds now sitting in the secondary school emergency relief fund. Let's get serious as a body and make it possible within the next coming months to harden our schools, to protect our children, and to start nationally to share best safety practices across the country. For this reason, I support this amendment introduced to my friend from Wisconsin. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back for purposes. The gentlelady from from Texas, seek recognition.
It's a great state, but I'm going to continue to live in the great state of Texas. Mr. Chairman, thank you so very much. First of all, I want to indicate that where we can work together
there
today,
she goes, setting up her
and I
little.
hope there is someone that captures that point. Mr.
Bro,
Massey,
bro.
your amendment was accepted, and interestingly enough,
This is sick.
it captures my legislation, the Accidental Firearms Transfer Reporting Act. And so here we are with a moment where we can have not only compromise, but agreement. So we thank you for that amendment. I rise, Mr. Chairman, to strike the last word. Thank you, and pardon me for not. It is shocking to me that we continue to hear how rushed these hearings are. When your house is on fire, there's no time for the fire department to build a new fire station, to train a new class of firemen and women. You have no time for that. You need a fire truck. You need, as they say, the ladder truck.
And when someone's trying to do
need
evil to
the
you, there's no time for the
pumper.
police to come
You
either.
need them right now.
Exactly.
You need them right now. I am stunned by this excuse of needing more time. If we look at the districts of where my friends have come from, We have documented thousands, probably in totality, or hundreds upon hundreds of deaths by firearms in your collective congressional district. Would you tell those bereaved family members, let's wait as we have done for decades? We waited in 2004 with a Republican president, Republican House, Republican Senate, and we couldn't get anything done to extend the ban on assault weapons. And we have seen a brazen rampage of young men using assault weapons mixed with the toxicity of white supremacy as evidenced in Buffalo, New York.
What?
And let
How
me
about
take a
Texas?
moment
He was
to
a
call
white
those
guy.
names.
Yeah, that's
Roberta
what
A.
white-
Drury, Marcus D. Morrison, Andre McNeil, Aaron Salter, Geraldine Talley, Celestine Cheney, Haywood Patterson, Catherine Massey,
man.
Pearl Young, and Ruth Whitfield. In addition, it is important to take note of the gentleman's amendment, Mr. Fitzgerald, who wants to take money from the Safe Storage grant program, which would in fact undermine the ability to secure young people by either, as the Kimberly Vaughn legislation provides for at the point of purchase to ensure that there's best practices that would keep young people from getting guns, and Ethan's law that deals with the issue of guns in residential homes. And why would you want to do that when we can read the roll? January 23rd, 2018, again, a situation where the gun came from an unlocked closet. Nacogdoches, Texas, 13 and 10-year-old. A 4-year-old boy unintentionally shot and killed himself. A 4-year-old boy in Galion, Ohio. The previous one was in Colorado. 4-year-old boy again in Tempe, Arizona. Father in Shreveport, Louisiana. 3-year-old is dead. 5-year-old is dead in Pensacola, Florida. Or a 7-year-old. The 5-year-old killed the 7-year-old. Auburn, California. 13-year-old boy, he shot himself. And after he, his brother, and others had unsecured guns. That means they were not caused to do so at point of purchase, and they had them in the home. A 5-year-old in Bertow, Florida, was reaching for candy that was stored on top of a refrigerator, found a gun, shot himself in the hand. 3-year-old found his mother's gun in the living room of their home in Anchorage, Alaska, playing with the gun discharged, shooting himself in the head.
To me, it
Pronounced
just
dead
sounds
later
like
that day.
the kids need more gun safety.
Our
and
house is on
instruction.
fire.
The parents too.
Our house is on fire. These precious babies, we've
Well,
already heard. One died trying to save others by dialing 911. Amory.
And they
How
were
is that a
Others
turkey?
speared
and
themselves
they
with
were
blood.
standing outside for hours without
Others
doing anything.
reported
So how did
that
that turn out?
there are
Yeah.
people or children alive,
Let's hear
9
more
of
about
us at
that.
least, or others. We're in a crisis. Our house is on fire.
We're
And I
about
believe that this
to cross
amendment
7
be
hours
better
of
suited,
streaming. That's why we're not
in
doing a show
working
today.
together
Damn.
with other committees and those of us who are interested in this issue. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Gomet? What
Lou
purpose
Gohmert.
does Mr.
Thank you.
Gomet seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The roof is on fire.
we-
We don't need no water left down.
I've heard that
Motherfucker, burn.
90% support.
Hey, we're on my main
such
channel.
things
Don't want to be
that are
demonetized
included.
on there.
I can't help but wonder anytime I hear those kind of numbers of support, just exactly what people were asked. For example, on red flag laws, most people don't understand what red flag laws are. But if you explain to them that that would include things like we saw during the Obama-Biden administration when the VA was instructed to inquire of veterans who pays their bills. And if the response is a spouse or someone else, like in my case, I'm married to someone with an MBA in accounting, she pays most of the bills. If I say, well, my wife pays most of the bills, I pay some, then that during the Obama-Biden administration was adequate to note in the records and become a red flag that would prevent me from being able to buy a gun, because the presumption of that red flag order was that if you're not paying your own bills, you're not mentally competent enough to have a gun. And so when people started finding out that was going on, they got rather upset. And I'm sure that included people that if you had asked would said, yeah, I'm okay with red flag laws. I think it's a good idea. High time we do that until they had bureaucrats determine whether or not they were entitled to a Second Amendment right. It's real important when we start using percentages of support that we make sure that people knew what they were doing, knew what they were saying. I think this is a good amendment, well reasoned, well thought out. And I understand we just had a shooting, but I go back to the founders who did something that no one else had ever done in the founding of a country, when they included the language like all men were created equal, generically speaking, and the original Declaration of Independence included, I think the longest grievance was how bad slavery was. You don't have founding documents in any other country where the founders admitted that things were not as they should be, and that something that was part of the country at its founding, like slavery, was wrong and bad and harmful to the country. These people were admitting in what they signed that there were problems. Now, there were people that defeated that or had that provision struck, but to say all were equal in that document, this is an incredible country. So when Thomas Jefferson, who put that grievance in there and put in the part about people being equal, knowing that at that time they were not, it was aspirational and admittance that something wasn't right. That's a pretty profound country, and that's what we have. But it has become so political that now we're being urged to pass constitutionally questionable, if not outright unconstitutional provisions, because we're in a hurry that we got to do something. And I know there are a lot of politicians that feel that way. Rahm Emanuel's famous line that we shouldn't let a good crisis go to waste, or saying that about Democrats, is still holding true. We're having a crisis, but especially now when there's been a crisis, when we've had tragedy, it's even more important that we use God's name, those of us that believe in the power of prayer, to ask for guidance instead of trying to shove guidance from Mount Olympus in DC down the throats of people that don't know what's coming. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I want to start with is a recent Trafalgar poll shows that the vast majority of Americans support having armed guards or protection at schools.
51%.
Mr. McClintock's amendment earlier was speaking.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Mr.
I would
McClintock's
volunteer for it.
does provide a remedy and a way to safeguard our children.
51% supports armed
Mr.
teachers.
Owens'
That's what it
amendment
is.
does the same. Mr. Fitzgerald's amendment does the same. And I support those amendments. But I refuse to mislead my family, our children, and our community that the provisions of this bill will solve the gun safety issue that we're having with our schools. This notion of, quote, we have to act it will not change or protect schools or other gun-free zones from violent criminals. This bill, you take the bill that would make felons out of Americans under age 21 who own AR-15s and hundreds of similar firearms. You've got the bill that would make felons out of Americans who own firearms and have kids in their homes unless those guns are locked up. You have the bill that would make felons out of Americans who buy any magazine that holds more than 10 rounds of ammunition. You have a bill in here that would make felons out of Americans who buy a gun for someone with the intent of selling or giving it to someone else, which is already illegal. And you didn't like the Domestic Violence Victim Protection Amendment of Thomas Massey, which was seen
No,
to
no,
me,
hold on.
was
I'm
seen
gonna,
to me so
I'm
necessary.
gonna put this up.
You have a bill that mimics the
This
storage
is-
requirements found in a previous bill on federal and tribal properties. You have a bill that makes felons out of Americans who own an unserialized or homemade firearm, the so-called ghost gun. You have a bill in here that makes felons out of Americans who own an unregistered bump stock. The left is scared that a court will vacate the president's order on this and wants to put this tyranny into law. Well,
You can't
that's
own
just
bump
part of it.
stocks,
This
and
bill
you
doesn't
definitely can't register them.
solving the problem. It would not have stopped Uvalde. It wouldn't have protected
Eric
folks in
Starwell
Tulsa.
and
It
Greg
wouldn't have solved
Stubbe
the
are having
local
a
issue. In
battle
fact,
on
You'd
Twitter.
be hard pressed to find any of these
Are you
mass shootings
serious?
that would be resolved
Damn.
Yeah.
and defended.
I would love
against
to educate
these
him on how
demons with
stupid he
guns
is. Swallow
by
out.
using
You
the
know,
gene
swallow
pool
out. Little
as
tiny
price.
penis swallow out. Oh, yeah.
When the law-abiding with
Yeah,
weapons are confronted,
Eric Starwell
Department of Justice
posted a
face
picture
state
of
crime, violent
Greg
crime, and state
Stubbe
violence,
showing his
$1.5
firearms, you know,
million
with
instances
the
a year by
magazine.
using their own
And he went,
guns.
"This is who Republicans are.
Department of
Kids are
Justice
being
today,
buried,
and
and
this
they're
administration
bragging
indicated
about
clearly that
how
they
many
desire to
guns they
take away
own
guns if law-abiding
during our
citizens.
gun safety hearing. They
Short,
are
they
not
desire to
serious.
nullify
They are a danger
or
to our
repeal the Second
kids."
Amendment through
And then
statutory means.
Greg Stubbe tweeted back to him,
Democrats
"If you hate the
estimated
Second
today that
Amendment, move to
Republicans are
China. I
engaged in
hear you
British
know some
collusion with
people
mass
there."
shooters today. Not supporting their proposed ineffective legislation. Republicans across this nation have strongly suggested that we can provide safety to our children by hardening school facilities as well as having
Did
armed
you
guards in the
retweet it,
schools.
Trevor?
And that the Trafalgar poll shows almost 50% of Democrats, 48.5% of Democrats, and a supermajority of Republicans support this avenue. These amendments that have been offered that you are rejecting are ways to actually get at protecting our children. And it's a crying shame that you flush these out because you think they're unworthy. You deem them unworthy. These are sincere ideas. They're real ideas. They're ideas that work. And Mr. Chairman, to that end, I would urge everyone to support this amendment. And with that, I'll yield back.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Mr. Cicilline ride from Rhode Island rise?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I just want to respond, Madam Chair, to the claim that nothing in this bill would change any of these mass shootings. This is the probably 15th time our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have said that. It's not only deeply offensive, it's completely inaccurate. So I'm going to just, for the record, one more time,
Yeah, Trump,
give
they're
some
saying,
examples of why certain
Republican
provisions that we will
Louis
pass,
delivers
hopefully
heated
soon in this
remarks
legislation,
to the
actually have
Republican
prevented some of the killing
attending
that has
He
occurred in
told
this
me,
country.
"My house, I'll do whatever the
First,
hell
there's
I
a
want."
report here, large capacity ammunition
President
magazines. It
Trump.
actually has 14 pages with 7 entries on each page. So over 80 incidents involving large capacity ammunitions and the death resulting in a series of shootings. That would no longer be available to killers if this legislation passes. Raising the age, another provision in this legislation, again, Uvalde, Texas, the shooter would not have been able to buy a gun. The killer, 22 people were killed, 17 people were injured. Buffalo, New York, 10 people were killed, 3 were injured. That killer would not have been able to buy the weapon. Santa Fe, Texas, in May of 2018, Santa Fe High School, 10 people were killed, 13 were injured. Parkland, Florida, February 14, 2018, 17 people were killed, 17 were injured. In Newtown, Connecticut at Sandy Hook Elementary School, 27 people were killed, including the shooter. And at Columbine in April of 1999. 15 people were killed, including 24 injured. So those would not have been able to happen if those killers couldn't get the gun because they weren't old enough yet. Ghost guns, which are also addressed in this legislation, resulted in, these are just examples, in Santa Clara, California, at the Saugus High School, killed 3 people and 3 were injured with a ghost gun. Rancho Tehama, California, 18 people were injured. Santa Monica, California, 6 people were killed and 4 people were injured. Shooting that used bump stocks in Las Vegas, Nevada, in October of 2017, 60 people were killed, 411 were injured. And again, provisions that relate to safe storage. On January 23rd, 2018, a gunman killed 2 and injured 18 at Marshall County High School in Benton, Kentucky. The shooter got the gun he used in the shooting from an unlocked closet in his home. This has a list of 15 other examples of killings that resulted from a weapon not being properly stored. So stop saying nothing in this legislation would change anything. That is a lie. That is not true. It will save lives. If you don't think that's worth doing, say that. Have the courage to say none of that matters. You think it's important that there should be as many guns available to as many Americans as possible. You want no restrictions. Be honest about it. But to say there's nothing in this legislation that will save the lives of children and Americans all across this country is dead wrong. And we have examples of it. You haven't refuted any of it. So stop saying nothing will change. No, this won't prevent any killings. That's a lie. Please stop doing it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The questioner, the gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no?
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does Mr. Massey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at your desk.
Reserving.
Right of a point, the amendment is, the clerk will report the amendment. Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7910, offered by Mr.
Without
Massey.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment sincerely, and I want to explain some of my motivation for offering it. We think a lot about our active military who are deployed overseas and, putting their lives on the line and pausing their personal development, their careers in order to protect this country. But too often we don't think about their families at home. And in the case of, for instance, the wife at home who's taking the kids to the doctor, who's paying the bills, paying the mortgage, getting the yard mowed, fixing the car, basically in many ways operating not just like a single mom, but taking care of the military member's business as well, affairs, while he is deployed. And it occurs to me, and this is the case, that a lot of people who enlist in the military, they start their lives early. They get married early. It's not uncommon for somebody under the age of 21 to be married and in the service. And that single, the wife at home, who's almost like a single mom, if they have kids at that point, has a tremendous burden. And we shouldn't add to her burden that she cannot defend herself and her kids when her husband is deployed. Yet that is what raising the age to purchase a modern long rifle or shotgun is going to do. Already, if you're under the age of 21, you cannot buy a handgun from an FFL. Well, in the case of a military spouse whose husband is deployed, maybe she could get a shotgun or a rifle, which wouldn't quite be as effective as a handgun, but at least it's something. But what we're telling that mom at home is you got to buy a single shot 22. You've got to buy a shotgun whose design is 150 years old if you want to protect your family at home while your spouse is deployed. Now you may say, well, military, they've got a lot of buddies. Surely there's a guy who's not deployed, who's a friend of the guy who's deployed, who's willing to buy a firearm and give it to the spouse at home. Guess what? That's not going to work after this bill passes, because it's not an uncle or a niece or a stepchild. There's not that family relation. And so if somebody tries to help the single mom at home whose husband is deployed by giving her a firearm, now she's guilty of gun trafficking under this bill. The buddy giving the firearm to her is guilty of gun trafficking under this bill. And ultimately, what does she want to do? She just wants to protect her family while her husband is deployed, risking his life to protect the Constitution. She deserves the same protections as anybody else, regardless of the fact that she's started her family at age 18, 19, or 20. She should not be deprived of that right. So what my bill says, or my amendment, it amends the underlying bill. Right now, the underlying bill raises the age to purchase a semi-automatic long gun or shotgun from 18 to 21. But it says if you're a member of the armed forces on active duty, then you're exempt from this. My amendment's simple. It just says if you're a spouse of a member of the armed forces on active duty, you're also exempt from this. And before my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say, oh, well, a young mom could never use a firearm to defend her family. I've got a story here of an Oklahoma woman killed an intruder, called 911. She would not let the intruder enter her home. Her husband wasn't in the military, but in a very similar situation. He had died of cancer, and the community knew it. When members of the military are deployed, the community knows it. It's a point of pride for the community that somebody in that community is over there and serving the country and their community. But there are people who would take advantage of that knowledge, knowing that there's a single mom at home, like this person did in Oklahoma when the husband died of cancer and the community knew it. But this mother was able to defend herself and her baby with a firearm. And we should not deprive anybody of that right. And that's what my amendment does. It protects that right. And I yield back.
Center fired. Does the gentlelady insist on a point of order?
I do not insist on my point of order.
The gentlelady does not insist on her point of order. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The point of this section of the bill is to restrict the use of semi-automatic center-fired weapons from people aged 18 to up until 21, because it is our judgment that such people are not, should not be able to use, that for the reasons that we've gone through much of today talking about such weapons. Now, there is a carve-out in the bill for persons of either sex in the armed services, because persons in the armed services are specifically trained in the use of firearms. Their spouses are not. This amendment would make the spouses of persons in the military, ages 18 to 20 through 20, eligible to use semi-automatic center-fire guns. It's the judgment of the bill that such people should not be, and they do not fall under the category of people who get military training. Their spouses do, but they don't. And therefore, this is a very ill-conceived amendment, and I would urge opposition to it. I yield back. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe you've shifted ground a little bit, because earlier today, the basis to not allow people 18 until they were 21 to have this type of firearm was because they were not sufficiently neurologically developed. Now we're saying it's an issue of training. And so that's—
Gentleman yield?
Well, there's other points I
point?
want to make. There's a
On
few
that
other
point?
points I want to make, and I'm sure I'll have time for us to be able to engage on that question. But as the member of Congress from Florida's 1st Congressional District, I represent the highest concentration of active duty military in the country. And I feel particularly obligated to speak on behalf of the Massey Amendment to vindicate the Second Amendment rights of military families. There are two key points. Military families don't get to choose the cities that they live in. They are told by the Army, Air Force, Navy. And so if you are a family that has been sent to do your duty for our country in a Democrat-run state or a Democrat-run city where they have defunded the police, created sanctuaries for illegals, and invited violence. Now you're forcing those patriotic families to be functionally helpless in conditions not of their choosing. The second key point is that oftentimes there is knowledge of scaled deployments. And so if in my community, we have 400 service members going to fight abroad, we typically know that. That's words out in the community. Different organizations are supporting family members, doing food drives, and engaging in other support. And so you could potentially leave people subject to gun control, subject to crime, with the criminals knowing that their spouse is not home to be a part of whatever protection plan that particular family has. And so I think that as Democrats are prepared to oppose this amendment to provide physical security for military families in their most vulnerable time, potentially during a deployment, we really ought to think carefully about the downstream consequences of that. I yield to Chairman Nadler.
Thank you. The gentleman is entirely right. I said earlier today that 18 to 20-year-olds are neurologically not prepared for this. I meant it. I still mean it. Of course, that's overcome for someone in the armed services who receives intensive military training.
How do you know that? Like, what are you how much training does someone need to overcome their neurological deficiencies at age?
The amount that the Army, that the military services gives them is
What's up,
sufficient
Polar Knights?
case for the spouses of such people, unless they too are in the military and get the same training. I yield back.
I'm sure the chairman takes my point that the spouses have an obligation to protect at times their home, their homestead, their children, while someone is deployed. I'll gladly yield to the gentleman.
I think we all are concerned, as you are concerned, and you well know that this person could get a rifle or a shotgun and be trained on that. This spouse, male or female, 18 and 21 and under, or under 21, could get a rifle.
She's wearing a bitch muzzle.
Yeah, why was she doing that? She wasn't
The challenge is, Ms. Jackson Lee, that then here in Congress, we are choosing how military spouses ought to defend their families. And we're prescribing that. And I think that that's a bit heavy-handed for people who are willing to move anywhere, go anywhere to fight for our country and defend our freedoms. And I, particularly for female spouses, a long gun or a rifle may present different storage challenges, different logistical challenges in the event that you have an intruder. There's a reason that handguns
100% Polar Knights.
used for home defense.
Our European brother out there knows exactly what's going
We wouldn't
on.
want to make those decisions for any American family.
Polar
because we
Knights
wouldn't want
is
to be
from Scandinavia.
responsible for something that would go tragically wrong. I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
And the amendment allows them to have a firearm as long as it's only sufficient for hunting a rabbit or a squirrel. I mean, the types of firearms that the spouse would be allowed to have, their bill limits it to that. The amendment opens it back up to the types of firearms that are suitable for defense of family and property. Yet without the amendment, they are going to be limited to firearms that are designed to hunt squirrels and rabbits.
And I don't mean to be overly critical, but this debate highlights the fact that I think we have a lot of people on this committee who are not very familiar with firearms, trying to make broad-based national decisions about firearms that could really be harmful to a lot of American families, especially
That is
military.
100% true.
For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. The gentleman from Kentucky is absolutely right. Much like the debate that we were having earlier with respect to having exceptions. Obviously, I've got strong concerns, as already discussed, about the age in the first place. And the gentleman from Kentucky was appropriately raising that with respect to draft considerations. The chairman is positing multiple, I think, theories as to why we should not permit individuals aged 18 to shy of 21 to, possess a semi-automatic weapon. I would note that when I turned 18, that my high school graduation gift was a semi-automatic 45. I still have that weapon today. I was somehow managed to get through my years of 18, 19, and 20, neurologically impaired as I might have been, to get through legally and without harming anyone. The point here is obviously, I think most of my colleagues on my side of the aisle, certainly the gentleman from Kentucky, I know myself, we oppose the age restriction on constitutional grounds. The fact that we believe, irrespective of what the Ninth Circuit says, is unconstitutional. You're an adult. You're afforded the rights under the Constitution. But in this case, we're saying, well, good gracious, can't we at least ensure that spouses, and as the gentleman from Florida said, I mean, particularly female spouses of the members of the military are afforded the ability to have a semi-automatic weapon to defend themselves. It is, by all accounts, the most available and most used tool for self-defense in our country. And we talk about, we've talked about the constitutional language and Heller and otherwise about the weapons that were, common, the common weapons, or the wording's not exactly right, it's not in front of me. That's the common weapon, right? Today, the 9mm. In the past, it might have been a 45 or it might have been a 38 revolver. Today, it's usually, I think, by and large, a 9mm semi-automatic pistol. Long guns are great. I'm going to address that issue a little bit later, but long guns afford one option. If you've got a shotgun, gives you a good blast range to defend yourself, but it's not as easily acquired. You can keep a 45 on you or near you or next to the bedside, as many Americans do. And to restrict an 18, 19, 20-year-old adult who's given the right to vote, who is given all the rights that come and all the responsibilities that come with being an adult, raises serious concerns and reservations. And I think the gentleman from Kentucky is absolutely right to raise this issue, particularly for the spouses of our members of the military. But there'd be multiple people that you would think through, hey, this is a problem, that you're unable to actually defend yourself, despite being an adult and engaging in the world as an adult. And with that, I would be happy to yield to the gentleman from Kentucky if he would like any time.
Well, I have no other.
Mr. Roy, if you yield,
comments.
I'd just like to just raise one issue with you. It's Mr. Cicilline.
I'll yield to you. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I think it's important to recognize that we already prohibit persons under 21 from purchasing a handgun. And so under this bill, adults under 21 would still be able to purchase other rifles or shotguns for hunting and recreational shooting. And I think it's because these assault weapons have become more and more lethal. They're the weapon of choice in mass killings. And 6 times as many people die in mass shootings that involve this sort of assault rifles, that raising the age to 21, I think, makes perfect sense. So I just want to be sure that handgun prohibition, you were aware of it, and which is why this, again, is just being sure that that's in line with these very dangerous weapons.
So, well, I think reclaiming my time, 40 seconds left. What my point was that I've got the ability, and I had the ability at 18 to be able to have a weapon, a semi-automatic handgun. And I believe, as we're talking about the rights of an 18-year-old, that an 18-year-old should have that right. They should have the right to have any weapon that's available, that's publicly available, because they're an adult and they're afforded those rights. That's the point about being able to defend yourself. And any exception that we can put out there from a policy that is a wrong-headed policy is something that we should pursue. With that, I'll yield back.
Can I have your remaining 10 seconds?
Yeah, sure. Go.
The point here is, if you're spouse of a military person who's deployed overseas, it doesn't pass constitutional muster in any way, shape, or form to say the only gun you can have is a gun that's designed for hunting squirrels to defend your house and your children. And I urge the adoption of this amendment.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition?
This is Gomer, I do.
For what purpose does Mr. Gomer seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I think the the amendment is well reasoned and appropriate. As someone who owed the Army 4 years from a scholarship at Texas A&M, who was trained, I know different places, but when I was at Fort Riley, it was a standing order. You could not wear your uniform off post because of the violence that was inflicted on service members. I came in after Vietnam, but we were called baby killers and all kinds of things. People hated us for no reason. We were trying to serve our country. When I got married, immediately before going to the Army, and I've also been assistant DA, had threats on my life, but I got my wife, my new wife, a pistol because she needed something to protect her when I wasn't around. And that was certainly true. Columbus, Georgia is a wonderful city, but there were times we were ordered not to wear a uniform off post because there were people that didn't like us in service of our country. And we never went to combat during my 4 years on active duty, but I was sent on temporary duty different places, and I wanted to know my wife was going to be safe with a firearm that would protect her. And a comment by one of my friends on Republican side was mentioned we may have people pushing through laws that don't really know their effect. And I'm curious, I would yield to the chair if you could explain what a center fire in this bill means.
Oh, this is great.
The gentleman is asking a question of the chair.
Yes, if you're willing to answer or able.
Damn.
It's an interesting concept, center fire. It's mentioned in the bill.
My understanding is it means not rim fire as opposed to center fire with the primer.
Yeah, you got good advisors. But
Yeah, the guy ran up
Is that
and
your way of saying you answered
whispered.
correctly, Mr. Gomer?
Well, it's a little bit simplistic. The rim fire is more dangerous if you are getting a higher caliber. Center fire is safer for the one using it. It's why you see more center fire rounds than rim fire, and it's why it's harder to find rim fire in the bigger calibers that would protect you from someone. And I know from my days as a prosecutor, 25 automatic, for example, first two homicides we had, somebody shot another guy with a 25 and he got mad and killed him with a bigger gun. So I made a mental note, don't use 25 automatics for self-protection. But anyway, it is important. I'm not sure how many Democrats really could outline the difference between rim fire and center fire and exactly the ramifications of using either. But coming back to the amendment, we have had problems for our Army, for our military recruiting since October of last year. And really people began hesitant that I was hearing around in Texas saying, wow, the president just left these guys to die in Afghanistan. Oh my gosh, he trusted the enemy to protect them. And so people have been more reluctant, but recruiting started being a problem beginning last October. And if you're going to have to tell people if this becomes law, gee, you're going to defend the country, but we're not going to allow your spouse.
I mean,
We're not going to allow your spouse to have adequate protection while you're
I know,
away.
there's like a lot of feedback
Be it a man or a woman.
from the congressional
And
feed.
by the way, we think if you're between 18 and not reached 21, we think you're mentally infirm. You're not to an age. Whereas in Texas, if you're 17, we try you as an adult, and that's just the way it is. So I think it's a good amendment, and I would encourage people to vote for it.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does Mr. Raskin seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we meet in the middle of a continuing slaughter of innocent children and adults. And it did not start on May 14th with the bloodbath in Buffalo, where 10 people were gunned down by an 18-year-old racist mass murderer with an AR-15 jacked up on the white supremacist great replacement theory. It didn't start on May 24th with the massacre of 19 fourth graders and 2 teachers who were trying desperately to protect them. It didn't start yesterday with the bloody massacre of 4 people in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We've been demanding that our colleagues get serious about gun violence and public safety since the Columbine High School massacre on April 20th, 1999, when 2 young gunmen murdered a dozen students in broad daylight. At least since then, we've been demanding serious gun safety legislation since the Sandy Hook massacre in Newtown, Connecticut on December 14th, 2012, when a gunman assassinated 20 children and 6 adults. We have had nearly 1,000 school shootings since 2012 in the last decade, 1,000 of them. The police chiefs of America, who are strong proponents of gun safety legislation to protect both our people and our police, and to keep a sea of firearms out of the hands of criminals, have been strong supporters of a ban on assault weapons since 1992. But that doesn't move our Republican colleagues, who often describe themselves as supporters of the police.
I'm reading this.
Our gun violence rate is 22 times greater than it is in Europe, and 23 times the rate of firearm homicide seen in Australia. Gun
Yes, U.S.
violence
Morningstar.
now tops car accidents as the leading cause of death of children in America. Mr. Chairman, in the midst of this continuing bloodbath, something extraordinary among nations on earth, we meet to consider legislation that is supported by the vast majority of the American people who favor a universal violent criminal background check for all firearm purchases by a remarkable 89% margin. That means 9 out of 10 Americans support it. Similar numbers favor red flag laws. Great majorities of the American people favor the elements of this legislation today. They are not under the spell of the gun manufacturers and the gun lobby that they bankroll. The people of America use their common sense and ask us to do nothing other than use our common sense. Mr. Chairman, we are paying for the blood of children for a lie about the Second Amendment. The proponents of inaction invite us to believe the Second Amendment protects people's rights to engage in straw purchases by buying weapons through a proxy and thereby avoid the Brady background check. They invite us to believe that the Second Amendment prohibits a ban on high-capacity magazines, the kind that have been used to engage in indiscriminate mass murders, in massacres in Uvalde or Buffalo. No matter what we suggest to end the slaughter in our schools, our movie theaters, our churches, our synagogues, our streets, they claim the Second Amendment forbids it. But this is a blatant misreading and misrepresentation of the Second Amendment. In DC versus Heller, the Supreme Court said the Second Amendment does not create an absolute and unlimited right to gun ownership, but rather a right to have a handgun in your home for purposes of self-defense, and a right to long guns for purposes of hunting and recreation. The Second Amendment right itself is subject to reasonable regulation in the interests of public safety and public security. And that doctrine is enunciated by the most pro-gun justices on the court, like Justice Scalia, is completely consistent with the common sense of the vast majority of the American people. The Constitution and common sense are on the same side. And the same people willing to overthrow 50 years of Supreme Court precedent on the constitutional right to privacy in order to advance what they call a pro-life agenda that most Americans reject, will not even accept what the Supreme Court has actually said about the Constitution and reasonable gun safety regulation in order to promote a pro-life agenda that the vast majority of American people support. Those who are willing to rip up the constitutional precedent to promote a pro-life agenda should embrace constitutional precedent that allows us to promote a pro-life agenda that the vast majority of the American people endorse. I yield back to you.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
Aye.
In the opinion of the chair,
Mr. Chairman,
noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
What's up, Black Scotty?
Another.
Haven't seen you in a while.
Ms. Lofgren.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch.
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass.
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu.
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings.
No.
Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath.
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton.
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean.
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross.
No.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat.
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Isa.
Aye.
Mr. Isa votes aye. Mr. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs.
Aye.
Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe.
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy.
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach.
Fishbach votes aye.
Ms.
Aye.
Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts. Mr. Fitzgerald.
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz.
Mr. Benz votes aye.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Owens.
Owens, aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Bartz votes yes.
Mr. Jeffries, you are not recorded.
Jeffries votes no.
Mr. Jeffries votes no.
Mr. Chairman, House Correa recorded.
Ms. Bartz votes yes. Mr. Correa, you are not recorded.
Correa votes no.
Mr. Correa votes no.
How is Mr. Nadler recorded?
Mr. Nadler is not recorded. Mr. Nadler votes no.
Ms. Jackson Lee?
Am I recorded?
Ms. Jackson Lee, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 24 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
I have an amendment. at the
Reserve
desk.
a point of order.
Point of order has been reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7910 offered by Mr. Gates. Page 41, after line 12, insert the following.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And the gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
I believe one of the greatest threats to the Second Amendment, to gun owners, to public safety right now, the negotiations going on in the United States Senate to potentially adopt red flag laws. And I want members of the Judiciary Committee to be clearly on the record and to be clearly understood as to whether or not we believe it is a proper function of the United States government to try to coerce or entice or cajole states to adopt red flag laws. I am unequivocally against red flag laws. They deprive Americans of their Second Amendment rights. They deprive Americans of their Fifth Amendment right to due process. Many states have laws beyond their red flag laws where if someone is not in a position to appropriately own a firearm, that can be dealt with. But as there is this seemingly reflexive desire to adopt red flag laws, including in my own beloved Florida, I would suggest that this committee take a position against them. In the Sunshine State, nearly 6,000 people have been subject to orders as a result of red flag laws. I do not view that as a success. I view that as something that would cause grave concern. Increasingly, we see these red flag laws try to be used in contentious divorces, where you've got one person trying to deprive another person of their safety and security and their liberty and their Second Amendment rights in order to gain leverage in a marital dispute. And I find that particularly challenging. Our Second Amendment rights shouldn't be subjected to that type of deprivation of review by a court in an adversarial proceeding. You know, an adversarial proceeding that I think justice would require. And I would yield to the gentleman for Kentucky.
Thank the gentleman from Florida for introducing this amendment. Red flag laws are bad. They're not just harmful, they're unnecessary. In all 50 states, there are already laws on the books. In Florida, it's called the Baker Act. In California, it's called 5150 that allow somebody to be committed to a mental institution or to have their firearms even taken away. But the difference between those existing laws and these new laws is the existing laws have due process. You are entitled to an attorney. You will know when the hearing is happening. If you can't afford an attorney, they will give you an attorney. And there's a mental health expert required to be involved. This is absent of any of the red flag laws. They don't want to bring in a mental health expert. They don't provide you with a lawyer if you can't afford one. And so many people just have to submit to having their guns taken away without due process. They presume that you're guilty. And then and under the new red flag laws that are being proposed, if you have the money, if you have the resources, if you can muster $10,000 for lawyers, you might be able to fight to get your right to keep and bear arms back. Furthermore, red flag laws prevent people from seeking help. Because if you get red flagged, they don't provide you with mental help. And the 50 states that already have laws dealing with involuntary commitment, they provide you with mental help. With a red flag law, they come in, they irritate the person they believe might be a danger to himself or others, and then provide no help whatsoever. And how do you know you've even taken all of their weapons or that they couldn't get more? So, and people knowing this won't seek mental help. If they've got an issue, they're afraid that that stigma will cause them to lose their rights, and so they won't seek the help. So it's even worse than not having a red flag law. And I'll yield, back to the gentleman from Florida.
Yield to the gentleman from Ohio. Nope. All right, very well, yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady insist on a point of order?
I do not insist on my point of order.
Gentlelady does not insist on a point of order. I will recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. This amendment is not right because it says that this Congress disfavors the enactment of red flag laws. And yet this Congress, although this committee has reported out a red flag bill to the floor, the Congress has not yet voted, the House has not yet voted on it, and it's not ripe. The House will probably vote on it next week, at which point this amendment would be ripe. So I oppose this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, would
It's not ripe
Chairman
at this
yield?
time.
Will the
Yes, I
Chairman
will
yield?
yield.
Mr. Chairman, I believe in the amendment, it says in the states that the sense of Congress is that the Congress would disfavor the enactment of laws known as red flag laws in the states where they do currently exist. Does that alter the chairman's view of ripeness? Yield back to the chairman.
Well, I would oppose that. That's up to the states. It's not up to Congress to tell the states what to do in state law. That's even worse.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I believe the chairman has a different view of that when it comes to voting rights and a number of other matters. So I think when it comes to
Protection of
vindicating constitutional rights, we might have
Claiming my time,
something to say.
protection of constitutional rights is a federal concern.
The Second Amendment is a constitutional right. So is due process.
Yep, they are. Who else seeks recognition?
Ms. McBath?
Does Mr. Bishop seek, for what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
I'll speak on the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
It's interesting. I learned a good bit in the scramble to get ready for this hearing last minute called in the middle of recess, as we've discussed. But Mr. Tiffany had an amendment earlier today. I don't know if most Americans realize this, but in the existing law, it is unlawful for any person who has been adjudicated as a mental defective or who has been committed to a mental institution to possess a weapon, to receive a weapon in interstate commerce, the way it's specifically phrased. And as has been said, and I think is not generally understood, these Baker laws that exist, and I think that's the general term for them, Mr. Massey, they exist in state after state. It's not surprisingly, if you go look at the history of gun control, this has been a subject that's been debated for many, many years, and those things that are evidently appropriate have long since been dealt with. The difference between those laws that have been considered and undertaken over the course of years in the United States before and red flag laws is the words who has been adjudicated. That is the nature of the process. These are fundamental constitutional rights that we're talking about. And we, of course, seem to have some difference of opinion about that. Some don't know that Heller recognized a fundamental constitutional right applicable to individuals under the Second Amendment. But you really cannot justify stripping someone of a fundamental constitutional right without giving them due process. Due process has a meaning of its own. The amount of process that is due has always been commensurate with the nature of the right. If we're talking about stripping someone of a fundamental right, you cannot make a very good case for skipping some limited amount of process. The adjudication of a judge on partial, an affidavit or two, particularly by a witness who may be loaded with bias for the reasons Mr. Gates articulated, and their rights are gone. And then the way these things the one that was stuck in the NDAA this year, and I believe the one we have that I'm hearing talked about is similar. It's the kind of thing that can renew itself. It can go up to like 180 days and can renew indefinitely. It's a permanent deprivation. masquerading as a temporary one, which should not be done in any event. So it is, I will say, I'm waiting to see what the arguments are of those who advocate for this. But I think it is almost impossible to justify, and our law to this date recognizes it. That's why that appears in our existing statute as it does. That people are entitled to due process. I yield to the gentleman from Florida.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. It's also interesting to note that in many cases, the red flag law process itself would not be the most effective means of dealing with someone who is truly intent on committing one of these terrible atrocities that we all want to stop. I mean, keep in mind, in the Parkland case, you had a neighbor witness the shooter practicing in their backyard. And the neighbor was a responsible American who called the FBI and told them. So you had probable cause in that case to actually engage in legitimate law enforcement activity to stop violence, and it didn't happen. And so we, instead of like fixing that, which totally ought to be the priority of the committee, we're instead trying to go into this kind of like, tit for tat, where someone with a motive against you, someone that maybe fired you from a job, maybe someone you had a unsuccessful relationship with in business or in your personal life, that would be the basis for some sort of red flag action. And so I think that you're looking at something here that has high likelihood of depriving rights, very, very low likelihood of actually being the effective mechanism to stop any type of violence.
And another thought before my time expires, one thing that really, the longer I'm here, worries me more and more is the capricious use of power by government officials. And if you don't have a sense of that, you haven't been paying attention to the American people. There's a lot more that could be said about that. Perhaps somebody else will speak to it. I will if they don't. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word to oppose this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
First, I'd like to say we know that 19 states, including the state of Florida, has a form of red flag laws statewide. President Biden and both President Trump both support these laws. Following the deadly shootings in El Paso, Texas, and Dayton, Ohio, President Trump said, and I quote, "We must make sure that those judged to pose a grave risk to public safety do not have access to firearms, and that if they do, those firearms can be taken through rapid due process." And that is why I have called for red flag laws, also known as extreme risk protection orders, end quote. Might I remind you, my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, that this legislation that I have put forth, I have lifted the language directly from the language of Senator Lindsey Graham and Senators Richard Blumenthal in the Senate. There is nothing different about this legislation. They first introduced this bipartisan legislation in 2018. This has already been marked up. It has already been agreed upon by our colleagues here in this committee, and it will be voted on in the House, and it will pass. But there again, let me remind you that Republicans as well as Democrats have deemed that this federal extreme risk protection order and also the state orders are vitally necessary to preventing unnecessary carnage. So there is due process that is
There is no
established
due
in this
process.
legislation, and I'm not going to let you sit here and say that it is not. Law enforcement, family, and household members will file a petition requesting that federal court issues these extreme risk protection orders, prohibiting individuals that are considered a threat to themselves or others from having access to purchasing or possessing firearms. If this legislation was not so important, why did the state of Florida enact it? Why did 18 other states enact it? Because they recognize that it is effective. They recognize that it is effective legislation, law that saves lives. So you can sit here and you can try to say whatever you want to say about, no due process. That is absolutely not the truth. This legislation has shown in many, many instances and all the research and data that has been established to substantiate that any state and I heard something that was contradictory earlier, but states that actually have federal extreme risk protection orders or statewide orders have reductions, massive reductions in what are considered, fatal shootings and murders. So this legislation works, and we've seen it over and over again. We've seen this happen definitely by the governor of Florida. He established this right after Parkland. Of all
Will the
states.
gentleman yield?
No, I will not.
Oh, no, this is your friend, Jamie Raskin.
Okay. Yes, I will yield. I will yield to my friend Jamie Raskin from Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership and your passion, Ms. McBath. You are a model to us all. Look, when we point out that there are more guns than people in America and that we are awash in guns, our friends say, oh, well, the problem isn't guns, it's the people, despite the fact that we have rates of gun violence and gun homicide 20 times higher than the European countries. They say it's the people, okay? So the states then legislate to permit police officers and family members to petition a state court to order the temporary removal of firearms when someone is proven to be a danger to other people or to themselves. So you think our friends would say, okay, that's focused on the person. But no, of course, they oppose that because the NRA opposes all forms of gun regulation, all forms of gun safety legislation. And so they are categorically opposed to anything that we can do to try to lift this reign of terror across the country. Now, they claim it violates due process, but the police and family members can't seize the guns. You've got to go to court to do it. And the court, a neutral, impartial magistrate, hears the whole case and then decides whether to temporarily remove them. So I think that this outrageous amendment brandishing their disrespect for the states that are actually doing something demonstrates the frivolity, the frivolousness of their whole approach to this. They're not going to do anything to get rid of assault weapons. They claim that that violates the Second Amendment, and then they won't do anything that allows the states to pass laws that actually try to target people who have proven themselves to be a danger to other people. So I thank you, Ms. McBath, for your leadership, and I yield back to you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose is Mr. Jordan C. recognized?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The language in the gentleman's amendment is so accurate. Red flag laws trample on an individual's due process and Second Amendment rights. That is exactly what these laws do. All you got to do is look at the bill the Democrats passed last October. Last October, it defined who can file the petition to take away another individual's Second Amendment liberty. It says a family or household member. How is that defined? Parent, spouse, sibling, child related by blood, marriage, adoption. Second one, dating partner of the respondent. Think about that. Dating partner of the respondent. A woman breaks up, ends a relationship. Ex-boyfriend's mad about it. He says, I'll take her firearms from her. He goes to court, says she's crazy, shouldn't have a gun. There's a hearing within 24 hours. What kind of investigation can happen that quick? 24-hour hearing. He gets to remain confidential, the guy who's petitioning to take away someone else's Second Amendment liberty. He doesn't have to pay a fee. He just signs something, says she's crazy, she shouldn't have a firearm. There's a hearing
Facebook has
within
a
24 hours, and guess what?
has a 8-hour stream limit.
It's an ex parte hearing. She doesn't even get to show up to defend herself. And what's the evidence? His word. The ex-boyfriend is out to get her. And she can't have a firearm for 2 weeks under the Democrats' bill they passed last October. She can't have a firearm. Now, what if the scenario is even worse? What if it's a scenario we debated a few hours ago that Mr. Massey brought up? What if he's intent on doing her harm and he just knows he took away her ability to defend herself? That's what this bill would do. No due process. And for her to get it back, she has to go to court. And the standard, the evidence standard is lower, clear and convincing standard that she has to prove to get back her fundamental liberty, the Second Amendment right that she enjoys as an American citizen. That's why these things are so dangerous. You talk about, Mr. Gates from Florida is so right. This is going to be abused. Probably already is in the states that have done it. We all want to keep weapons out of bad guys' hands, evil people with mental illness. But as Mr. Massey's pointed out, that's not what this is going to do. We know where this is headed. And Mr. Bishop brought up a great point. We've got to be careful about the awesome power of government to go after people. We've talked about this a lot in this committee, but we had an FBI whistleblower come forward, talk to us about what happened in this whole school board scenario, where they investigated a mom simply because she was in the group Moms for Liberty and had a gun. The FBI went and investigated her. This is a scary direction where the Democrats want to go. I hope we can adopt this amendment, send a message, frankly, to the United States Senate that this is not the way to go. You don't want
Stepping away for a second,
that's
guys.
going to deprive people of due process and take away their Second Amendment liberties and then put the burden on them to go get back their rights. We don't want to go this direction. This is a good amendment. I hope we can adopt it. We'll yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
Citizens don't want a world where police make unannounced pre-dawn raids and people lose their fundamental right to self-defense without a real judicial hearing. But guess who else doesn't want that world? Police don't want that world. There are sheriffs already who are refusing to implement these red flag laws because they put unnecessarily, just so somebody can prove a point, so somebody can get back at a domestic partner, they put police in the dangerous and unenviable situation where they have to wake up somebody in the morning unannounced that they know is armed, who has no idea why somebody's coming through their door, why somebody's busting that door down, why somebody is dragging them out and getting and trying to take away their firearms. The results are predictable, and they have happened. You're going to have people who die in the execution of these so-called warrants, the type of warrants that frankly would make King George blush. I think there was more due process there in the colonies when he infringed on their rights than what is being proposed here in red flag laws. And I urge, a lot of the water's already gone over the dam here in Congress, and that's going to be the case until this November when the people get a chance to speak. But in the meantime, it's up to the Senate. And these senators, they're out of touch. A lot of them are out of touch with their constituents, but also out of touch with the Constitution. I yield back to the gentleman from Ohio.
Red flag laws trample on an individual's due process and Second Amendment rights. So true. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you so much, Corn Pop,
Like
for
the
coming
last
on.
word.
Lady's recognized.
First of all, let me announce that this may be well known. In Wisconsin at 2:26 Central Standard Time, the Racine Police Department told residents to stay away from Graceland Cemetery due to multiple shots fired. Multiple people injured in shooting at Wisconsin Cemetery. Multiple people were shot during a funeral as loved ones were paying their final respects to a 37-year-old man. There are victims, but unknown how many at this time, according to police. As we sit here, I'm not representing the extent of the details, but Mr. Chairman, as we sit here, there are multiple shots fired near Racine, Wisconsin. I'm not representing the gun type. The facts are still unfolding. And my colleagues are here arguing about saving lives. I don't take a back seat to the privileges of the Constitution and how valuable they are to the people of this nation. In my skin, I've had much of that denied over history. I was denied due process. I had property taken away. I was considered property in terms of the ancestors, formerly enslaved Africans. I know what the history speaks about denying rights. But to equate red flag laws that were supported by Senator Lindsey Graham in 2018 and that have been suggested that they will be supported by Republican senators in
2022, and then to compound the injury with the repetitive statement is that we're rushing ahead, we're doing things too fast, we're bullying. Well, none of that talk takes away guns out of a disturbed person's hands. The perpetrator in Buffalo was disturbed with the mental disease of white supremacy. No one knows whether or not that attitude would equate to a red flag, but certainly was filled with evil and hatred. The perpetrator here in Uvalde had mountains of social media of murdering women and sexually abusing them. A disturbed 18-year-old. Who knows how much more? And by the way, if there had been a waiting period, 7 days, he might have not been able to do this dastardly deed. Maybe the grandmother might have been able to raise the issue with police. This provision in this bill on the red flag provides due process. It indicates that you can be in court within 72 hours. It indicates that if it's an ex parte order, you can still come to court. You have an opportunity for notice and to be heard. You're to be represented by counsel, or if you do not have the ability to do so, you will have a court-appointed counsel. This is not a fishing expedition. This is not to be utilized to attack persons, and the court will determine that. This is not a roundup or a lassoing of people. This is not to get in the midst of disheveled and disagreed with lovers. How much more are we going to get that doesn't take guns off the street, doesn't stop 3-year-olds from being killed because guns are not stored, or students to be killed because guns are not stored, to not educate the American public about storage, to not educate the American people about trafficking, to not educate the American people about munitions, magazines, and do not educate the American people about the idea of the gun age being too low. And so these red flag laws can save lives. And it is obscene. One mass shooting after another. And as we sit here and as we fiddle while Rome burns, as our house burns down while Rome burns, I, for one, will not accept it. Let us pass this bill to protect our children. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
I'll video back, sorry. To speak on the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
I think he was
I appreciate
sleeping. I don't know.
Chairman.
Let's wake him up. Yield back.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
You need to turn your camera on.
My camera's on. Or
Now
what?
it is. Now we see it.
Well, the little shot there about sleeping, it's not my rules that allows this kind of crap of a proceeding. And that's what it is. Crap proceeding. When you give us 48 hours notice and we're dealing with stuff that we have planned, we have to honor commitments and then figure out flights to come back. And now we're availing ourselves of this crap technology where half the damn committee is voting at night in their pajamas and doing, Lord knows what. And then you want to accuse me of sleeping because I don't have my camera on? Give me a break. Let me tell you what this is all about. It's a pretext. This is all pretext. Democrats come in here saying, hey, we don't want to take your guns. And then they say, we want to take your guns. This bill, oh, come on, let's all work together. We're just going to do some soft changes to the laws. You can't disagree with that. But then they admit throughout the entire afternoon what their goal is: to get rid of semi-automatic weapons, to disarm the American people. That is the goal. It is a pretext, all of this, and we know it. That is the reality. And that is the reality and the basis behind what Mr. Gates is offering.
Chip Worry's on
Recognition
fire.
of what the red flag process is all about. Pretext. Right now, under the Baker Act structure and states, if you've got a real issue with someone being a danger to society or himself or others, you can go down that road. You can in Texas, right? Go down that road and deprive them of liberty, but go in front of a judge and say this person should be committed, and then haul them under Texas law, haul in the medical personnel, and then within 72 hours, you have a follow-up hearing and all the things that flow from that. And let's talk about, if you're going to deprive liberty, well, then why don't you friggin', saddle up and deprive liberty and say, okay, we're going to say, here's an individual and we're going to commit you. And then under 922G4, the federal laws that I prosecuted in the United States Attorney's Office, then you can be deprived of weapons for the period of time that you're committed. And I can't remember the law about how long after. But the reality is, let's have that conversation if you want to have that conversation. But to sit here and say that we don't know for sure that the red flag laws that are existent in 18 or 19 states, are they effective or are they not? I've read studies by leftist-leaning organizations. Mother Jones had a study in a database demonstrating not very much effectiveness. There are real questions about how they're implemented. There's very legitimate questions here about the bill on the floor in the House, about the authority of the federal government, the authority of Congress to be doing this in the first place. My friends on the other side of the aisle are critical of Mr. Gates for offering this because it's pointing to the states. Mr. Gates' response, I think appropriately, is saying, hey, I want to make a position that says I think this is a deprivation of rights, which is actually a federal authority and not something you just leave to the courts, and that you have a discussion about how those things are implemented. But that ought to be what we're talking about here. But my view on this is pretty simple. Every member of the other side of the aisle has made perfectly clear about what the goal is. It's to disarm the citizenry. And that is the actual objective. And so when we're talking about red flag laws, when we're talking about the size of the magazine, when we're talking about whether or not you've got weapons that are locked up and safe, that is the objective. And I'll yield to the gentleman from Florida if he wants the time.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. We heard from the gentlelady from Texas about the horrors of slavery and racism. And I do wonder whether or not there would be a racist application of some of these red flag laws. I don't know that we've really studied whether or not they are more likely to be granted in cases where you have people of different ethnicities or backgrounds. And I would suggest that's one of many reasons. The gentlelady was actually making an argument not opposing or not in favor of red flag laws, but likely opposing them, given the propensity or the potential for them to be used in a racially misaligned way. And my colleague from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, talked about the great virtue of having magistrates make decisions in these red flag law cases, but he knows full well that that's not in an adversarial hearing. It's like applauding somebody for scoring an uncontested layup, which is it's the due process version of that. Our whole concept of due process relies on the paradigm of an adversarial process, and that's one of the many problems with this red flag system that seems to be adopted in some parts of the country. I see our time's expired, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Is Mr. Raskin seeking recognition?
Well, I was actually going to ask my friend, Mr. Roy, a question, because he was.
Do you strike the last word?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
This is a really critical debate we're having right now, because I understood my colleagues to be saying, well, they couldn't support legislation against high-capacity magazines. These magazines were used both in Buffalo and Uvalde to dramatically increase the scope of the carnage. And so a number of states, including my state, have said, well, you don't need high-capacity magazines for hunting. You don't need high-capacity magazines to defend your home. You need them
It's
only
not
if
about
you wanna
hunting and it's
use
not about defending your
weapons
home, you idiot.
machine. And I don't know whether, any of our colleagues want to suggest some perfectly lawful, safe and constitutional way that somebody can use high capacity magazines that would justify the mass murderers in Buffalo and Uvalde getting a hold of them. But in any event, they say they oppose any limits on that because that would violate the Second Amendment. Even though the Supreme Court was perfectly clear in the Heller decision that the Second Amendment protects the right to have rifles for hunting and recreation. I concede that. I embrace that. That's fine. It protects the right of people to use weapons for self-defense in the home, the Supreme Court said in the Heller decision. Maybe someplace else as well. But it doesn't protect your right to have machine guns or tanks or nuclear weapons or semi-automatic weapons of war. And that common sense understanding, which is supported by
Here
around
comes the
90%
nuclear weapons argument, people.
In just a moment, I will. That common sense understanding is perfectly consistent with what the Supreme Court said in the Heller decision, which is you've got a right to hunt and you've got a right to self-defense. You don't have a right to carry weapons of war into public schools or into city halls. You don't have a right to access that without a background check. So we're fighting for a universal violent criminal background check. And my colleagues are throwing up the Second Amendment as a smokescreen to protect their opposition to any reasonable gun safety regulation. Enough. That's what's killing America. You're confusing people by saying that somehow any form of gun safety regulation violates the Second Amendment. That's nonsense. That's bull. That's ridiculous.
Would the
And
gentleman
America
yield
needs to understand
for a question?
that. So no, in just a moment, I want to get back to the red flag laws. So our colleagues say, well, no, we're not going to get rid of high capacity magazines. And they want weapons of war to be purchased by 18-year-olds, which is another notion rejected by the vast majority of the American people. But they say, no, you've got to leave the guns alone. The Second Amendment protects the guns. You've got to go after the people. And they talk
Yeah,
about
Rose,
evil
it's
people.
still
So,
going
okay,
on.
so the states say
I'm
if
fading
a
though.
person is proving to be an imminent danger to you,
Only 8.5 hours.
to someone in the family, to themselves, you go to a court and you tell a judge, we're lifting a red flag. We're saying there's a danger. You can temporarily seize those weapons and then
Chicken.
the person can get into court 72 hours later, a week later, and they can prove that they're not a danger. But our colleagues say no to that. In other words, they want to make it impossible for us to pass any legislation that would advance public safety. And so everything that they talk about is a radical distraction from what needs to be done to save America from the nightmare of these massacres that are continuing right through this very hearing. It is a bloodbath. And I'm just ashamed to be part of a hearing where we have colleagues who get up and will talk about anything but what we can really do to stop it. We need a universal violent criminal background check. We've got to get rid of the high capacity magazines. Our two biggest recent massacres were of 18-year-olds who got an AR-15 and went and engaged in mass murder of children or shoppers in a supermarket. And they want to continue to allow 18-year-olds to go out and buy an AR-15.
125.
That is not a serious approach to public policy
Total
or public
G-Webs.
safety, and you are not demonstrating a serious understanding of what the
We
Supreme
had
Court is saying about the
300
Second Amendment.
earlier,
And I wish that you would stop trying to deceive people
but the
about
numbers are
what the Second
dwindling
Amendment
down.
says. And if we need to do a tutorial on Heller, let's do a tutorial
Thank
on
you,
Heller. But
Agonizer.
anytime we have any
Can we get a
reasonable gun
tutorial on
safety-
due process?
The gentleman has the
Yes.
time.
Nice.
Gentleman's time has expired, in fact. For what purpose
I'm
does
happy-
Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and, I appreciate the visceral response of the last speaker. I think it was interesting to hear his level of agitation. Because I'm looking at the red flag law that was passed out of our committee last October. And there are multiple conflicting issues, I suppose one might say, with regard to due process. But what I found interesting is this ex parte order thing. That is always a very, very dicey piece of evidence for those of us who've actually tried cases, literally tried hundreds of cases. That is a very, very dicey issue. And here you're allowing an ex parte order. If a petitioner makes an avowal that that this person, that the respondent, ultimately the respondent, it poses a risk of imminent personal injury. But what is that based on? Either actual knowledge of an interaction between the petitioner and the respondent, or another individual, if the petitioner believes that somebody else is credible and reliable. So you get an ex parte order issued on hearsay by somebody. This is not like doing a search warrant, which would be done on a reliable informant by an officer. This is by John Doe on the street who ran into somebody in the bar who was telling him about so-and-so. And he said, well, you know, they seem like a good guy. I felt like I could trust him. That's the kind of due process that ain't due. And it certainly isn't real process. With that, I'll yield to my friend from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Let the message from this committee hearing to Republican senators be astonishingly clear. If you back red flag laws as some reflexive response to some emotion that you have, you betray your voters, you are a traitor to the Constitution, the Second Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, you do nothing to make mass shootings less likely, and you put a target on the back of your constituents to be subject to bizarre proceedings that you wouldn't see in any other type of circumstance that has a profound impact on your rights. And these will be abused. They are being abused. I think there's some that would probably red flag some of your colleagues in the Senate. How long until the conversations about kicking Senator Hawley off of aircraft turn into conversations about taking his guns away? See, this isn't just about guns. It's about power. And what the Democrats want is to ensure that the government has the power to take your guns away without giving you due process. And shame on any Republican in the Senate that would pave the way to that type of deprivation of our liberty and our constitutional rights. I yield back to the gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. If the gentleman would further yield to me.
Yes, I will yield to you.
Thanks, sir. You know, earlier today, Mr. Jones said, you will not stop us from passing this package of bills. If the filibuster obstructs us, we will abolish it. If the Supreme Court objects, we will expand it. We will not rest until we've taken weapons of war out of our communities. Of course, weapons of war is the term of art Democrats have concocted. But every comment from the Democrats today, including the denial of the availability of a gun to a victim of domestic violence, bespeaks their desire to reject the core right entailed in the Second Amendment. If they'll abuse all those things that Mr. Jones has said, would they abuse this?
Will the gentleman yield?
Would they use a red flag law and a favorable official in a jurisdiction like the ones who changed all the election rules in 2020? Would they use those people to go attack their political opponents' gun rights?
Will the gentleman
yield? Would that happen? I think I just don't understand why, you know, if they've told you who they are, if you're the Republican senators considering doing this, you have to know the context in which you're operating. That's the context. In that situation, you're being asked to say, okay, we'll cut due process for this fundamental right. I don't think you can do it.
Will the gentleman yield?
Time of the gentleman has expired. For our purposes, Mrs. Cellini seek recognition.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
This is a radical position being offered by our friends on the other side of the aisle. They claim that we should support ensuring that people who are an imminent danger to themselves and others, such that they might commit mass murder, have a constitutional right to access a firearm, and to deny them that right would, quote, trample on an individual's due process and Second Amendment rights. You know who didn't have due process? You know who didn't have their constitutional right to life respected? The kids at Parkland and Sandy Hook and Uvalde and Buffalo, and the list goes on and on. So spare me the bullshit about constitutional rights.
Would the gentleman
not
yield?
No, I will not yield, and I'm not going to yield for my entire 5 minutes, so don't ask again. So first of all, these risk protection
good for
orders
Miranda?
work. They ensure that people who are a
Gonna
grave
ramble,
danger
ramble,
to
ramble.
themselves or others don't have access to a firearm. This is an idea that, by the way, the former Republican president said, and I quote, "We must make sure that those judged to pose a grave risk to public safety do not have access to firearms.
And he was
that if they
wrong.
do so, those firearms can be taken through rapid due process." That's why I've called
was
for
wrong.
red flag laws, also known as extreme risk protection orders. The former Republican president, the bill introduced by Senator Lindsey Graham. So this view of our Republican colleagues on this committee, that no matter how dangerous you are, no matter how much you've exhibited an intention to kill others or kill yourself, you should have unfettered access to a firearm because the Second Amendment guarantees it. That is nonsense. Risk protection orders are modeled after domestic violence statutes. They have due process. They have notice requirements, a right to a hearing, a right to contest the seizure of the firearm. That's the due process which exists. It's available in all the states that have these laws, which is why they've been upheld by courts when challenged. This idea that there's no due process is baloney.
The order has been issued.
There is due
and
process.
enacted
There
on.
is a process. It's been found to be
A right delayed is a
constitutionally
right denied.
acceptable. And it's not a permanent removal from a firearm, as Mr. Jordan suggested. It's a temporary removal so that person doesn't slaughter and kill others or kill him or herself. We know they work, and I ask unanimous consent to introduce into record extreme risk laws save lives.
Without
A report
objection.
that details the many examples where individuals where the lives of individuals and others have been saved because of this temporary intervention in the face of evidence of harm. It is shocking that our Republican colleagues have been clamoring about due process of would-be killers, and yet they've never mentioned the deprivation of due process of victims of gun violence, the deprivation of life that families experience when people are slaughtered with a gun by someone who's seriously mentally ill and shouldn't have a firearm. Haven't heard one word about their constitutional right to remain alive in this country. And this notion that you can't take away a gun from a seriously dangerous person, even temporarily, even after a judge has a hearing and determines that that person's a danger, is shocking. It's radical. It's even a departure from most Republicans. And by the way, 90% of the American people support this legislation, 75% of gun owners. And the former president who was cheered at the NRA convention, cheered as a big cheer, he supports it. That was his statement I read. And the notion of someone could make up a false claim, people are required to testify under oath. There are penalties if you lie. And most states have protections that make it illegal to file a false petition. That's built into the statute. But what this really is gun manufacturers and gun salesmen and people who are here to say no matter what, everyone in America should have access to as many guns as they want, no matter what their condition is, no matter what they intend to do with it, no matter who they slaughter, because gun sales promote revenue. And the gun manufacturers don't want any limitations on it. And it's disgraceful to hear people on this committee who are charged with taking an oath and protecting the lives of the constituents they represent to argue that someone who is seriously mentally ill, who's presented that they are a danger to themselves or others if they have access to a firearm, that they have a constitutional right and it will trample on their rights. If that seriously ill and dangerous person can't buy a gun and slaughter innocent people, that is horrifying. It's radical. They're wrong. And we should overwhelmingly reject this hideous, hideous amendment. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Massey seek recognition?
I wish to speak on the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'd like to just summarize what we're doing here today and what's gone on, because this is the last amendment to a series of 6 bills. Republicans, through the course of 8 or 9 or 10 amendments here, we've done triage, trying to save the Constitution in the face of 6 bills that exhibit callous and wanton disregard for the Constitution, but also callous disregard for the safety of American citizens. What have we seen today throughout these amendments? Well, Republicans tried to defend due process. Democrats said no thanks. Republicans tried to establish what the Supreme Court has already established, that this is an individual right to keep and bear arms. Democrats, they don't even want people who need guns, who could use guns for their self-protection, to have them. They just don't want any guns anywhere. They would like to repeal the Second Amendment. We've tried to protect the rights of domestic violence victims, not just their rights to defend themselves, but their right not to be prosecuted for gun trafficking, for merely trying to obtain the means of self-defense. We've tried to protect the rights of military families in an amendment that would keep these bills from affecting a spouse at home while a military member is deployed from being able to defend herself. We've tried to protect draft age adults. We've heard them be insulted here, that their brains aren't fully developed. But yet we need them. We need to be able to conscript them into service our country, to defend a Constitution that's being shredded here today and whose rights they will not be able to enjoy, because although some here have decided their brains aren't fully formed, they've decided they can go fight for us. We've tried all of these things, but what's the one thing we haven't done? We have not talked about what would really fix this problem. What can we do to solve this problem? Look, the depraved individuals, by the way, we're having this hearing presumably as a knee-jerk reaction to shootings that have recently happened. But what are these depraved individuals, what's going through their minds? Is a safe storage act going to change, whether they carry this out or not? No, a lot of them use straw purchasers. A lot of them steal their guns. We're not going to be able to keep them from getting guns, but what's going through their heads? They don't care to die. Once you've decided you don't care to die, you don't care about any of the laws you're going to break. You're going to violate all of them. What do they want? They have some distorted, grotesque image of what would make them famous.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I will not. If they could go rack up a body count on a soft target, I mean, they even pick elementary schools instead of picking junior highs or high schools because there's likely not a resource officer there. We need to deprive them of that. They are copycats. They see this in the news, and that's what they seek to do. How do you keep them from that? There should be no honor. There should only be shame. They should be met with certain and unceremonious death if they target our children. Instead of advertising our children as soft targets, where nobody in that institution, not even qualified individuals, can carry a firearm to protect these kids. Sane adults should be able to protect kids from insane individuals. If we had this sign instead at the schools, attention, all this, please be aware that the staff are armed and may use whatever force necessary to protect our students. If that were the sign, which do you think the shooter is going to choose? Which of these two schools? Which of the two signs? You don't have to guess.
I have much respect for Massey.
Every school that displays this sign, none of them have ever had a shooting. And here we are 32 years later since the first knee-jerk reaction, the 1990 Gun-Free School Zone Act, which was going to keep guns out of schools. It hasn't prevented a single shooting ever, and it has caused loss of life of students, young students, and teachers. And I will yield to my friend from Florida.
We only have a few seconds, but to just address this concept of rapid due process.
Right.
Like when we call for rapid due process at the border, you tell us that can't happen at all.
Yeah.
But then you want rapid due process to take guns away from Americans? I don't think the American
I would be
people
campaigning
really
for
understood the
Massey
bargain they were
everywhere.
getting when they voted for Democrats and figured out they would have a party in power that would take guns away from the American people and then ship an endless supply of guns to Ukraine. Yield back.
The time of the gentleman has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't understand. My colleagues on the other side, they talk about one of the ways to fight gun violence is
This
to
guy is the slowest
take care
speaker
of
in the
mental
world.
health issues of the gunmen who kill Americans.
I do
Take care
not
of their mental health issues, and
understand.
we can arm our teachers. That seems to be their only solution. But yet, when we talk about common sense, front end mental health assistance, they don't want to fund it, nor do they want to protect our children from people, particularly 18-year-olds, who are exhibiting the kind of conduct that warrant an intervention in advance before they do something to kill our students. And so I don't understand the, I don't understand, that's a contradiction. And really what we're getting today is a lot of spurious arguments and amendments to try to defeat this common sense legislation.
Thank you, Fragile Designs. Thanks for
Offered
streaming this, Crump.
so as to score points
This has been
with
going to
Wayne
this is
LaPierre,
going to take me
the
a while to
executive
process.
director of the
Watch
NRA.
since the start
After all,
since that started
back in
today. Literally at a
2014, we
loss of
know that
words at
the
this point.
NRA
Be safe,
spent
everyone. Yeah, I
$103
don't even
million
know.
in
This is not good.
contributions to politicians who
Thank you so
protect
much.
and preserve its ability to dictate policy. In 2015, almost $100 million. I don't know what the figures are for 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. I do know that the Attorney General for New York, Letitia James, filed a civil lawsuit against the NRA and Wayne LaPierre for wearing $4,000 suits. I admired the one that he had on at the down in Houston the other day. And it goes on, he charters yachts and brings the whole family, cruises to the Bahamas, just misspending whatever money comes into his grasp. And he was sued by the Attorney General and had to declare bankruptcy. But now it seems like they're rolling in dough again, and he's watching and he's approving of the performance of my friends on the other side of the aisle. I think the American people see through it. They want common sense gun reform, and they want it now. And with that, I'm going to yield to my colleague from the great state of Georgia, who has been trying to get a red flag law passed through this Congress, and I hope that she's at some point successful in doing so. My colleague from Georgia, Representative Lucy McBath.
Thank you so much to my colleague from Georgia. Thank you so much. I'm so sorely disappointed in my Republican colleagues as they just spew fear and hypothetical scenarios of ambushes in the dead of night. And to my Republican colleague in Florida, I resent your threats of one being a traitor in supporting red flag laws.
I was describing Republican senators.
Okay, let's just, okay. So anyway, let's just talk facts right now. It varies between 77% or 97% of the American public really supports red flag laws, either stateside or federal extremist protection orders. Between 1999 and 2021, at least 16,857 extremist protection petitions were filed. The majority of these petitions have been filed since the Parkland shooting, and might I add, 8,162 in Florida alone. Use of these life-saving laws did not stop during COVID-19. There were at least 8,114 petitions filed across the country in 2020 and 2021. I'm not going to talk anymore. I'm not going to spew any more statistics, but I will say this as a human being, as a mother, no longer talking as a legislator. I'm talking just for real. You walk a day in my shoes and you talk to the hundreds of family members and law enforcement and survivors who knew in advance that their loved ones were in crisis, and there was nothing that they could do. Their hands were tied. And I am out of time. If any of my colleagues would be more than happy to yield time, I appreciate it.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Rise in support of the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. This has been really difficult to listen to, and I've been listening to the whole thing, and I wanted to be there in person, but the airline was not cooperative. So look, you're protected because of the laws that keep us from being liable for the things that we say in hearings. So when we are accused of wanting dangerous people to have guns, we can't sue for slander. There are just so many ridiculous things that is so slanderous, except you're protected because we're in a hearing. But it's outrageous. Misrepresenting what we've said that's on the record. And listen, as far as the red flag laws, yeah, I recall back during the Obama administration when, oh, everybody's in favor of red flag laws. Oh, everybody supports them. Yeah, and in fact, if you can't fly, you shouldn't get a gun. We heard that over and over, and a lot of people bought it because it wasn't explained what some of us knew. We were begging the Obama administration in writing and orally, tell us what gets someone put on the no-fly list, like a 3-star general in my district repeatedly was. He's a national treasure and a national hero. They couldn't explain it. Maybe somebody had a name like his. We couldn't find out. Members of Congress, we couldn't find out how you got on the no-fly list or how you got off. But these are the same, some of the same people who are saying, oh, you got nothing to worry about red flag. You know, it's due process. You never get to know what the process was, but trust us, it was due process when you got put on the no-fly list and now you can't get off. You can't have a hearing. Look, as a judge, I heard evidence, I had hearings, and if somebody knows somebody else is dangerous, I had those hearings. And I ordered, in most cases, when the evidence was there, yes, this person's dangerous. This person is a threat to himself and to others. You can do that. I've done it. I've ordered it so that they wouldn't have a firearm. That can be done right now in Texas. I know, because that's where I was a judge.
Was the gentleman ill? Was the gentleman ill?
No. I've listened to all the slander that I care to listen to, and I'm telling you, this is outrageous what we've been listening to, and I need more time because Democrats keep interrupting. But
Mr. Gomer?
You won't allow the red flag laws to be reasonable and to have due process, then this is my time. Then this should not pass until we have bills that we can review and see exactly where they're going and what they're taking away.
ADXR 920, thanks for becoming a new member.
The other side is talking about rapid due process. What
By
is
the way,
rapid due
the
process?
guy that was trying to
we know because they
talk
outlined
to
it in their
him
bill
is
last
a
fall. It is a
Republican.
hearing where the person who's going to lose their Second Amendment rights is not allowed to be present at. The petitioner can be there. They sign a statement, but the person losing their rights can't confront their accuser. They don't know who filed the petition. Rapid due process is going to lead to the suspension of people's rights. But the gentleman from Rhode Island said, don't worry. Don't worry. It's just temporary. Your rights are there some of the time, I guess, is what they think the Constitution says. It's just temporary. You can get them back, we promise. That is not how it works.
Thank you, Rose,
This is a
for becoming a
fundamental
new
liberty, the
channel
Second
member.
Amendment to the United States
Means a
Constitution, the
lot to
Second
me.
Amendment in the
Also,
Bill of
check out my
Rights.
locals at
And they say, oh, don't worry,
johncup.locals.com.
you can get it back after we implement rapid due process. Rapid due process, by definition, is not due process. So the gentleman from Florida is exactly right. This is an assault on the Fifth Amendment, an assault on the Second Amendment. But Democrats say not to worry. It's just temporary. We promise we won't go further, even though they've said in today's hearing, this is just the start. We're not finished with this legislation. That is what is so frightening.
15 days to slow the spread.
Yes. Thank the gentleman for yielding. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Move to strike, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought a few comments ago I heard Mr. Massey express a concern that straw purchases contribute to the gun violence epidemic. And I would just ask, sir, have you read the legislation that we are voting out of committee today? I mean, this is legislation that would ban straw purchases.
Actually, the legislation makes a domestic violence victim subject to prosecution for gun trafficking.
Nowhere in the legislation, sir, does it say that. And I would encourage, I mean, can you
voted against an amendment that would have prevented it.
Sir, will you point to the provision that you're talking about that would criminalize victims of domestic violence?
It criminalizes everybody unless they're a family member in order to transfer a firearm.
All right, look, we're claiming my time here. This legislation would ban straw purchases of the kind that you claim to be concerned with.
They are already banned.
We're claiming my time, sir. We're claiming my time. And so this goes to the heart of the matter, which is that you guys are trying to avoid taking any responsibility whatsoever for the role that your inaction and your opposition to what we are trying to do today has played in continuing the status quo.
Thank you, David. I don't know how long I'm going to be. You
I
have
also
any
want to,
left.
no. I also want to address another issue that has come up today, because I don't want to allow my Republican colleagues to claim that gun violence prevention is a state or local issue. The truth is, our gun laws are only as strong as our weakest state's laws. We need to set a federal floor for that reason. The people of my home state of New York pay the lethal price for the reckless policies of GOP states across the country. 76% of traced guns used in crimes that cross state lines came from states without background check laws. For New Yorkers, that means the, quote, iron pipeline. Guns smuggled up the I-95 corridor from the south. In New York City, 90% of guns recovered at a crime scene came from out of state. So gun violence doesn't respect state or city borders. In New York City, that means children shot and killed walking around their neighborhoods. Earlier, I told you about the fear that I felt as an 11-year-old when I learned about the Columbine shooting, miles and miles away. So just imagine the life-altering fear and pain for the friends of Kaharate, an 11-year-old shot and killed in New York City last month. Their friend, who they called Kiki, has been taken from them, all because Congress wouldn't do a thing about the flood of illegal guns in New York City. This tale is all too familiar across New York. In January, an 11-month-old baby in the Bronx was struck by a stray bullet. In April, 12-year-old Cade Lewin was shot and killed in Brooklyn while sitting in a car with his mother, eating a meal. Kids across New York City are being killed, and I'm not gonna stand for that, not while I'm in Congress. We will not fail the children of New York City, for Kiki or for Cade, and we will not fail the 29 New Yorkers injured when someone who should never have been near a gun in the first place fired a handgun 33 times in a subway car, stopping in Sunset Park. We will not fail them. We have a moral duty not to fail them. And with that, I'd like to yield to my distinguished colleague from the great state of Georgia, Lucy McBath.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. And as I was just saying before, and I'm just going to say this very briefly, I'm talking to you now not as a legislator. I'm talking to you as a gun violence survivor who spends a lot of time and days and hours and months and weeks talking to others like myself, talking to other individuals across the country who recognize that their loved ones were in crisis, who recognized that their loved ones needed help, who recognized that their loved ones had access to firearms and ammunition and had no recourse, no legal recourse whatsoever to protect their loved ones from themselves or them doing bodily harm to others in their community. Walk a day in my shoes when I have to sit there and listen to the stories over and over again from law enforcement who even said that their hands are tied. Walk a day in my shoes. You can spew all the hypotheticals that you want, but until you live those experiences, don't you dare try to tout that red flag does not work. The statistics, the data is there to substantiate the need for these laws to save as many lives as we can. Walk a day in my shoes. Don't you dare ever sit here and try to just hypothetically scare people with scenarios and fear mongering. Don't you dare. The American people deserve far better than this, and they deserve to have their lives cared for, which you seem to know nothing about.
Fake rage.
Mr. Chairman, can I
Time of the
make a comment?
gentleman has expired. For what purpose is Mr. Ben seek recognition?
Strike the last word, Mr. Chair.
All right, guys. I
Thank you,
hate to
Mr.
do
Chair.
this,
You know, I came into
but
this
I have
hearing hoping that
to.
we would focus
I have
on
to
something
take
that
off.
we
I got
could do
some
that
stuff to do with my kids,
kids
so
in our
I
schools, something
need
that
to
we
take
could
care of
do
that. I'm
right
sorry.
now,
We've
something
been
that
on
would
for
not
9 hours,
take
so
years of
yeah,
debate,
I'm sorry.
something that would
Uh,
actually help.
if you go to
There's
the
been a number of
congressional website,
amendments that
I'll
have been suggested, but before I turn
put
my
it
attention to
in the
those, let
link
me walk down
somewhere. Hold on, let
through
me get to my other computer.
why that which is being suggested by my Democrat colleagues won't immediately help.
Oh, Guns and Gadgets are streaming it. Okay, well you can hit up Guns and Gadgets page, or you can watch it directly there. Thank you so much. I wish I could stay on, but I just have to take care of my kids, and we all know how this is going to go anyway. We've been on for 9 hours, so yeah. All right, thank you very much, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for a special episode of John Crump Live on johncrumplive.com. Check out my locals and all that other good stuff. I'll see you guys later.